Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again to another episode of Finding Gnosis. I do hope you are exceedingly well. We are today going to talk about something that was prompted by a poll. I did ask you guys to choose the topic of the show. Now, the thing is, there were two leaders. It was a draw. So, what won was men versus women, and also aging. So what I did is I amalgamated them into today's topic, which is men versus women. Does aging make relations between genders better? It might make for interesting conversation. If you'd like to hop on and talk, join us as we explore this topic. Please feel free to click the link situated below the video in the description area. This is Finding Gnosis. We are trying to find out what the hell is going on and just what we should be doing whilst we are still here in this strange existence. We have here with us, thankfully, the wonderful regular, the fixture, the furniture.
Stop it, D&W.
lady, the sofa. Chickpea the tortie. Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say?
Have you read the email I sent you?
I haven't read the email you sent me.
You haven't?
No.
Oh, I sent you an email about something. Remember you said to me at the that you were stuck inside my head 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, blah, blah. Do you remember that?
I said jokingly that I live in your head 24/7.
Yes. Well, you do, actually. You tend to live in there 24 hours a day because I'm hooked on something. I woke up this morning and you know what the sad truth is? Well, me and you, or my addiction to you, is that I'm still looking for my father's love that I never got as a child. Isn't that sad?
That is sad.
It's sad, isn't it? And don't get me wrong, I expect there's millions of women like me. It's just that it's dawned on me. Very sad, yes.
Well,
and coming here has uncovered it.
It's a bizarre situation. Given that I'm 3 decades younger than you.
Yes, exactly. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it's my little girl.
As a father figure.
Yeah, it's the little girl inside me. That little girl is still there.
You heard it here, guys. I am Chickpea's
now,
adoptive father.
Now, stop making fun of me, D&W.
I am Chickpea's adoptive father. Even though I'm 3 decades younger than her, it's a world first. It's okay, Chickpea. I will adopt you. No problem.
Stop it. No, but it's true. But the thing is, this is how what is it? I know Carl
Hello,
Jung
Robin.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I know Carl Jung said that we are governed by our first 7 years of life. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he has said
hello,
that.
Robin. Yeah.
And we are. This really does prove it.
You've been having dreams, have you?
No. No.
Just waking with feelings.
I woke up this morning. All my whole life, I've had this little ache in my soul, and nothing can fill it. Just a small ache that's always been there, and nothing apart from a kitten can feel it.
Well, you see, Chickpea, although it might seem a bit out there, it's kind of related to today's topic, because today's topic is men versus women, women versus men. Does aging make relations between genders better? Now, in some ways, this is kind of related to it, because you're a fine wine yourself. You're a mature lady, and the point is, at this point in your life, you're still kind of getting to grips with something about the male gender, men, that is related to your relationship with your father. There's a dynamic there that you're kind of sorting out in your head, in your heart, and it's an ongoing situation. Would you like to comment on aging and what it means for the relations between men and women?
I don't know, D&W, because I haven't had a relationship with a man since I was 40.
What about perspective then? Perhaps we can look at it that way. Maybe you haven't had a relationship, but what about friendly relations?
I'm still friends with men.
Yeah, but what about your view of men, your perspective on men? How has that changed? And what about your view of the dynamic, the relational situation between the genders? How has that changed or perhaps evolved with age?
When I was young, it never entered my head to stop a man in the street with a dog and say, cooey, blah, blah, blah. I wouldn't have done that when I was young. But now if I see a young guy on the street with a dog, I will stop him and chat to him and his dog for a few seconds. So I'm more confident in that respect. I was going to say something, I forgot what I was going to say to you about. But you know what? Psychiatrists do say that the relationship between for a woman as a child is the one with her father. A girl looks for emotional connection with the father more than she does with her mother. Did you know that?
That's interesting, and I believe it may be the other way around for boys, right?
Yes, exactly.
Everybody watching, do give us a share. If you're sharing us on YouTube, give us an at the channel, at Finding Gnosis, when you share it on your community posts, and I'll make sure I'm subscribed to you.
I've been using this as
it brings new people here, so please do that. We can see who wants Finding Gnosis to grow. Robin, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Tom Price is backstage, but he hasn't connected his device. Robin, the question today is men versus women. Does aging make relations between genders better or worse? What's your opinion on the matter?
I think that probably better would be like I have good relations with men, just not like just as long as we have certain relationship. You know what I mean? Like I don't have like I'm not very successful at the love relationships with men, but like as far as most of my friends are men, so I don't know if that I can differentiate between them two right there. So, but yeah, I think I get along with men better. Oh, I've always got along with men like that as friends, but I don't know. My last boyfriend was way older than me, and we did get along a whole lot better than probably most of the ones I've had. So, but
okay, that's interesting. So, Robin, what you're saying is your relations at this stage with the opposite gender are good. Have they improved? Why have they improved with age? What were they like previously?
I think probably you kind of get to know, like, I think probably it's as much to do with me as it was them. I think I'm mature and kind of stop putting expectations of other people. I try to make myself not try to project my expectations of who they should be from what I think they should be. So like, you know, like I try to accept people for who they are instead of who I want them to be. And I think that's something that probably I learned with age.
Chickpea, what about you, darling? When you were younger, can you compare and contrast how you view men then to how you view men now? Is there any difference?
Well, prior to my op, when I was 40, you know, if a guy was good looking, I would let him know it if I thought. But I haven't had a sexual thought since I was 40 with the op. It's an option. Yeah, I can't win, can I? With life.
Tom Price, you're trying to get on the show. You need to connect your device, mate. You need to give permission to your microphone and camera to get on the show. That's why you're having trouble getting on. You can't win, Chickpea. Is that what you said?
Yeah. I look at it now, the past 70 years. Hello, Robin. I'm 70. And I'm having my group therapy. And I had a great time when I was young before I had my op. And then it all came to an end.
What do you mean by having a great time? And do you miss
well,
those
you know, days? I used to date a lot. I used to go out lots of, you know, I was no paragon of virtue, as you know, because I don't want a husband anyway. And I did have a nice time with all these different guys, all the guys in the law firms and places and everywhere. And then the op and the RA hit and all came to an end. Because the RA and the op hit together, all happened within about 18 months. So I had to stop working because of the RA. And then I had the
You had to stop working because of what?
rheumatoid arthritis.
Oh, rheumatoid arthritis. Okay. Yeah, that's
it threw me. It sorry.
yeah. No, well, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it threw me off the treadmill. I couldn't work anymore because of the pain. So yeah.
Yeah, I had a stroke last July, so yeah, it's kind of affected my dating life too. So,
What have you got,
huh?
Robin? What did you say just then?
I said I had a stroke in July, so it's affected
Oh,
my
all right.
dating.
It takes your whole life
Yeah.
away, doesn't it?
I'm 57, so like,
Yeah.
but
I was still a baby. I could be your mum. I could
yes.
just about be your mum.
If you
And
started
didn't
really,
tell me
really
what-
young, if you started really, really young, yes. But yeah, but I had my cats, so they require a lot of care anyway. So
How
there's
many
no
cats?
room for me.
How many cats do you have?
4. I have 4 cats and a bearded dragon and
Oh.
a ball python and a gecko.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, I've got 7 cats.
I would probably have more. Yeah, but I've made myself not get any more. So
Oh,
Okay.
I wish we were neighbours. It'd be fun, wouldn't it? We could look
Yeah.
at each other's cats. We were in hospital.
Well, I'm in Kentucky, so I don't know if you want to be my neighbor or not.
I'm in London. But I find life very strange. I woke up this morning, and all my life I've had this strange feeling in my soul, deep, deep inside, that I'm missing something. I can't work out what it is I'm missing. What's missing with me? There's something. I'm looking for something all the time. And then I woke up this morning and I realised what it was. It was the rejected love of my 2 fathers. My natural father rejected me, and so did my stepfather, who I transferred my love onto. And I've only just discovered what it was.
Yeah,
It's
it has a lot of. My youngest daughter, her dad did that, and like she's had a lot of issues, I think, from that. So yeah,
Oh my God. So it's,
I was lucky. I had a good father, so I still have a good father. Actually, he's
you're
still
lucky
alive.
you.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't have that at all. My natural parents split when I was 2. Never saw my father again ever. And he wasn't, well, I don't know.
No.
I can't remember him. Yeah, my
Um,
stepfather. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading chat. I'm sorry. I hollered out.
And I remember when my mother got me met this Englishman and took me away from my country, my family, and everything. And I gave my love to my stepfather because I did give my love to him, and he rejected it. He didn't want to, which is fair enough. And so that bloody rejection is still there all these years later. I never managed to resolve it. Terrible.
Yeah, it is. It causes a lot of stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me that because it helps to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been shown that it has a lot of effect on your ability to form relationships with.
Yes, it has had.
So,
It has
yeah.
had. It has. I've made my way through so many men. It doesn't bear thinking about. I look back on it.
Kenny is asking you, Robin, if you voted
No.
for Donald Trump.
No, I did not. No. I'm not. I'm like the blue dot.
Life Abolitionism said Life Abolitionism said we chose the wrong topic. You should have talked about living off the grid. Well, the thing, I didn't choose the topic, LA. Other people did, but
Why
we will
should
talk
we
about that
choose
another
the
day.
topic?
Don't worry. There'll be plenty of time to talk about that, LA.
You chose
Do
wrong.
come on, LA, guys. I want to hear what's your personal views. I know this is quite a controversial question, but take away your personal biases and sexual preferences. Which gender do you feel is more harmful in the world, and which gender perhaps is the most toxic psychologically?
Ooh.
Do you have any views on that?
Ooh. I think men have the potential, if they are toxic men, to do more harm. Let's put it that way. I don't think all men are toxic, though. I'm not a man hater, but I think that men have the power in almost every society on the planet, You know what I mean? Like there are exceptions somewhat, but that's been that way for like throughout history pretty much, that there's very, very few societies where women had even equal power. But in some societies now, women don't have any power, like in the Middle East, certain countries, and so I think that men if they're toxic, they have the potential to be far more, you know, be more harmful.
Okay, thank you for that. What about you, Chickpea? Any views on that?
Well, I prefer men to women, but I think, like Robin said, yes, if men have caused more trouble in the world than we have, I think. But I do prefer men to women, as you know. Yeah, I'm very
Yeah, but
sexist.
why is that? Why is that?
What?
Yeah, why? I'm curious.
Why?
Why
I
do you
don't know. I don't know. I've always been the same. I don't go out doing horrible things to women or anything, but it's the way my mind works somehow. I just don't know. I've always been like it, even as a teenager. When I was at school, I was like it.
Interesting.
But
And
don't get me wrong, I don't go
would
around
you say
disliking women.
sometimes you disliked your own gender? You disliked women?
Well, when I was, I used to work I don't dislike them. I know sometimes when I worked as a temp, oh my goodness, and I'd be sitting in for whoever I was sitting in for, and the bitching that went on about that missing person was horrific.
Yes.
Oh, you know about that?
Yeah, I agree with you. Women. I was a truck driver, and
Wow.
so yeah, for 27 years. So I worked with men mostly, and the reason why I did that is because I do not like necessarily working with women.
Yes.
And I have very few women friends actually too, because I find women very backstabby sort of,
Yes.
and I don't actually experience that with male friends.
Men don't do it, do they? No. Because I tell you, women, when I used to hear the bitching that went on, and that person who was sitting instead of that fortnight, it was unbelievable. It really was bad. Yeah.
I don't know. Life abolitionism said that comment was toxic as hell. I don't know which. I don't know which one it was.
All right. Was that me making toxic comments?
Fatima's come on here. I don't know why. Fatima's only 25 years of age. I don't know what they've got to say on matters.
But am I not allowed on DNW?
The point of this show is talking about aging, and I'm asking people in their aging, have they do they have any thoughts on the relations between genders, between men and women, and do they feel that aging makes the relations between men and women better or worse?
Oh.
Do you have any idea from your observation? Maybe you're watching, people around you.
Oh yeah, of course I am. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I think Well, you do point a good point, DNW. I'm only 25, so I have very little insight on the subject. Oh, one's 32, so he's not okay. But on the point, but I think that it does kind of make things worse. Me being a somewhat pessimistic and misanthropic person when it comes to human relations in general, not just men and women, but between a lot of things, between a lot of people. It's a very chaotic, shaky web of things. Yes, I can't say that it does generally, the spark between them, let's say a married couple, statistically now, they end 50% inside a divorce now. My own parents, they got a divorce when I was 9, and then my dad remarried a few years later, and now he wants to leave that one. So he did a double whammy to him, if you think that's bad. My grandfather, who died 4 years ago, he married 5 times and had 8 kids with those 5 different women. Yeah, so it's, I don't know how to feel about it. Some people do have good relations, others have really, really bad ones that end horribly. So I guess it just depends on the person's character, whether they themselves has a good upbringing, and but who starts at first, either men or women? I know I might sound biased, but like I do think that men are the more hard ass ones, because like they're usually the more like more like adventurous type, to like seek out a type of pleasure, and like fulfill their desires, if you know what I mean, right? Like they're not as they're just more rugged generally. Not all men, of course, but like it's a frequency, and I think that's as
Interesting.
yeah.
Okay.
I think yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And you bring up an interesting idea that a lot of marriages, a lot of relationships break down in America and in
Yes,
the
they do.
world at large. Apparently, I don't know if it's true, but I think more than 60% of American adults are now single.
Yes,
But that doesn't that I mean that doesn't necessarily say that one gender is worse than the other or that genders
it
hate each
doesn't,
other.
but
It might be
no.
that people are learning different ways to live and maybe they prefer to be single. They still love men, they still love women, but they just don't want to be tied down to necessarily one.
Yeah,
I mean, there's all
of
manner
course.
of reasons for it. I don't know the ins and outs of it. It'd be interesting to have a look at that.
But I
But we
think
do
that the
have
burden. Oh, sorry.
Patsy Cline here. I want to bring Patsy
Oh,
on.
well,
Uh,
hey, I'm gonna leave. Thank you for having me on. I gotta go.
oh,
That's,
Robin. Well, it was
yeah,
Hi,
lovely to have
Robin.
you on, Robin. Thank you for being here.
nice meeting y'all.
Come back soon. Patsy, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about the topic that is being discussed this time? And that is uh, men versus women. Does aging, how does aging affect relations between men and women? Do you think aging makes the relations between men and women better or worse? Do let us know your thoughts. As you've already stated, you're a lady in her 60s,
Yes.
mid 60s, I believe. So it will be interesting to hear your lived experience, your thoughts, your observations on this matter.
Okay. Well, first of all, I hope everyone's having a good day today, on this Saturday. I will say right off, better. Um, and the main thing I would like to say about that is, as you get older, you have more things in common with that person, and you get on a deeper level with that person. When you're younger, all you're thinking about is sex with that person, intimacy with that person, like physical intimacy with that person. But when you get down to the age like 60, 70, 80, whatever, on down the line toward, you're getting toward the end of your life, you depend on that person greatly for just being there as a person. Okay. So you can relate with that person about what you're going through. Like, let's say your ailments. You get to relate to them about that and share that and, feed off each other with that. It's just a lot less shallow of a relationship when you're older. It's a lot deeper.
Interesting. So are you? It sounds not nice what you're saying, but then on the other hand, you're saying relationships when you're younger are less meaningful, more shallow, less wholesome, less loving. Is that really what you're saying?
Well, it's you're so preoccupied with other things, the grind of life, going to getting your job, grinding on the job, raising the kids. You're so preoccupied with that you really can't concentrate on the person you're married to. And it really comes down. It's almost like you see, it comes full circle. It's a full circle. You come back to the basics. You get right back down to the basics again when you get older.
Interesting. Very interesting perspective, and I really thank you for sharing your own experience there. We have LA. LA, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. I'm just going to mute Paul for a moment because we can hear some feedback. LA, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about this topic? Men versus women. Does aging make relations between genders better or worse? What's your view on the matter?
Yeah, I'm struggling to try to make this spicy, but I think at the surface level, you would probably assume that men had more power, but like I said in comments, I think women have godlike power because they do um, create life, and they're the primary caretakers, so they're responsible for child rearing, and basically people become who they are within the first 7 years of their lives. So um, I would say that women have more power because they're actually creating society. Even though men end up obtaining power later in life, women have more power at the beginning of life. And so I don't know, maybe that's a balance or something. I think that I don't know about aging. I think aging affects men and women differently. I think obviously women are judged based on their physical appearance and their like desirability and their fertility, and then men are sort of judged based on their success and their ability to provide. So men sort of become more desirable, I guess somewhere like midlife, at the peak of their success, and then women are sort of more desirable like in their like early adulthood. So um I don't know. I mean, I'm not heterosexual, so I think my perspective is probably not that helpful.
Okay, but LA, I mean, it doesn't have to be about sex. I just mean relations between men and women, how men and women see each other, maybe friendly relations, maybe familial relations. Do you think aging, biological aging, uh, the calendar, flicking through the months and years, do you think that process, the passing of time, makes relations between men and women better or worse? So as a human being, do you become kinder, more gentle towards the opposite sex? Do you become less bitter, or do you become more resentful? Do you become less loving, or do you become more loving? What do you think happens in general? More understanding, perhaps less understanding. Do you lose patience? What happens as people age? Do you think they fall out of love? Do you think they become more cynical, uh, less forgiving? What happens as we age?
Okay, I'm just going to speculate about what happens with heterosexuals. What I see is when they're younger and they're financially dependent, then they do stay in those relationships, and a lot of times they're unhappy. But then when they get older, they finally had enough, and then they actually want to break away and basically become independent, and they're willing to take that risk. They're willing to step out on their own, make their own money because they don't want to be dependent on a man. A lot of them will get into workforce even later in life, and I see that more happening. I see that these marriages don't last. A lot of them will raise their children, e- you know, um, as a married couple, but as soon as their children become like adults or graduate high school, then they basically separate. So um, it women are happier because they do have the freedom to leave when they are in broken marriages. But the men, I don't know. I think they can't. I guess we're having this whole incel culture because women are not forced to be with them regardless of how they treat them.
Very spicy and welcome takes there, LA. Interesting food for thought there, guys, to think about. Is it the case that people get together to have the next generation, and when those children grow up and are able to cope with life as adults, the parents have a look at each other and say, "What the hell are we doing together? Is it is it really as bad as that? Are people just together for the sake of having kids for the most part, LA?"
Well, I guess I'm going to actually spice it up and just talk about myself as a gay man. Aging is like it's like the kiss of death for a gay man. You're not going to be desirable. Is Everything is superficial and surface level, and so I don't want to get old for that very reason. I don't like when my body starts deteriorating and I start getting wrinkles and gray hair. It's like, to me, it's time to pull the plug. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's time to hang it up because what my quality of life is going to diminish so drastically. And I see like these old creepy men at the gay clubs, and nobody looks at them. Nobody pays attention to them, right? If they have money, maybe they can buy somebody to like buy their affection or something. But I think that's kind of like desperate, and I don't want to live like that. So I can't imagine what my life is going to be like once I start deteriorating.
Okay, that's the gay man's perspective on it. We're not talking about that, but I mean, there are women here. I mean,
The
I've
men that
heard
don't-
I've heard it's quite different in the heterosexual community, LA, because women don't mind a silver fox, a man with a few wrinkles, you know, a little bit of a balding hairline or a receding hairline. Chickpea, what do you think? I mean, aging on a man isn't fatal, is it, in a heterosexual relationship?
No, I don't think so. No,
But
no,
for
no.
the gay guys, it seems to be a nail in the coffin.
No, I think men actually get better with age. Some men get better with age. Actually,
Are you?
I've noticed.
Can I say something? Like, are you sure that aging is like bad for gay men? Because I have been in like the LGBT community. I've been to like Spain and clubs and like LA, like Los Angeles nightclubs. I went to California a few times in my life, and I see a lot of gay veterans. Like by veterans, I mean like gay men that have been through like the woodwork and activism and like in like social scenes, and they're still together. Yeah, they're like in like their 80s even, and they have like white hair, balding hair. Yeah, so it's kind of
That's not what I meant. That's the whole point. So they have to be in a relationship because they can't go out and hook up. So they have to settle down, and that's not what I want. So I would not have the freedom to just go around and just be free. I would have to settle down with somebody.
Okay, thank you, LA. Guys, we have a newcomer here. Paul, I'm going to come to you in a moment. Oh, he's gone. I was just about to let him on, but
No, come in.
that was Tom Price. He left. We'll go to Paul. Paul, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. The topic today is men versus women. Does aging make relations between genders better or worse? What do you think? Is there more respect or more dislike, disdain with aging between men and women? What do you think in general when you look at the world, or even if you want to give a few anecdotes? What's your perspective on the matter?
I would think it's got to be better because you both know much more about the likes and dislikes and everything that you didn't know as a teenager or like a younger person. You know yourself better, and you know the person that you're looking for as well. So you've got a lot more information when you're older than you do when you're younger. Yeah. Oh, so it's all gone.
I mean, I just know that I just know from what my parents. I look at my parents, how they did it. They were married for 63 years, and every marriage has its rough times, but it seems like the older they got, the more mellow they got, really mellowed out. Okay, like a fine wine. Okay, that's what age does to you.
Not when you're in a relationship with a narcissist. It doesn't.
Oh, it depends on the person. Yeah, of course, who you're with, but
Yeah,
in general,
yeah.
your attitude, your demeanor just mellows out more, and it's easier to get along with.
Mine was that the narcissist had a hidden agenda. I do understand what you mean. But I'm sort of really chilled out sort of person. But the narcissist was just pretending to be something that she never was.
Yeah, well, that could happen too.
It did. It definitely did. I mean, you've got to sort of live through that to believe it. You've got to see it to believe it. You just don't realize creatures like that exist. Yeah,
Yeah,
but you know,
it's quite the
I'm
tale,
still
Paul. You
sorry,
really are.
Dave. I
No, it's
didn't mean
quite
to
the
sound
tale.
sort of. I didn't mean to sound sort of negative, you know. But
No, it's
it's
fine. I mean, it's a very common experience, unfortunately.
yeah,
You know?
I mean, I know narcissistic's like calling people a narcissist is sort of almost trendy at the moment. You know, people use it like just for a derogatory sort of thing to say about someone, but you know, actual narcissists and malignant, you know, the real bad ones, they really do exist, and it's completely evil.
So in
what did
that
they
sense,
do?
it can
Sorry.
actually make. I don't know. Did it make, in your instance, did aging make relations between you and women better or worse? I mean, did you become perhaps more cynical, less forgiving? I mean, maybe it might have made it worse. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to be quite honest, the divorce comes through next month from it, so you know, I'm that's the final tie with that thing. You know, I've gone sort of no contact whatsoever with her for about 18 months now, and you know, we're getting the final sort of ties all drawn up. So I'll you know, I mean, I'm not sort of looking for another relationship, but I certainly wouldn't avoid one either. You know, I'm a big believer in when things are meant to happen, they will happen.
Yeah, thanks for that, Paul. We'll come back to that topic. I think it's worth exploring. Yuzu Lemon, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about this topic? Men versus women. Does aging make relationships between genders better or worse? You are currently muted, Yuzu. You'll have to unmute yourself if you want to talk. Well, it seems that Yuzu doesn't want to say anything at the moment. No problem. Guys, it's not just about romance, Paul. What about, say, how you looked at maybe female relations, female friends, femininity itself, women in the world? Did have you started to empathize with women, sympathize with them perhaps? Have you seen their struggle, that maybe it's hard to be a woman? Or do you think they have an easier ride through life? What do you think, as you've aged, what do you think is really going on?
I think actually, can I speak now?
Well, I was asking Paul, Chippy, but hold
Oh,
hold
sorry,
hold
sorry, I
it,
didn't
and
hear you
then you
say
can
Paul.
speak. Yeah, but please, Chippy, be thinking of an answer yourself. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I think like a lot of women are in a sort of similar position to myself, where you know they might be sort of disillusioned with men because you know they might have run into a narcissist, and you know, someone who's very selfish and you know, just sort of out for what they can get, basically. And you know, that does, I can understand the caution that would bring with it. So yeah, you know, on one hand, you sort of are more cautious, but then you know, I think we all need that sort of love that is out there, and you know, we're all sort of looking for the right one to get it from, I suppose.
Right, thanks, Paul. Chippy, sorry, go ahead. What did you want to say about your view of masculinity, males in general, men of the world? Who has the easier ride through life?
Well,
In what way have you become more empathetic, sympathetic towards men, or maybe even more distrustful, more cynical, whatever it is that's happened?
I don't envy a women's lot in the whole pregnancy thing. It's the last thing I'd ever want to do would be to give birth. I can't imagine anything worse. And it's only in the past few weeks that I've come across women saying they hate being mothers, they hate giving birth, they hated all of it, which is very new to me. I've never heard women say that before. And so I think women have ultimately got it harder. And I'm glad that at least I had the foresight and strength to go it alone. Because it hasn't been easy on my own, actually. But at least I had that. And I don't regret the decision to not have children and to not be the wife for all my mistakes. Yeah. But I don't know. I'm 71 years old now, and I'm finding life an absolute whirlpool of weirdness, and I can't make it out anymore.
Wow. So a whirlpool of weirdness. That's quite the
Yes.
metaphor, Chickpea. I really like that description.
Thank
Why do you
you.
say that? And
Because
in what way does it relate? If you could relate it to the topic, that would be good as well.
well, I come in here to listen to guys. You're all talking and talking, and take it all on board. And I think, Christ, the world's life is so complicated. It is really complex, and then we get 70 years to navigate this complex scenario. And I'm 70 years old now, and I look back on it and I think 70 years wasn't long enough to learn what to do in, if you get what I mean. You know?
Interesting. Yuzu's unmuted. Yuzu, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about the topic that we're discussing, which is how aging impacts relations between men and women? Does it make relations better or worse? What's your view on the matter?
I mean, probably makes things worse. If you talk about like sexually, if your marriage is like as women get older, they go through the menopause, and men are more likely to get erectile dysfunction, which will make the relationship more like harder.
Interesting. So you feel that the fact that the sex life is impacted in a lot of cases, that means relations will be more difficult. Will there be less respect, less love? In what way will it be impacted?
Mm.
I think I'd sort of argue for the opposite on that subject.
Go on then.
Well, as you get older, you just don't need sex like you did when you were, baby production age. It sort of drops, and I would say that, a strong marriage is stronger for not having sex. You need sex in a bad marriage. You need sex often just to keep that spark going. If you've got a real good, strong marriage, I don't think you need sex in it at all.
Wow, there's a take I haven't heard before. What do you think of that one, guys? Nobody got a comment on that? Fatima, Patsy, can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me, Paul?
I can, yeah. I'm surprised that it didn't bring a response.
Yeah, it didn't bring any response. Wow, what a bunch of fucking, lifeless fuckers.
Can I say something to W on this?
Christ on a
actually?
bike.
I just don't have a comment to that.
Okay.
Right. Speaking as a little old lady in her 70s, I've only in the course of my entire lifetime only seen one happily romantic couple.
I'm worried I'm running this live in a morgue. There was literally no life showing there, Paul. In reply, a tough crowd, as Robin says. Yeah.
Robin,
I mean, come on, have some empathy for Paul. He made a profound statement.
What he said is
Well, I was in the other room. Like, what did he say?
Yeah.
But Grump.
Look, all right, Chickpea. Let Paul say it again, and then we'll move on to you. Paul, say again what you. I want people to let it sink in what he said. What Paul said was quite profound. Paul, go ahead, mate.
I just sort of made the comment that as you get older, depending whether you've got a good marriage, a good strong marriage, or a marriage that's held together by sex, then that strong marriage doesn't sort of necessarily need any sex in it to be a good marriage. Sex becomes almost an irrelevance when you get older. I think it's more of like a spiritual sort of connection, rather than just a physical.
You mean platonic? Like it becomes platonic?
No, it's more than that. He said spiritual.
More on the platonic side. Yeah.
I could see that.
Yeah.
Graham, can I say
Well, I'm
something?
not married, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, sex is sort of when you've got all the, the hormones and the genes and the reproduction things going on, then, that's at an age when you're a lot younger. I mean, I'm 66 now, so I'm not the oldest, but I'm not in the breeding age sort of thing, and it honestly doesn't sort of bother me. I've sort of moved on from that stage.
Graham, can I say something now?
Go ahead, Choopy.
Yeah. Well, as you all know, I'm in my 70s now, and in the course of my lifetime, I've only met one truly happily married old couple. That was my aunt and uncle in Holland. And when I went this last time I saw, which would have been in the 90s, they were both sitting on the sofa, cuddled up together. And that's the only old couple I've ever seen do that. The only one couple. I've never seen it from anybody else, ever. Just that one couple. And they were a happily married couple.
Why did they have such an impact on you? Where was the evidence that they were totally head over heels in love?
Well, they were my aunt and uncle, so I knew about them anyway. I'd known them since I was a little girl, and I used to go visiting Holland a lot when I was younger. So I'd seen their life move on. They had one son, and they're the only elderly couple that I have seen. They used to snuggle up on the sofa together to watch the telly. And they'd actually snuggled up together like young people do. When you're young and watch telly, you snuggle up with your boyfriend or girlfriend. And that's the only, and they just had something about them that, they just, especially my uncle, he was such an ageless man, and he just had, I don't know, they were the only time I've ever seen, I really envied them. I envied their happiness. And as far as I know, they're still alive. God only knows. Yeah, they would be. Well, getting off at late 90s now. Haven't been home for years. But they were the only truly happily married couple I've ever seen. I mean, truly happily married, in my opinion. Envy.
There you go, guys.
It was envious. I envied them. And I envied their happiness. I envied my aunt having that.
There you go.
I don't know what the truth is about live stream, doubly, to be honest. That's why I'm a cat lady.
Yeah.
Why are you huffing and puffing at me?
I mean, has your view of male psychology changed? What do you think of the male world in general?
I love men, you know that.
No. I mean the male world, the kind of the system of the way males operate, the hierarchies, the power struggles, all these things. What do you think of all that?
Well, the sort of men that I've known in my course of my lifetime are at the bottom of the hierarchy. So, I'm at the same level as them. I think men are less status conscious than women are. What my time in the Navy, okay, told you when I was in the Wrens, female officers used to really, really pull their rank on us junior ratings, whereas the men didn't do that to each other so much. Because if I'd been in the Navy as a man, I would have done the 22 years, because I found that women can be such nasty little bullies to people beneath them that, and I've heard it as a secretary too, when I've come across women who work for with female bosses. These women bosses can be absolute bitches, power mad bitches. I hate to say it. But then, I am sexist. I'd far rather work for a man and a woman any day of the week. And I'm not being, it's sad, brutal reality, sad, brutal truth.
I'd rather work for myself or not work at all.
No, I was quite happy to work for men. It didn't worry me, but I don't like working for women because they don't half throw their weight up. They get very, they're very status conscious. Status conscious, yes.
Yeah, but I find both to be a bit burdensome.
Yeah.
They're both complicated creatures that have too many opinions and thoughts about things that they really shouldn't have. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a funny world, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a weird place. I
Now,
don't know.
would you be happy to work for a machine AI, or would you rather stick with the man?
I'd rather just work for a man because you can have a good laugh with a man. You can't have a good laugh with AI, can you?
No, you can't. Yeah. Now, have you heard this question? Oh, sorry.
So I work, I remember all the guys I worked for in my past, all the guys, and I was very fond of all of them. And I was very fond of them all. And I miss them terribly. That's why I come here. D&W reminds me of them. That London talk. Yeah.
Now I have a question for you, Chickpea. Have you heard of this question before? If you're stuck in the middle of the woods, right? Would you rather be with a bear or with a man?
I think I'd prefer to be with a man. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, the bear might decide to eat me. Much as I love bears, I don't want to be eaten by one. Yeah, I'd like to be with someone like Billy Idol or David Bowie or something. That'd be nice. Enjoyable. Sorry, have I said too much? Hello.
It's just that a lot of like females rather side with the bear than the man because they argue that like men have contributed more to like world's problems and bears are just wild animals that could eat you. But like,
oh no, I don't.
Yeah.
That. No, I don't.
What would you? Here's a question that might help with thoughts on aging and how it has maybe changed your perspective on matters, folks. And that is, what would you tell your 18-year-old self in relation to the opposite gender? Now, that question will perhaps demonstrate any wisdom you've gained, any perspectives you've gained throughout life. Have a little think about it. If you could send a message back to your 18-year-old self, what would you say to your 18-year-old self in relation to the opposite gender? Have a little think about it. Don't be glib. Don't just talk without thinking. Have a little think about it. And but whilst you're thinking about it, I'll say, anybody else want to come on? Link is below the video in the description. This is the Finding Gnosis show. Do feel free to come on. LA, you're welcome to come on and talk about that as well. We do like having LA on here for his out there takes on matters. He does get us thinking, gets the cogs moving. So yeah, anybody want to answer that question?
Yeah, I'll answer this one.
Okay, so Chippy, what would you say if you could go back in time, speak to your 18-year-old self? What would you say to yourself in relation to the opposite gender?
I would say to myself, right, first thing, when you go out dating, don't drink too much. And do not have sex until you've been together for at least 4 months or so. And yeah.
So say that again. When you go out, what?
Don't drink too much.
Mm-hmm.
And don't have sex with them until you've been together for at least 3 or 4 months.
Okay. Any other advice?
And don't take all the nonsense that you see on TV and on the films about sex and this, that, and the other. Free sex is not easy sex, is not good sex. It's very bad for you.
Okay, so that's interesting. Tell us why you would say all those things. So why would you say don't get drunk? Why would you say take it easy, don't sleep with them for 3 or 4 months? And why would you say, free sex, a kind of free love isn't all it's made out to be on the television?
Well, because I was born during this. I had my started dating during the sexual revolution, where we were all being told by Hollywood and on the TV set and the hippies, free sex, free sex. As soon as you meet someone, have sex with them and take lots of dope and drink and alcohol. And I regret that bitterly. That I didn't come to any harm, but I lived in a world where you literally would go to the pub, meet a guy, have sex with him. And it used to happen. I wasn't the only one doing it. We were all at it because that's what we were conditioned to do. And because I didn't have a proper father who I could have had that emotional relationship with, so I wouldn't go around doing stupid things like that. I was into it big time. This is all coming out of me now, the past few days again, this whole, what it did to me, the damage it does to a girl. It's terrible. It's really quite grim, actually. And it's a lot of us. Yes, a lot of us. I wasn't the only girl that fell for it, but I was probably the worst because I never had that proper father-daughter relationship. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I see. Yeah. You were searching for something you didn't have.
Yeah. So you're just looking for love and looking for approval. I never had my father's approval, and I was looking for male approval.
So how would you word it to your 18-year-old self then? What exactly would you say? I mean, there perhaps will be people out there, young adults who feel the same way. Or maybe they don't even know they feel that way.
So you don't know.
What would you say to your 18-year-old self, considering that your 18-year-old self probably isn't even aware of this matter, psychologically speaking?
Well, I wasn't aware, no, because we lived in a world where, there was a lot of drinking going on back in the 70s, back in the late 60s, early 70s. It was a sexual revolution. Hollywood was throwing it at us, all this free sex and all this instant sex. And some of my friends had proper fathers, so they didn't fall for it. But because I was the total opposite, I did fall for it. It really got me. Yeah.
Right.
I would say to a man who's got a daughter, bring your daughter up properly. Because if you don't, she's going to really screw up good and proper.
And how do you bring her up properly?
Well, a father's supposed to be there for his daughter. A proper emotional relationship. I have read somewhere that daughters look for emotional relationship with their fathers, boys look for emotional relationships with their mothers, and that's how it is. And so we married couples and people have children should recognize that and stick together for the sake of your children, seeing you've got them.
Well, I agree with you, Chickpea, but I think that it also affects many gay men the same way that you're talking about when they're raised by. When they're raised by single mothers, they basically seek validation from men, and that was like something that I put in my first book. But there's a lot of things that I didn't know.
Yeah, my brother's gay, right? And I know for a fact, my brother was a baby, right? My mother, I never saw my mother ever kiss him, cuddle him, play a bit of football with him, or do whatever a woman's supposed to do with her little boy, take him out the swings or anything like that. Never. My brother, if you're brought up like that and you never ever get a kiss or a cuddle, when you get to the age of 15, 16, you start dating, you're actually in a situation where you can't reach out and cuddle somebody without having a ton of alcohol inside you. And that's once you start using alcohol as that prop, the road is downhill. You've already lost. It's very sad.
Chickpea, thank you for that. Does anybody else want to answer that question? I mean, LA, you're gay, but in relation to the opposite gender, what would you, if you?
Why does it have to be about the opposite gender? I can't answer that question. I don't have.
Well, no, you can actually, because you can think about your mother, your female relations, your female bosses, friends. Is there anything you'd say about to your 18-year-old self, or do you think it would have mattered? Is there anything is there anything that could have helped you in life?
Just because
it's an interesting thought. Is there anything in your life, you could have improved with an understanding of females?
just because she's my mother, just because she's a woman, does not mean that she's like that she's not capable of causing harm. Like don't give her a free pass just because she's a woman. Don't let her abuse you and just like, oh, she's a woman, so it's okay. Like hold her accountable. Don't let her ruin your life.
Yeah.
When she does do things like you, well, I don't know if it depends on how far back you want to go. I almost wish I would have hit her back when she was hitting me and abusing me.
LA, you know what, LA, you are such a joy to me because you say what you resonate with me on all this. You really do. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I felt like because she was a single mother and she just always dogged my father, and I just felt like she had it so bad, and she always like manipulated me and like tried to make me feel sorry for her. Meanwhile, she was abusing me and my brother. So I didn't see that when I was younger. Um,
You
and
don't.
yeah, and she knew what she was doing the whole time, and that's
Yeah.
the whole thing. But because she was a woman and I was a man, it's like you're a man, suck it up. Like, no, I'm not going to suck it up. And it took me a long time to go no contact with her because I realized she didn't. I mean, I tolerated her for years, even though I knew that she didn't care about me. I just felt like it was my duty. I was her son, and I just had to be respectful. And then it just became untenable.
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying, LA. 100%. Because my mother did the same to my brother. You know, because I never once, ever saw her kiss that little boy or kiss him as a grown up. Never, ever seen it. I don't know why she had us children.
Well, I think that I don't know. I think that I've been so turned off because of what I experienced with my mother. I don't
Yeah.
look at women that way. I see women as somebody like people who can dominate me. They can hit me, but I'm not allowed to hit them back. Somebody who just like you basically have to sacrifice your happiness for them because they're just, I guess they're more vulnerable. So you just don't matter, and you're the man, and you should just always put them. I can't look at women as somebody who I would find desirable as a partner because I just see it as and it's like an unegalitarian dynamic where you're the man and you have to play a role and she has to play her role. I don't see that way. I don't feel that way when it comes to men. It's like we're equals. Like if you hit me, I can hit you back. If you yell at me, I can yell at you back, and it's just like equal.
Yeah. I suspect Raymond, my brother, who I very rarely talked to because our parents kept us divided, so we didn't form a link, would say all the same things as you're saying. You know what? They used to keep us apart. When he was a baby, the bitch wouldn't let me play with him. Fucking bitch. Sorry about this, D&W. Childhood's back.
So why, D&W, why can't I talk about what I learned about men? I mean, why does it have to be...
I was going to let you do that actually. No, I wanted to hear that perspective first, and then go ahead, do that as well. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess what the advice I would give to my younger self would be don't, no man is going to actually fill the role of your father. Basically don't submit, I would say don't become too attached. Basically get what you can get out of it. If it's just fun, that's one thing, but don't fall in love. Don't have all of these fantasies about being in some like loving relationship. That's not reality. And don't fall for the manipulation. Like see it for what it is and get what you want out of it. But don't put them first. Put yourself first.
Interesting. And would you have that same advice for everybody, or for all 18-year-olds who in general, whether they're straight or gay?
Yes. It should be.
Would you like to give that advice to youngsters now, young adults out there in the world. Give the advice to them that you feel should have been given to you.
I would.
Go ahead then. Sorry. Address the younger adults out there, the lost sheep, as it were, the people who haven't got somebody to advise them. Feel free to take on that role now, but be very careful.
I don't know. My advice would be for gay men. I can't give advice for straight men. I don't know what they go through.
What about women?
I mean, I don't know. I can only give one piece of advice.
I mean,
don't.
you have an experience of men, obviously, yeah, they're gays, but would you have any advice for women in relation to men? Do you see any possible transferable knowledge from you being a gay man to a woman being with men? Can you relate to them on some level? Is there something you could share that might help them?
I would say don't save your virginity for the so-called right one, because the right man does not exist, and it actually causes more damage for you to wait, because you spend all these years saving yourself, and then you realize he's an asshole. You're more traumatized by it, and then you actually feel some sort of obligation to be with him, even though he is an asshole, and you don't want to be a slut, so you're going to stay with him anyway, and yeah, it's not for your benefit. It's for his benefit. They have insecurity about having to compete with men, and so they don't know how they're going to measure up if you've been with other men. So they will try to make you feel guilty because you've had sex, but you should enjoy sex the same way men do.
There you go. Right, we have a newbie, well, a regular, but he's just arrived on the panel today. Robin, good to have you back, sir.
What's up?
Would you like to make some comments, general comments on men versus women? Does aging make relations between men and women better or worse in your view?
It changes. As you get older, you change. The people around you change, so therefore your relationships with them change. I wanted to say most of all that first of all,
Can you speak closer to your microphone, please, Robin?
those of us that were unfortunate enough to be born in the 2000s and above, or be alive in the 2000s above, the whole way that humans interact with each other is nothing like the way that we were supposed to interact with each other. For 300,000 years almost, so minus 2,000 years, we lived in tribal groups. We lived in small family groups, and those small family groups needed each other to survive. They literally needed each other. And yes, you would be in contact with neighboring tribes, but if you chose a life partner, that life partner would either have to leave their tribe or you'd have to go to the other person's tribe, and then you would become a part of a brand new family group, which has its plus points and it has its negative points as well. Like Peanut was saying, women can be extremely horrible to each other in the workplace. And I believe that that's a vestige of tribal life, because within a tribal family, everybody had their place within it, within that hierarchy. And to have a low place in the hierarchy is never a good thing. As many people have said before, I'd rather be the guy that's on the top than the guy that's on the bottom. And I think that women have forgotten what function that used to serve, because most people aren't aware that up until extremely recently, we used to live in a tribal setting. And there was always time to get to know the people that you would eventually have a sexual relationship with, because you'd been living with them for most of your life. You didn't meet them on a Saturday night in a pub when you were drunk. You actually knew them. You see who they were, what they were worth, what they were about. And you would, on those bases, you would form an opinion of who you would want to have a relationship with. And you would also realize if you did have a sexual relationship with that person, no matter what happens, you're still going to have to live with that person after it ends. And I think that that's changed the entire makeup of how humans relate to each other today, because we're so isolated. It's so easy to walk away from each other. It's so easy to move across the world, and you could find yourself in amongst strangers in less than 24 hours. So I don't even think that we attach the same value to relationships as we used to.
That's really interesting. That's a really interesting, insightful perspective there. Thanks for sharing it. But what about the whole aging thing then? Be that as it may, maybe we have changed on a societal level how we interact with each other. But as an individual, what about aging? Do you think it changes the way people relate to each other, genders relate to each other, men and women? Do you think I don't know, what does it do? Does it waken them up to each other's flaws, or do they become more understanding, more loving? What do you think happens with aging? Does it make relations between men and women better or worse?
Well, as I said, life has phases. So you have your child phase till you're 16, and then you go on and you have your reproductive phase until you're 30. And then after you're 30, your relationships become more focused on your work environment, um, the contact, how much value do they have, that other person have, so that you can look after your own family, your own kids, pay your own rent. And then later on in life, above 60, the relationships change again, because you've all been through it now. You all understand that life isn't as easy as you think it was going to be, and that, like the other guy said, that sex drive has kind of, it's died down, and that's not the main pursuit. Like between 16 and 30, you know, who your partner is way more important, so that you can show off to your business colleagues, or your family, or I've got a good man, or I found a good woman. So once you're past 60, all of that becomes irrelevant, and it becomes more about who can I get on with, who understands me, you know. So yeah, the relationships between, for both men and women, are constant, and the dynamic of what makes a relationship important is constantly changing within those three separate, you know, 30-year periods of life. So yeah, it gets easier as you're older to have a relationship with a woman or a man, but whether that's going to be a sexual relationship is not nearly as important as it would have been in the previous 30 years.
Thank you. Thank you. You had a lot to say there, Robin. Wonderful stuff. Um, Paul, I haven't heard from you yet on this matter that we were discussing. Oh, actually, Robin, you'll have to think about this question as well. I'll come back to you on it. Paul, if you could go back in time and meet your 18-year-old self, or send a message to your 18-year-old self, what would you say to him in relation to the opposite gender? Paul is muted. If anybody else is there and hasn't answered that question and they're available to speak, please do.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul's back. Paul's back.
Yeah. Sorry, Dane W. Yeah, I'd explain the perils of narcissism to you know, to my alter ego is the wrong word, isn't it? But yeah, to my younger self.
Yeah.
Explain the perils of, but that would be extremely difficult, because my mother was a narcissist, and it's the parental narcissist that sort of puts the hooks into you that make you blind,
And it sets you up as to what to look for.
Yeah, that's right.
Would you like to maybe describe how you know your mother was a narcissist?
Oh God, I never ever had a. I can never ever remember having a cuddle offer. You know, and you know, the lots of lots of things that they're almost like insights now. That it's not like remembering it. It's like having something today that you should have had, 60 years ago or something. It's odd, when you have assumed sort of your behaviour's perfectly normal for all your life, and then you find out that, oh my God, that isn't normal. It takes some adjusting too, to be honest. It's like unlearning a lot of the things that you grew up with, and that sounds quite easy, but it's really, really hard.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
look, you got an opportunity now to speak to other young adults who may be in a similar situation to what you were in, or maybe facing possibility of having similar life experiences. You might have an opportunity to impart some wisdom to them here. Go ahead, speak as if you're trying to save someone from the path that life brought you down.
Yeah. Well, it's really, really difficult because this is a narcissistic society. So I'm talking against just about everything, but everyone believes in, including most of the politicians and the world leaders. That they're all in this narcissistic sort of cult that's sort of accepted widely, and it's just the way the world's gone, unfortunately, and it doesn't make it right. It's absolutely insidious and awful, but they're capable of manipulation and the control, and it's so subtle the way they do it that you don't even realize till you're in this confused brain fog state. And the advice I would give would be sort of make yourself aware of it, by trying to educate yourself with the people who do talk about narcissism, and the real insidious sort of dangers of it. It's real, and it's demonic, and it's completely evil. It's not just everyone has a generalization of a narcissistic person as being like a grandiose, sort of bigger gobshite type of person, and there's so much more worse than that. The covert malignant ones, it's horrible. It's I can't sort of overemphasize how evil it is.
Shocking. I'm really sorry, Paul, that you seem to have been really through it, not once but twice, with women who were extremely influential in your life, your mother and your ex-wife.
Yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
glad you figured it out,
girlfriend.
and a girlfriend as well.
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, I seem to have been a magnet for them all my life, to be honest.
No, you said something interesting there. You said we're living in a narcissistic society. What do you mean by that, and how does that reflect on matters that we're
No lie
discussing
there.
here, as in relations between men and women? Could you maybe expand on that a little bit and try and
Well,
relate it to relations
yeah.
between men
I
and
mean, one of
women?
the big
You're obviously older now, and you might have a wider scope of experience and wisdom that you could impart to us.
well, I mean, one of the things that you just can't get your head round is the pathological sort of lying they do, and the complete lack of empathy. That they really don't love anybody, including the children. They have no empathy whatsoever. And when you see the politicians and world leaders, that the way they sort of send people to war, and the issue these diktats to the the controlling authority, the military and the police and everybody, then they can do that because they have no empathy for the people who's going to be the victims of these acts. So it's absolutely horrendous, and I just don't know any answers to it apart from it's all just a story.
It's all just a story.
It's all just a story.
What do you mean by that? By the way, hello to Objective Ethics. Good to see you here, brother.
Yeah, well,
what do you mean by that? It's all just a story.
Hey, Objective Ethics, what's up?
I'll be going too far off topic, and it's
no. It's obviously we've got plenty of time. Sometimes we meander into little sideshows, no problem. So it would be interesting to hear what you mean by that. It's all just a story. What do you mean?
Narratives.
It's I'm non-dual. I've had sort of several glimpses, and the world really is just one. It's almost impossible to describe, and so. And I probably sound like a madman when I, if I do sort of try and describe it. But if you see I've seen the reality of reality, the absolute, if you will, and and I've had the complete no self experience as well, and you are everything. You are God. You're far more magnificent than you can ever imagine, because you're everything, and because you're everything, you can't see anything because you're seeing yourself everywhere. That's I'm quite aware that I sound mad as a bloody hatter by saying that, but that till you've seen it, till you've had the insight, then that's just this comes with a verification of authenticity for one. You've got to have these insights for you to realize that these things are real, and this is just a story.
And how does that help you? How does that help you in relation to life ongoing, and also in relation to this topic of relations between men and women?
Well, I mean, Ramana Maharshi sort of he likened it to the stories like watching a movie on the screen, and so the life that you are having now and the conversation we're having and everyone else who's listening to it, we're all characters in that story on the screen. So if you can witness the screen and the things what's happening on the screen as a story, then you haven't got all that anxiety when you think you're really in that movie, and it's so freeing to have that like separation, I suppose. Yep, make any sense?
Interesting.
Very, very deep, Paul. It's so deep. I think
Can
it
I
will
add
take a
to
while
what Paul's
to.
saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Remember, I was talking about that tribal thing. How well do we really know the people that we fall in love with? Where do we know them from? Do we know their parents? Do we know their brothers? Do we know their sisters? And we live in a society where somebody can move 100 miles up the road and they can completely reinvent themselves, or trying to reinvent themselves, because they made themselves so unpopular back in their home community that they think, oh, if I could just reinvent myself, I would be more attractive to the opposite, to the opposite sex. I will be more successful. But within tribal living, they've known you your whole life. They've seen you around. They might not have been your best friend, but they've seen you around. They know of your parents. They know. And in a situation like that, it becomes much harder to pretend to reinvent yourself, if you see what I mean. So modern living allows what Paul's talking about. It allows narcissism in a completely different way, and it rewards narcissism in a completely different way as well. And people can get away with it because normally the tribe would be like, oh, you want to watch out for that one, because when push comes to shove, they don't put the tribe first. And so the trap is even more dangerous today because it's so much harder to truly know the people that you become romantically involved with.
Look, I think there's a lot of truth in what he says. There's a lot of truth in what he says. We definitely are strangers meeting in the night, and people
Hell
don't
yeah.
know each other's histories, and it can be extremely problematic, especially when committing to people. I think that's very well said, Robin. Now, we have social experimentalist here. Danny, we are talking about men versus women, and we're talking about aging in particular, and how the aging process, the aging experience affects relations between men and women, and whether it makes the relations better or worse. What's your view on the matter? And also we have a further question, which is, if you could go back in time to speak to your 18-year-old self or send a message to your 18-year-old self, what would you tell him about women? They're the two questions. Danny, take it away. The floor is yours.
I'm not really sure what to say other than I think that women, unfortunately, have been cursed with the bodily parts which affect their whole thinking, and they've been cursed with the body parts which unfortunately means that they have periods, which is awful. But it's awful for them. I mean, I don't know what it's like, obviously, from experience, but it looks, I'd hate to have periods. And that periods can cause immense pain and can cause big change in swings in hormones and moods. And for me, it's all about metacognition. It's about the ability to stand outside of your programming and be able to see what's really going on, which is something, which I say is a diabolical DNA con. And for women, it seems that it's much harder to see that because of their body parts and because they're all set up to reproduce, which is the diabolical DNA con. And so that means that, from my experience, I've met very few women who are able to see that. Even though there are a lot of child-free women, many of them are not child-free. They don't see how their body as a curse. They see it as as fine, and they just choose to be child-free. The only person that I've really come across that sees through it all is Against Life 1000, the YouTuber. I did an interview with her, and she clearly said that that she sees that her reproductive organs as a curse. So I think that makes it difficult for women to have metacognition and to see through this diabolical DNA con.
Jaw-dropping stuff. Danny, what about if you went back in time? What would you say to your 18-year-old self about women?
I'd say stay away from them.
You would, in all seriousness, you mean you've been married to a lovely woman? Would you really say that?
It's a lovely woman.
And why? And why?
She's a lovely woman, but she managed to persuade me. She didn't even have to persuade me because it was the culture that persuaded me. But she together with me, we created 3 bundles of problems, otherwise known as children. and that, you know, that's what Eve, the archetypal woman, did. She tempted Adam, and then I think the way I interpret it is that the apple is sex. So she tempted Adam, and then they reproduced, and that's when all the problems started. So I would say to my 18-year-old, just stay away from them.
But do you think your 18-year-old self would have listened to you?
No, of course not. I would have first given them an absolute massive slapping.
So you would have beaten up your 18-year-old
I
self?
was
is that what you're saying?
I beat the living daylights out of them. Absolutely. An absolute fool.
Oh dear.
Fool and ignorant moron.
You know, Danny, it's not, what is it, about 20 years ago maybe, you were on YouTube saying everything is okay?
Yep.
And that I did like that. So obviously your 18-year-old self would have been thinking everything was okay, everything was great.
No, that wasn't really the point of that. It was a kind of sarcastic thing. I don't know what it was.
I think that, for my view of that, it was like basically kind of against the kind of general negative kind of news, kind of rat race kind of view that, you know, everyone should be stressed all the time, you know?
I don't know what it was. I had the where that came from is that one day about 20 years ago, I had this kind of coach. She was like a spiritual coach. I don't know how to describe her. And she, so somehow some thought popped into my mind, go to Speaker's Corner, which for anybody who doesn't know what that is, there's a corner of Hyde Park in the central London every Sunday where, I mean, you can see it online on YouTube, those of it, where anybody can get up and speak. And I had made myself a sign, a two-sided sign. And on the one side, it said, don't believe anyone, including me. And on the other side, it said, everything is okay. And that's where it all came from.
Okay, so it was like a comedy take, considering everyone was going mad around you. Everyone was going mad around you. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, thanks for that. Brother Marcus, good to have you here. The topic is men and women. How does aging change our perspective, our relations between as a man with women or as a woman with a man? What do you think of this topic, and maybe any what are your ideas on it?
Anecdotally, I think it got easier for me as I aged, but I think my case might be a little bit unique because I grew up around women. So most of my friends are women. Most of my bosses were women. So it's actually rare that I have a lot of male influences in my life. So, but I'd say in early 20s, there was always this can women and men be friends kind of thing that was going around. And I think as you age, that shit goes away. And it depends on your social circles. It depends on your culture. It depends on traditions and stuff like that. But for me, anecdotally, it's gotten easier. We don't have these types of conversations anymore. We're just like chill and it's all good.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know why Danny said, "Oh dear, Brother Marcus."
Well, he's been surrounded by women.
Oh,
being surrounded.
Okay. What about you, Brother Marcus? Would you give yourself any advice as an 18-year-old, if you could, about women?
I have to think about that for a second. I didn't. I just popped on. I didn't hear the whole.
I appreciate Brother Marcus saying that he was surrounded by good, strong women, and that's a good start. I think lots of people here in the chat, when they were growing up, they didn't have that tribe around them, because when your dad comes up short, you've got the tribe. When your mum comes up short, you've got the tribe. When both your parents come up short, you've got your grandparents. You're a much stronger individual. You don't have to take any one individual's word for who you should be, what you should be doing, and how you should be doing it. because you've been brought up in a tribe. Now, I'm not talking about a cult, because these are these modern day tribes, and what these cults don't realize is that they're not really a tribe. There's one leader who's pushing their way of thinking on everybody else that trickles down. I'm talking about a natural tribe, one that's been in existence for generations, and you're a stronger person when you have that. The problem with today is that a family is considered to be mum and dad and the kids, and that's not a family. And most people don't even get that. They just either get the one or the other. They've got a dad or a mum, and that is not a good, stable way to learn how to deal with a world that can be extremely hostile at times.
I have an answer, DNW. I think as I aged, I do think that the social norms are like a social construct. At the same time, I think in my 20s, I didn't respect that these are still norms that are okay. So, for example, there's some ideas about how we process interpersonal issues or how we process life in general. So, for example, a stereotypical one that I'll use as an exemplar is, you know how some women complain that men are always solution-driven or problem-solving driven, and they just want to place someone to hold space for them to vent out their frustrations? This is a common thing that happens in relationships. I think that that's valid, and when someone communicates that, you should respect that. At the same time, if someone processes difficulties in life, maybe they don't want to sit and talk for an hour. So, for example, my female friends, they'll say, do you want to talk and vent and talk about the emotions? I'm like, no, I want to do something. I want an action-oriented problem-solving thing. That's how I process it. And I think in my youth, I didn't respect the way that I have an inclination to that type of sense of being, because if I'm surrounded by people who aren't like that, it makes me feel like the black sheep. And so now that I got older, I just respect myself more, because I recognize that this is my automatic response. This is like my cognitive heuristics about how I engage in the world, and I don't make any I don't apologize for that.
Wow. Very deep and thoughtful there, Brother Marcus. Thank you for that. You even brought heuristics into it. A nice word. Now,
DW.
I want to... Oh, okay, Chippy, go ahead. Then I want to ask a question.
I was just saying about Robin just said. I think what Robin's just said is probably what is a major problem for millions of us, what he's just said about the whole family thing and the tribe and everything. Because that's what screwed me up good and proper, and it really did. And I didn't even realise, if that makes any sense. Oh, it sounds ridiculous. I shouldn't know that, but I didn't even realise.
Why didn't you realise?
Well, because from the age of, well, you know yourself, from the age of 6, 7, I went to 12 different schools with the army. You know, 12 different army camps. It was just constant move. I went to 5 different schools. I went to 12 different schools in 5 different countries. It's enough to screw anyone up, isn't it, really? When I look back on it all.
And what about your view of, you often talk about the proletariat, and when you think of these, do you have some pity for men, like at the working man? Is that shaped because of your experience of men? You know,
I haven't had
soldiers. What?
I haven't had a bad experience. I mean, I've had
your observations of how men exist and the struggles they go through. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I wouldn't like to be a man, and I wouldn't like to have sex with a woman. That's for sure. Men.
Did you tell us why on both accounts?
Why would I want to?
Wait, Chickpea, you never were like experimental, like in your youth, like about like exploring alternate like territory.
Oh, no, never. Good Lord, no. And I can understand why men are gay, and I can well understand why men are gay. That makes perfect sense to me.
Chippy, tell us why on both accounts, though, because you said you have a lot of pity for men. And
Not pity, but yeah. I wouldn't like to be a man.
Go on, tell us why.
I'm far happier being a female than being a man.
Why?
Oh, why? Oh, good Lord. I've never stopped to think about it, but I would not like to try and live with a woman 24/7. That's already sure.
What's wrong with women?
I wouldn't like to live with one, that's for sure. But I wouldn't.
Why?
Because I find women, I agree. I find women very, very hard work, actually.
And by the way, guys, this is a woman speaking. I'm saying that for the algorithm.
I find women. Somebody on here did comment about the bitchiness of women. It wasn't me that said it. Was one of the guys said it. Now I find women very, very not all women, all right, but I find women can be very, very. They always want everything their way. There's no 50-50. I just prefer men.
Generalization.
Also, the idea that the opposite would be true is kind of funny. Like men want things their way as well, right?
I've found that men tend to, on the whole, be more 50-50-ish than women are, from my life experience. And I'm just talking my life.
Is that because they were trying to get something out of you, maybe?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Do you think men would treat other men the same way they treated you?
Would they treat me so? Would they treat you? Well, like I said, I've been in the armed forces, so I was treated by men in the same way as men would have treated my male colleagues. Okay, so I have been in that situation where I've been treated like a man. I had to go on the parade ground and stomp my stuff. I had to learn how to survive on a little minesweeper for a few days. So I have been done exactly the same thing as men do.
Do you think, Chickpea, men are kinder to men than women are kinder to women?
Yes.
You do. Why? And explain why you say that.
Because men are far, far less authoritarian than women are. I told you, women, give a woman a bit of power, and I hate to say this, but they become such bossy, I'm in charge type of person that it's one of the reasons I left the Navy. I could cope great with all the men, even the captain, no problem. But oh my goodness, when a woman petty officer came along, it was like some sort of commandeer behavior. Women can be very, very authoritarian, far more. Well, they can be. I hate to say it. They can be.
They can be, but not in all cases, surely.
Well, not in all cases, no, but you tend to find it in the workplace.
But men can be as well. Men can be arseholes as well, right?
Well, speaking from my experience on the workplace, okay, I'm just talking about the workplace now. I've always preferred to have a man boss as opposed to a female boss, and it's always been like that. There's never been an exception to it, ever. And I don't hate women, but I just think that men, I'm a bit sexist, I guess. Yes, I like to see men in charge. I don't want to see a woman working as a fireman because I don't agree with it. And I think it's all gone too far. All of it.
Okay,
I'm not saying
thanks for that.
You don't like what I said.
Still there? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Chickpea. If you want
don't
to
like what I just said, do you?
No, you can say what you want. I don't really care.
No, I love men. I don't love women. Okay, right, fine. I love men. I don't love women.
Yeah.
On the whole.
It's your opinion.
Yes. You should be pleased. You.
Why? Why should I be pleased? Doesn't bother me who you like.
Oh, fine. F off. You can.
Yeah. Well, are you trying to say that because DNW is a man, therefore he should take some solace in that?
I don't know. I'm just messing about. I mean, we've known each other for 15 months now.
Yeah. Okay. And I've already adopted her. You weren't here, Brother Marcus. She said she woke up this morning and she realized the reason she likes my show is because she didn't have a good father figure, and somehow she thinks I'm her father figure. So I've adopted her. She's now my adopted daughter, who's 30 years older than me.
No, that's not. Isn't he being very naughty? Now the thing is, guys, everybody, listen. Okay, I've been coming here for 18 months, 15 months. I'm using it as a therapy center. This is for me group therapy, and it's helping me. and it is helping me.
I feel like
LA says what
wrong?
he doesn't like is that women get to be abusive and then hide behind sexism. They say, if I were a man, you would congratulate me, but because I'm a woman, I get called a bitch.
You see
Yeah.
now that wouldn't work in a proper tribal structure, because the first person that would have defended LA would have been the other women in the tribe, because like Chickpea says, there is nobody on the face of the planet Earth that is more critical of other women than women.
Yes,
Women
thank you.
can be extremely hard on themselves, in my opinion, sometimes too hard. But they can be extremely hard, and especially when they consider what I like to call their own territory. Now, a woman sitting in her own home is super powerful. She is in her castle, and most women respect that. They go, okay, this is your space. You're the boss in your space, and the opposite is true. But when it comes to the workplace, now it's a public space, but women tend to view it as their own personal space, whereas men don't. Men see the workplace as the workplace.
Yeah. Well said, Robin. I didn't know what. Yeah, I didn't know that. That's what I didn't know.
I started a very, very, very long time ago. I knew that there was something wrong with the world. I ended up in a children's home at a very young age, and I wasn't very happy about it. And I spent a long time trying to convince the gatekeepers, which were adults around me, you've made a terrible mistake. I get why you've done this, but you've made a terrible mistake. And can I just please go back home now? Because I've met children that come from bad homes, and I don't come from one of them, and they wouldn't listen to me. So in later life, I began to look for systems that do function. And believe it or not, I found myself looking at the tribes of the world and watching first contact videos and trying to find out how the isolated of people of the world do things. And they do things much, much differently than we do. We think that the Japanese have got different culture than us, or I don't know, the people from Timbuktu have got a different culture than us. But any one of these ones that have been brought into this so-called modern world, they've all got things in similarity, and their societies don't function in exactly the same way as ours don't. But when you look at the indigenous people of the world, they do everything completely differently, and they're much happier than us.
Yes. Yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. Patsy, are you there?
Robin, like I was saying, Robin, I've never had an extended. I was ripped away from my extended family when I was 7 years old, and I've had nothing since. There's been no extended family, no nothing. It's all been one big, and I'm paying the price for it still.
Okay.
In fact, it's so bad. The Aboriginal people of Australia, before the Europeans arrived, the biggest punishment you could ever give another human being would be to ostracize them from the tribe. They had a ceremony where if you'd done something that they believed was unforgivable, and the village heads would get together. It would be the women and men, and they would both get together and they would say, sorry, what you've done, we cannot forgive you. So therefore, we cease to recognize you as one of us. And when they said that, it was literally as if they could not see that person anymore. That person would end up leaving, trying to find something better. But then they normally would not be accepted into another tribe because they were a stranger, and it was normally a death sentence.
Yes.
Which literally means that all of us that was born into small family groups, which is just mum, dad, or somebody that was forced to leave their home at a very young age, let's say 16.
Yeah, 17 here, yeah.
They have literally been given, in Aboriginal terms, a death sentence.
Oh, thank you, Robin. Thank you for that. That's
Oh,
really good.
Chippy.
Guys, I want to bring Ricardo in. Ricardo's
What's
here.
up? How's it going?
Ricardo, we're talking
Hello.
about
Hey, Ricardo, what's up?
We're talking about aging and how it changes relations between men and women. What do you think aging does? Does it make relations between men and women better or worse, in your opinion?
Yeah, well, I was thinking about it. I'm 50, so I've had quite a few relationships over the years. I guess my first one was when I was 17. So yeah, my last one was like a year or so ago, just ended with a girl I loved. So yeah, I think we can learn a lot from each other's experience, and hopefully we can. I can personally, I can find someone that I can love and grow old together with, and just understand that we've got difference. Men and women have differences. They age differently, maybe, but we can still, I don't know, like we can still be happy and live enjoy a healthy sex life. At our ages, it's great.
When you say the title of the show, like, does aging make relations between genders better or worse? Are you talking about romantic relations or friendship relations? Relations? What type of relations are you talking about?
Yeah, it was all kind of Annie and all relations between men and women. Yeah, just do we have different views on the opposite gender as we age, and how does that impact us and our relations with the people of the opposite gender in our life as we go onwards?
Yeah, I'd like to think with that we as men and women, we learn more from each other as we get older and gain experience and possibly wisdom. So it should get easier, but I know there's some people, I've met some people that would just have too many bad relationships or bad experiences with the opposite sex or the same sex if they're gay. That they just go off people entirely. Maybe just switch to cats or dogs instead.
Yes,
I think youthful exuberance counts for so much. What you've got on your side as a young person, 16, is that you are naive. You've never had a relationship before. You go into every single relationship thinking that it is going to last a lifetime. You're blissfully unaware of all of the less attractive side of yourself because you spend so much time concentrating on the most attractive sides of yourself. And you measure everybody by that same thing. So you look at the potential partner and you go, oh, I like that about her. I like that about her. My mate Fred likes her. Let's have some sex because that's fun. And you don't even think about what might happen afterwards. And then you're like, okay, so now we've had sex with each other. So we have some kind of obligation towards each other. Yet both of you have absolutely no idea what the rest of your life's going to look like. And of course it's going to go wrong because then you start placing expectations on that other person. And I'm going to blame the ladies here most. They're like, yeah, you're good looking. I like you. You're funny. You make me laugh. But my girlfriends will respect you a hell of a lot more if you're an extremely productive person. And as a male, you might be like, well, I don't want to be extremely productive. I just want to, chill out, have some fun in life. And that's where it all goes wrong. And then everybody gets hurt. And then every single relationship after that, you're going, well, I don't want to feel the way I did when that first relationship went wrong. And so now the dynamics have already changed.
I respect other people's preferences regardless of where they come from. If someone wants a productive man, go hang out with productive men. If I don't want to be that productive man, I don't have to be that productive man. I'll hang out with other people.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to fit a arbitrary role. Yeah.
Ricardo, I put Lala up for you, but DW didn't expand it.
No, I
Go
saw.
ahead if
I
GP, if
saw
you
it.
want to. Go ahead.
But
I appreciated it. Thank you. Thank you,
you
Chief.
saw her. Oh,
Ricardo,
you saw her. Sorry.
Ricardo, if you could go back in time
Mm.
to your 18-year-old self, what would you say to him about females?
Oh God. I don't know. Do some research, maybe. Like read up on some books on the subject. Maybe.
Books? What? Really?
Yeah, you can learn a lot from books, dude.
You know
I'm
how
not
you can
saying-
learn? Just hang out with women. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like hanging out with women. I've done quite a lot of it, but I don't know that that's the answer. I don't know.
Okay. What kind of books?
Schopenhauer.
Relationship.
David Hume.
Aristotle.
Schopenhauer.
Guys, Objective Ethics is backstage, so I'm just going to let Yuzu Lemon, I'm going to put you backstage for a little while, and then when there's a space free, I'll bring you back on, because you haven't said anything in a long time, okay, Yuzu? But don't worry, I'll bring you back on straight away when there's a spot.
I can get off, but I want to say before I leave, I have always gotten along better with men. I don't know why.
But Patsy,
I mean,
what would you say? What would you say to your 18-year-old self about men, if you could go back in time to send them a message? Send yourself a message. Sorry, your 18-year-old self.
I find that's a harder question when you ask.
I would say
Objective ethics.
don't follow your heart first of all, and don't look for money. Don't look for prestige. Look for the person, what they're on the inside, because that's what you're going to end up with. Okay, in the end.
Yeah.
Sex is going to go out the door one day. Yeah, it does. It actually does. So that's going to go out the door if you intend to stay with them. If you're going to find somebody you love for their inward self. And if you want to make some money, make some money. You know, you can go out there and make some money.
You mean?
And you can both share in that together.
Okay. I see.
So that's what I'm thinking about that. But
thank you, Patsy. Please stick around, because I want to ask another question a little bit, and I do need a female perspective. And yeah, we're running low on females here, so I don't want to put it all on Chickpea's shoulders. So please hang around for a little bit, Patsy.
But as far as male and female, yeah, I definitely prefer. I always have men. Even when I was a kid, I'd always go over to the little boys and talk to them. The girls were petty. They were competitive. Snotty. Snide, and they're always comparing you to another person, and it's just drama and everything else. But it just wasn't worth it. The men were a lot easier, and I can relate to it better.
Well, why? Yeah, but why do they have to always be separate? Like, why you're making distinctions constantly between men and women, as if men only hang. A lot of men only hang out with men, and women only hang out with women. Why can't everyone just...
There is. I think you'd have to be delusional to say there isn't a very special dynamic going on in terms of when women are young, they are in competition with each other for suitors, and they do, and that does make them neurotic.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy duty.
They're looking for someone to look after them.
Objective
And this may even be a subconscious thing. It may not even be. It may not even be something they're overtly obvious of, but
Ricardo, women look. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Women look for men who have got status and good earning potential to look after.
I'm aware of that.
And how does this impact female to female relations in schools,
Well,
in workplace?
we're all competing for the same. There's the top 8, there's the top 10% of men, and then there's the 90%. The women want the top 10% by virtue of the fact that we want somebody who can provide us with a nice home to have our babies in, and that's the reality of it all. I didn't.
Sure.
But
so does it make women? Do women's claws come out when they're dealing with each other?
God, don't you believe it?
No, I do believe it. I do believe it. I'm saying I've heard this before. That's why I brought it
Yeah, it's
up.
awful.
So
Yeah,
I'd say that's why I said to Ricardo, there is something going on. Like it is.
yeah.
Sometimes women aren't nice to each other.
No, it's quite it's quite heavy
It's the
duty. I
com-
thought you
it's
guys
the
knew
com-
that about us women.
it's the competition. I think it's that they feel they have to compete for a really good man, and I guess there aren't that many. They don't seem like there's that many really good men out there.
Yeah, there isn't. Good men's hard to find.
Not easy for men either. So
I'm confused. You say the women have to compete for the really good man. Why are the men competing for the good women?
Well, they do it too, but they don't seem to fight about it like we do. Us women, I've come across it. It's absolutely horrendous.
And that's why I'm confused. Why aren't they as snotty and snide and competitive and about the women?
Well, that's why I prefer to be with men.
Yeah, right.
Men don't do it so much.
Exactly. They're so laid back.
I think part of it may be that at the end of the day, it is the woman's choice ultimately. So there's no point in a man fighting with another man to try and get a woman when it is up to the woman.
Yes. Ultimately, it is. Yes.
Yeah.
If the woman doesn't like a male, then he's not going to get anything. But men generally will be more. Let's just say, we might throw it around a little bit more, perhaps less hesitant to put it somewhere.
If I may.
Yeah.
When I said
everything you say, I agree with you totally. I know when I was young, it was a horror show sometimes. Absolute horror show.
Brother Marcus wants to speak, and then we'll bring in objective ethics. Go ahead, Brother Marcus.
When I said I grew up with, and still do, hang out with women, I want to clarify something that, not. So I grew up in the country, and so it's like mostly in my childhood development, I was around women who were on the farm. They were picking up hay barrels. They were playing hockey. They were goalies. They were strong women. And then I go into the city, and and I meant physically. And then the expression of your gender, I think, depends on your social environment and your natural environment. So when I've also noticed, like, when people talk about men and women, well, an American woman or man is different than a Canadian man or woman. That is different than a Caribbean or a Latin or a African or a British. Like, we're all expressing our individuality through these cultural lenses. So the men that I meet in the Caribbean or in Latin America or in Britain, those aren't going to be the same types of men that I'm going to be interacting with in Canada. It's going to be different expressions of oneself. And also it's going to happen with women as well. So it's just an added nuance about when someone makes generalizations based on just these two genders, because the way those genders get expressed is very cultural, psychosocial kind of thing.
Yeah, I've noticed that here. Because there's a lot of British people on here, and me, and they just act a little bit different. Yeah, you're right.
I'm British.
Me too.
Objective ethics, mate. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you have to say about aging and how it impacts relations between men and women? Do you think it makes relations better or worse? What are your thoughts on it?
Thank you for bringing me up, brother. Really enjoyed the time I get to spend chatting with all of you good people, and everyone in the chat as well. No, there's a lot to unpack here, to be honest with you. I'm just kind of lounging around. Finally got a little bit of free time. I'm off work and enjoying sitting next to my lovely wife right now, actually, who has to suffer through me getting on these stupid live streams. But there's just so much.
No, that's stupid.
No, there's been so much that's been discussed here. And there's some kind of comments I wanted to respond to, but I'm not trying to be critical. Like, I'm not trying to make a personal attack. It's just an observation of what I see happening in general. Is a comment was made about the Adam and Eve story in the Bible and about how the apple represents sex. That's not innovative or new. Obviously, has been around for a long time, that idea. The problem I have when we start saying those kind of things is we are essentially promoting a lot of misogyny. That story, that creation story with the Adam and Eve story, comes from a Bronze Age culture of terribly misogynistic people groups who believe that women were property and that they were the cause of a lot of problems, and that men were all the good guys were the men. And it's taken us so long, and we're still working. We still have a lot of work to do to understand that men and women are equal. Not to say that we're the same. We have our differences, but men and women are equal. All human beings are equal. Yeah. So I just find it to be so regressive. And I'm not trying to attack the brother for that analogy, because it's an age old way of looking at that story. Especially since we started studying Darwinism, and we know that there was no Adam and Eve, so that people had to start kind of like reinventing the meaning of some of these older texts. But so I just hate to see such a regressive trope being still around. It does bother me, because I think that pointing our finger at women is really easy. Society does that a lot.
Yeah.
And the idea of sex as being part of that also gets used a lot, and I don't think that's fair, because I think that men and women are sexual creatures. It works the same both ways. Men want to get laid, women want to get laid. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Everybody's trying to get their freak on, so to speak. So I did want to say that. I do also see. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can I say one thing?
Of course.
Love what you're saying. Well, it definitely misogynist, because guess who ate the apple, or who was tempted by the apple? It was Eve. Okay, so she was the originator of the the original problem.
Yeah, she was.
That's
Wait,
what
what's happening right now?
Make it out that way.
Well, they're just saying that
it's not just
doesn't mean we should see women as second-class citizens.
But then I can step in here and say that there's a deeper level here, guys. Perhaps you're not looking at, and that is Satan. Satan, the serpent, the snake, is generally given a kind of masculine energy. He's depicted as male, so you're right in a sense. But if you look at it from another layer, it's like, well, actually, masculinity is getting blamed, because Satan is generally viewed as male.
Well, but it's allegorical. You could pull out. You could look at it from a lot of different angles. But I could counter to that to say, well, it makes women look ignorant and gullible. Then
that's it does. Ignorant, gullible, and very, very naive. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And I don't think extrapolate anything from these stories, in my opinion. These are old stories.
Of course, that too. Yeah, like if you're not a Christian, then why would you care about the validity of Adam and Eve, besides using it as kind of like a allegorical, rhetorical, a tool for like conversations,
Well, the problem is, and I know this isn't a religious show today. We're not. That's not the topic, so I don't want to dive. Just completely throw everything off the rails here. But the problem is that I see this happening because I do discuss this on my channel. Philosophy and religion gets brought up a lot, and I see religious people. They call them fundamentalists. Okay, using this broken mindset to subjugate women, and then I hear women raised in these ultra religious homes, these ultra fundamentalist homes, and they are taught to believe that their purpose in life is to serve a husband and serve a home. And I feel like that's really damaging to the female psyche. And I think that we see that playing out in society a lot with how women are viewed and how women view themselves. And we know that the world is significantly more religious than irreligious. Right, the Abrahamic faiths alone account for half the global population, which is staggering. Over 4 billion people are Muslims, Christians, and Jews. That's a lot of people.
Yes, half of the world.
Yeah, half the fucking world, and then the other half, over 90% of the other half, accounts for like Buddhism, Taoism, so on and so forth, Jainism, whatever. The skeptic, agnostic, atheist position is growing quickly, which I'm glad to see. But we make up like 7% of the population. Obviously these studies it's difficult because you're self-reporting, right? So who knows but it clearly, if 92% of the people are coming out on the religious side, that means that the majority of the world is religious. That means we're the majority of people, especially when you think about the Abrahamic faith, all three of which teach that the woman is to be subservient to the husband. All three of them share that in common. And you hear women saying, that she wants to serve her husband, she wants to serve a home. And I'm all for whatever a woman wants to do with her life because I
Wants.
believe in autonomy. So if she wants to do that, that's absolutely fine. The problem is when we are raising children in with this mindset, because I don't believe in libertarian free will, we're basically just creating autonomous robots who are filling roles now, gender roles, and feeling obligated to fill these roles. And that's the problem that I have when we start parroting these. We should know better. Those of us who are critical thinkers, we should know better, in my opinion. I think that we're doing ourselves and society a disservice by using those analogous tropes like the apple is sex and stuff. And again, I'm not trying to attack the brother for saying that, because like I said, he didn't invent that. He did not come up with that story, that analogous relationship, right? That allegory. That's very old. Like I said, it goes back to Darwin, but or Darwinism. But it is, I do see it as being harmful. I think we need to shed ourselves from this ignorance, this misogyny, this sexism and stuff like that. So I just wanted to start with that.
You're right about that. Woman in the home, working, in the home and all that stuff. Well, that was going on till about, I know it was, see, I hadn't been alive for 67 years, but when I can remember. So you're talking, I know the 50s was definitely that way. Home with the mother stayed home, didn't work, raised the kids. That was it. Did the shopping, grocery shopping. Okay, that was the crux of it. And then the 60s too, a good portion of that. But then about the late 60s, might have been 69 or something like that. People were starting to get jobs, women, get out in the workforce, and start doing, making their own money. And they were burning their bras and stuff. And the women's lib movement came along then, and that changed a good bit. That's where a lot of the change took place right there.
Well, I agree with you, sister, absolutely. But I think that, believe it or not, I think historically we can actually go back to the Roaring '20s as when this actually, the seed that got planted, I think, goes back to the Roaring '20s.
Oh, definitely. I'm just thinking as far as
You see the word Roaring '20s. Interesting.
Yeah,
Why is
definitely. Well, I think it's been that way since the beginning of
women
time.
started like smoking cigarettes, things of this nature, and whereas previously it wasn't something that in public women were really allowed to even, I hate to say the word allowed, but so they were starting to wear shorter skirts and dresses. All of a sudden they're starting to get out partying and dance. I called them the Roaring '20s for a reason, right? So once this started happening and women started becoming more sexually liberated during this time, then it's just like Patsy said, it takes time for these ideas to kind of start to manifest. And the other thing we have to remember is we went through some major world wars during that, wars all over the world in particular, but also World War I and World War II, which regresses growth. But you look at what women were doing in the workforce during those two wars, right? When the men were out, the women were now running factories and things of this nature. So it kind of feeds off itself. There's this whole progression to it, So by the time you get to what she's talking about with the 60s in particular, in the 70s, she's absolutely right. Then it became into women's liberation. Then you had free love, right, with the 70s and all this kind of thing. So
yeah. Then they came out with a pill. The pill came out.
The pill, yeah.
Greatest invention in every man's ever made.
And free abortions.
Yeah.
Not sure I really.
OE.
But I do
Thank you, OE. OE, what do you think of the aging process?
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to stay on topic here because I didn't want to derail things. I just kind of wanted to just stand up for equality and let's. I hate to see these regressive things. You just have any life left in them. But as far as the aging process, the truth of the matter is well, it's undeniable that men and women in general do have biological differences. That's undeniable, right? There are certain tendencies that we see. Women tend to be much more empathetic.
Yeah.
For example, so on and so forth. So they do make better mothers, not just because they're females, but because they have more empathy and they can identify with the emotions that the child is feeling. Fathers tend to be less emotional, so they tend to focus more on practical, pragmatic things they can teach a child. So mothers do generally tend to fill a particular parental role on average better. That's undeniable, but it's not about one being greater or lesser than the other. It takes two to tango, as they say. And I also think that these roles can be filled because we're all individuals. And as we're starting to share information so easily, right? It started with books and now we've got the computers and the internet and we can just share information so easily. So if two men wanted to get married and adopt a child, there's no reason to believe that those men couldn't be wonderful, empathetic, kind, caring, functional parents.
Absolutely.
Just because you don't have a female in there. So I do think that, but I think it's because of sharing information, because ultimately we are sponges, right? We all taking in information. And so as human beings, so we all have that ability to adapt. I've become much more empathetic since I've been married. Being in a relationship, a long monogamous relationship has changed me significantly from the wild, crazy young man that I was. When it comes to these, so I think as we get older, how does that relate to the topic? I think it's people as they mature, we go through these, it's kind of like a bell curve type of a progression. So we start out very immature because we don't know what the fuck is going on around us as we're children. We have to learn what our bodies are doing. Our bodies go through changes. We start hormones and everything else. The frontal cortex doesn't start developing until into our mid to late 20s. By the time we get into our 20s, 30s, and 40s, now we're at the quote unquote prime of our lives. What happens is as we start to get into old age, and we start to regress emotionally and mentally. My wife and I had the great honor of taking care of my grandmother and my grandfather in their 80s and 90s when they were much older. And it was wonderful because my grandparents did so much for me as a child. But at the same point in time, it was very frustrating because it's like being around a 70, 80-year-old child, who won't let you tell them what to do because they have, well, you can't tell me what to do. I've had more kids than you have. I've raised, generations of kids and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, grandma, but don't let the dog eat off your plate. You can't do that. That's not good. That's not healthy for you, whatever. You can't tell an 80-year-old woman what to do. She's not going to fucking listen to you. Just like you can't tell a 5-year-old kid what to do. They're not going to listen to you either. So we got to kind of go through this regression. So we do get more mature. We do get better at handling life as we get older, but eventually we start to deteriorate because of entropy, right? Everything starts to break down again. So it's a cycle, if you will.
That's a law of that's like a law woven into like the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, right?
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say is that there is a dynamic, and I'm going to wrap it up here because I don't want to take over the show here, but there is a dynamic. Excuse me. I'm just getting over a cold. There is a dynamic where if you take 10 women and put them in the room, or 10 men, put them in a room, there is a certain dynamic to that situation, and personalities will affect this, right? So a small people group, 10, you may not get all personality groups because you're gonna have leaders and followers in every group. But what they've shown, in many studies have shown this, is if you take those 10 women, you take one woman out and put a man in there, and vice versa. You take one man out, put a woman in there, the entire dynamics of the room shift. The way the social interaction is between all the men when you introduce a woman into that scene. So there's a lot in social studies that goes into these groups when they get together as men and women, and when you introduce opposite sex or opposite gender into the scenario, into the environment, it changes everything. All bets are off all of a sudden. So women can cooperate and get together and have a great time as a group of women, right up until you bring a man into the picture, and all of a sudden shit hits the fan. They're all catty and they're bitchy and they're jealous and whatever else. If there were no men around, that same group of women could quite likely get along just fine and be supportive and be a functioning community together. And the same happens for men. You put 10 dudes in a room together, they can hang out, drink beer, shoot the shit, what the fuck, work on a project together, no problem. But as soon as you and the other thing they've noticed in these studies is the more physically attractive, or especially physical attraction, when it depends. So with the men, the men's group, if they put a hot chick in there, it has a particular effect on the group. If they just put some ugly chick in there, it has a different effect. The men tend to be more sympathetic, believe it or not. It's really weird how you should look into some of these studies. And the same thing with the women. If you put a guy in there and he's flashing a big wad of money, or if you put some short guy in there who's just, it doesn't look like he could fight his way out of a wet paper bag, it all makes a difference in how it affects the dynamics. Yeah. So science is an interesting thing. What social science is here.
Yeah. So yes, the science is very, very fascinating topics.
Thanks for that, objective ethics. Appreciate your perspective. Guys, there's another question I've just thought of. Although before I ask that, I suppose I should ask objective ethics this question, because we've all done it. and that is, if you could go back in time, OE, and speak to your 18-year-old self, what would you tell him about women?
Specifically about sex or gender, or about just in general?
Whatever you feel would be important to impart upon your 18-year-old self about women.
Relationships.
No,
Well, there's
whatever
so
he
much I
wants,
can say to
Ricardo.
that, but
Don't lead him.
yeah, to try and stay on topic and focus really on the topic of the show, I would say that I would tell myself to keep my dick in my pants and wait for the right woman, and I would focus all my energy on meeting my wife. But hopefully, I would hope that I would know the woman I was supposed to marry. Going back in time, right? I've thought about this actually. As I've had weird dreams about this. Where I went back in time and was able to undo a lot of terrible things that I did, because I lived a rough life. I worked in the adult industry, and I'm not proud of things I've done as a sexually free human being. I mean, sex is great. I'm not knocking it. Believe me, sex is good, and it can be a wonderful thing. Even free sex, casual sex can be a good thing. I'm not knocking that either. But when you get to a point in life where you want to make a commitment to another human being, and you learn the difference between sex and making love, once you really understand that and you can experience what it means to make love to somebody, sex is it's such a waste of time and energy. And the more you give yourself up freely for no return other than just busting a nut, you just realize how little value that actually has. I mean, I don't want to get too far into it, but I would say keep my dick in my pants and wait until I met my wife. Go work harder. Be successful earlier. Don't make the same mistakes. Get involved with breaking the law and all the crazy shit that I had to undo, all the messes I had to fix, so that we could get our life started earlier. I would definitely do that.
Okay, thank you for that, OE. We got a couple of people backstage. I'm going to let them on. Mia, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Yeah? Okay, yeah, it was a troll. I thought so. Yeah. Banned from studio. Okay, there you go.
That was a deep voice.
We think this is going to be a troll as well. Luke, you're on the show. 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 Luke's not saying anything. Well, I'm going to ban Luke as well because I've never seen them before, so fuck them. There you go. Bye, Luke. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, they usually come. They usually come in like a flock. The trolls, for some reason. There must be some little
waves.
Some little Discord group of trolls, that they all get kicks out of going on streams or something. Okay. We lost Brother Marcus. I don't know what happened there. Okay, guys, another question I thought, which might be interesting, is what would you say to a person of the opposite gender, who is, say, 18 years old, just starting out in adulthood, considering what you know about your own gender? Now, that might be very interesting. What would you say to a person of the opposite gender who is 18 years old, starting out in adulthood?
Yeah, can I go?
And
I got this one.
Ricardo, what would you say to an 18-year-old female who is starting out about men now?
Well, I knowing what young men are like, knowing what I was like, I would say don't believe anybody. Well, don't believe everything a boy tells you, because most guys, right, will say anything to get into the girl's knickers. So just be aware of that. Don't trust men so easily, because a lot of them will lie just to get their end away. That's why I'd tell her.
Okay. And how would she deal with that?
How would she deal with it?
What advice? I mean, what does she do with that knowledge? Is there a way to know whether they're lying or not, or whatever it is that you?
I guess there are. There's there's techniques you can learn for advanced psychology about whether someone's lying or not. I know detectives use it, and professionals, but I don't know, just like you can trust your instincts, I guess. But it just seems to me that too many. Oh yeah, everyone lies sometimes, but there's just, I don't know, like if sex is all you want, then just go for it and be honest about it. But if you're looking for something deeper, if you're looking for love, and a lasting love that satisfies, then you need to focus on that more. Build it, and it will.
Skywork says he would tell young girls not to believe anything young guys say, or guys say in general. He knows he was one of them. We asked Robin. Robin, we would like you back on the show for this one, and Brother Marcus. Yeah. And he says that's the game of life, though. That's life. Nothing to be ashamed of. It is just life. It's part of the game. Brother Marcus says, is anyone having buffering issues on YouTube today?
Yeah, I am.
It's fine, but it randomly buffers sometimes.
I am.
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of I like sometimes it's like I don't hear any of you talk, even though you guys are talking. But like sometimes you guys all go on mute, even though you guys are not on mute. But like, it's just like it's kind of like
StreamYard. This isn't.
I know.
StreamYard is you, I guess.
It will.
Dan Dub, I'd like you to turn your mic up because I can hardly hear you.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
And I've got it. I've got mine wide open.
You got yours. Okay.
But I always have a hard time hearing.
Yeah, I think I'll have to get another new mic. It's about time.
That's better, right there.
Okay. Danny, are you still with us?
Oh, Robin's back.
I don't know if Danny's still there. I want to hear what Danny would say to an 18-year-old girl about men, about males, what advice he would give them. Well, seeing as Robin just popped by, Robin, what advice or what would you say to an 18-year-old girl about men, about males? What do you feel an 18-year-old girl should know? What is in her interest to know? What knowledge would you impart to her about males?
Let me start with this nugget of wisdom. So, I was brought up in a single-parent family with my mom, surrounded by women. Good women, strong women. And when I was 16, going through 18, I had the same trouble as most young men, trying to find my way to navigate between personal relationships, friendships, and sexual relationships. And my mum gave me the advice, Robin, forget about all that. Just have sex with them. What, Mum? Just have sex with them. She said, yes, because at this stage in your life, this 16, 18, 20, that's what matters. Because they're not thinking about anything more than that. You're not thinking about anything more than that. Just have sex with them. Now, if they still keep talking to you a week after that, they might become friend material.
True.
So I thought that was 18-year-old ladies today. Don't give it up so easy. Make us guys work for it, and really think about what it is apart from sex, because sex is great. We all like it. Really think about what it is apart from sex that you want to get out of a relationship. Because if you waste too much of those early years when you're beautiful and you're attractive and the world around you is just as naive as you are, if you waste those years, you might miss the opportunity to actually find the one. You'll get lots of great sex, but you might not end up with as many great friends in later life. And trust me, they are invaluable.
Yeah. Yeah, well said. Well said, brother.
I think you said some very interesting things there. Very well said, brother. Now, what about the rest of you? Does anybody want to speak next about what they'd say to a member of the opposite sex who happens to be 18 years old, starting out in adulthood? What would you say to them about your own gender?
Can we hear from a lady this time?
Chickpea's here. Chickpea, are you able to speak on this one?
Hi,
So,
Ricardo.
Chickpea, what would you say to an 18-year-old young man about females? What do you think he should know about females?
I'll be honest with D&W, I made so many mistakes that I couldn't advise anyone on this because I really screwed up good and proper.
Yeah, but
So
Chickpea, you surely have something you could tell. Like, should he be careful about this or careful about in relation to women? What should he know about women? What do women want for him that perhaps he shouldn't give too easily? What is it? What tell us the dangers of him getting entangled with women?
I'll be honest with D&W, I screwed up so much on this subject that I still haven't sorted myself out with it yet, and I really haven't. I can't advise anyone on sex, and I really can't.
All right then, no worries. Anybody else? Patsy, are you there, darling? Patsy, what would you say to a young man, an 18-year-old man, right, about women? What do you feel he should know about women, about females?
Okay, well, I would say, and sounds kind of blunt, but at that age, you're starting to think about the rest of your life, okay? And what a woman that age, 18, 19, 20, is thinking about is finding Mr. Right, and that means getting married and having kids. Not in my case, I didn't want kids, but I'm just saying the average woman. That's what's on their mind. It's not the sex that's on their mind. No, it's the settling down, getting in the groove of what they're supposed to do in their life, which is get married and have kids. Okay. So I would tell him, make sure that you are aware of that. First of all, that's what's on their mind. That's their agenda. And the reason they're flaunting around, dressing up, putting all this makeup on and all, is to get you sexually attracted to them. Okay? In order to snag you.
It's all a trap.
That's it.
It's all a trap.
Yes, they're going to try to trap you with their beauty, their what they have on, the dress, their walk, their talk, their whatever it is. That's what they're using it as a trap in order to get the job done of getting a husband, having children, or whatever they want to do, and go on with that portion of their life. They're looking to the future big time. They're looking ahead. But, while you'll be looking right there on the spot, as a boy. You're not looking at that. They are. So
and what does that mean for the guy?
To make sure the one you get with is the one you really want to be with. And not only that, make sure, forget the sex part. That's good. If sex is good, that's fine. But more importantly is to marry your friend. Much more important. Marry a woman that you can talk to as your friend.
That's cool.
And how will he know that, Patsy? Great advice, by the way. Keep spitting.
He'll know that as being around her enough as to whether she's just talking about herself or is she talking about him, or what's the conversation? I mean, what is she more attentive to? What is she paying attention to? Are you? Is she sympathizing with you and what you're going through, or is she more concerned with you sympathizing with her and what she's going through? That's what friends do. Friends sympathize with each other and they relate to each other that way.
There you go. Patsy, some wonderful advice there. Objective ethics. What would you say to an 18-year-old woman or an 18-year-old young woman who is setting out into adulthood? What would you say to her about men as a man yourself?
Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed listening to what everybody's had to say on this topic. Fascinating stuff. It's really interesting, the different insights I've been listening to. Patsy, what you said, I think that's really profound, actually, and it's very true. The thing is that because I do believe that on average, women tend to be more empathetic. I believe it gives them the ability to see potential in a man much better than a man can see potential in a woman. And that's not, again, that everyone's individuals at the end of the day. So there may be some men that don't apply or some women doesn't apply to, but on average, I think women are very, very good at looking at a man and seeing potential. My wife, she says oftentimes, she got a lot of shit when we got married because, she had a good job at the hospital. I'm working as a bouncer at the strip clubs. We two totally different backgrounds, and her family was not happy with that situation, as you can imagine, and so she told everybody from the very beginning that I was a great man and had all this great potential and stuff like that. I'd like to think that I've started to live up to that now that I've overcome so much. But at the time that we were together, she saw things in me that I didn't even see in myself, and I think women do have this ability. The problem is not every man does meet that potential. And so I think I would advise women to be careful about that, because I know a lot of women, especially, with my experiences being around a lot of women in the adult industry and other places, living on the streets and stuff like that. I've met a lot of women in my life, especially as a young man, and they see this potential in so many men. But so many men will never live up to that potential, and which is unfortunate, because if we have this potential as human beings, we ought to try to live up to it. So I would advise women to be careful. Just because you see the potential good in a man, that's wonderful character trait on your part, on the woman's part, the female's part, to be able to see that. And I think it comes from empathy. I don't think they're fortune tellers per se. I think it actually comes from empathy. They can really see inside a man's heart or soul, if there is such a thing. See inside their mind and have an understanding of the potential good and that's there, and they're willing to, because of that, overlook a lot of shitty stuff. Women can be very forgiving, in a lot of situations, believe it or not. So when they shouldn't be, there's, we look at abusive relationships, for example. A lot of women put up with shit they should not put up with, and it's because I think they see this potential, that potential good. And so I would just advise young women to be very careful about that. Don't invest more than what you can afford to lose.
Some great words there, OE. Thank you for that. I'm sure that would actually be good to clip and share with confused youngsters. Who else wants to say something on this? Ricardo, you've said something, haven't you? I don't know if Danny's even there, to be honest with you.
Did Fatima? I was really curious. I didn't catch the very beginning of this. Did Fatima already? Because I'd be curious. I asked her permission, and she said it would be okay to bring up the. Okay, I try to be respectful because it's that's your life, not mine, and I want to be respectful of that. But I am very curious what you would say, given your perspective on life, because I did some research into the transgender science, and it turns out that there actually are biological differences inside the brains of transgender versus non-transgender people. So the people who deny the transgender lifestyle, the transgender experience, I think are being science deniers, and they're just not being, one, they're not being fair to people's right to identify however the fuck they want, but two, they're literally like denying science. And so given the fact that your brain fundamentally works differently, I feel like you have probably more access to both sides of the equation, that you should probably, your opinion probably would be the most balanced. And I don't know if you gave it earlier because I didn't catch the first part of the show, but I would be curious to hear what you say about these things.
Oh yeah, I gave a few of it, but the reason I didn't talk a lot is because I'm only in my mid-20s, so like I can't say much about experience about like relationships or relations, but like what I can say to answer D&W's question is that what I would say to an 18-year-old. As for me now identifying as a female now, what I would say to either a male or a female or even a trans youth, I would say that, hey, like life is going to have a lot of uneasy things for you, a lot of uncertainties for you, but you should never ever give up on things, and you shouldn't let like the criticisms and skepticisms of others hinder your own views on people, because there are some, believe it or not, even though I come across as a very gloomy person, there are some things that do generally make me a bit happy and at ease, even though it's temporary, but they're still real. So like just always like like never give in into like the like bad doubts of other people around you. That's, I would say, just generally to any youth out there.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful. Actually, I think that that can apply to so many different situations too, not just this particular conversation, but that can apply to a lot of areas in life.
Absolutely, yeah, because we are seen as discriminated against, and I don't expect an easy life, but like I do want to have a ready equipped mode of being alive so that I can face those things with more awareness and on my toes. So like, and like from my own experience, I realized that no matter what, you can't really, as cliche as it sounds, you can't just give up on things so easily, because there are other people who have survived way worse things than you. And I think it's just it's just a matter of survival, but it's almost like a Nietzschean thing to do. Like there is some meaning inside your survival, even though it seems like it's impossible. You're still here.
Well said.
Yeah, thank
That
you.
was well said. I'm so glad that you brought up Nietzsche and oh, I'm sorry, D&W.
No, go ahead, Odie.
Yeah, I really like that. That was very well said, because perspective is so important, and being able to recognize that, as terrible as things may seem, be humble and understand that there are people who have experienced and overcome so much. And I really like how you said that.
Of course, yeah, because like I'm not like a solipsist. I recognize that there's more than just me out there in the world, and like there's other people who are more privileged than me and never suffered, and there's people who are way less privileged than me and have suffered, and then there's people exactly like me who don't know how to handle things and have experienced even more psychological trauma, and they could use a voice. And if they need someone to talk to, I could be there for them. They're probably, or they could hear this if this somehow gets to them. Just don't ever give up so easily, because like you can't let them win. You can't let anyone win against you in such a way that like it affects you, even though they're not there in your life right now.
That's why I'm such a fan of this channel, because while there is certainly an entertainment factor to be had of watching some people cackle and go at it and whatnot, there's so much good advice that you guys are all sharing freely with your life experiences and things of that nature, not being ashamed, being willing to put yourselves out there, and hopefully that people will listen to these stories and gain inspiration from that. And I think that is providing that platform. You guys are really, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and like one last thing I'll say. Oh, sorry.
I just think it's wonderful too what you're saying, because when I was coming up, we didn't have this luxury of sitting here talking to people like this.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Where we talk, we feel like we could talk freely too.
Absolutely, yeah. I love conversation. I love them if they're non.
It's wonderful, because it wasn't like that. All we had was the telephone, and that was it.
Exactly.
That was good to the wall. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. like even like Emil Cioran, one of the most pessimistic thinkers, he enjoyed good conversation with colleagues. So, and I think anyone can, if he can enjoy conversation, even though he was a misanthropic, person, but he still enjoyed a good conversation. I think anyone in the world can. Yeah, if you know what I mean.
And there's even like I'm thinking right now of Chickpea and some comments she's made to me where it's because I was thinking about like the people, and I think Fatima, this is what you're alluding to, that hopefully somebody can come across this video at some point and maybe draw some inspiration from it. And that's what I was thinking as well. But, you know, Chickpea has mentioned to me several times that being able to come up here and discuss things it's like her therapy session or you know, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I hope I'm saying that correctly, you know.
Yeah, she said that sometimes, yeah. And it's good.
She knows
You know?
it.
I think everybody needs therapy. They don't want
This
to
is my
admit it.
group therapy. It's
It
working as
depends on
well.
how it's done. Yeah, like I believe in a more informal type of therapy. Like I do have my skepticisms towards some institutions, but that's more of like just how they are now. I do believe they could get better with some like reconciliation, some like radical reform. But for now, like I do have a skepticism, but I'm not going to completely throw away therapy as a concept in itself, because I think this right here is a good form of therapy, even though it could be a bit toxic. But like moments like these of like just talking about like perspectives without any like, you know, jokes or like mean comments like this, you know, this is good, you know.
You
It
know what,
can
Pat,
be.
with the great sorry, do apologize.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah, the great thing about coming here, it's a very safe space, because I've been in group therapy, you know, and in NHS group therapy, proper group therapy, and you still have to contain yourself because people can see who you are and they know where you come from. Whereas here, nobody knows who you are, so you can spit your heart's content and just let it all out.
Right. I agree.
That's the good thing about
Exactly.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a freedom there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, freedom in it.
And
There's
also like
safety in it. Safe.
yeah, there is safety.
Just
Yeah,
safety.
and
Safety.
one more bone I'll throw at the dog is that like there are times for me, there are times in my life where I could have easily just given up in the most worst way possible, if you know what I mean. I could have just ended all in my life back then. But what kept me going was the dream of bringing Fatima here. You know, like just the fact that I can have that dream one day of just being who I want to be in my mind and thus in reality, that just like encourages me to like never really stop, you know, because I know it's there. I've seen other people go through worse than me, and they're still here, you know.
Yeah, exactly. But here's a great place to come because you're perfectly safe here. You can say whatever you like, and you can hiss and spit and vent your hatred. No,
Yeah.
it's true, Patsy.
I know it is.
Yeah, I've had it said to me here. I've had people say to me, "You're full of hate, you are." And I thought to myself, yes, that's right, because I'm venting it at you. Not you, Patsy. I mean, I'm venting at whoever I was talking to at the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and it gets rid of it. It's fabulous. I've said to D&W, I think you should go professional.
Robin is here. Robin, what would you say to an 18-year-old young woman just setting out into adulthood about males, considering you are one? You are a man. So what would you say to her about men? What do you feel she should know?
I would say that a very long time ago, and it was popular within the hippie beatnik community. No harm, no loss. If you go into any relationship, you're looking for something that makes you feel happy. But you can't be happy if you're unhappy with yourself. So make yourself whole, and as a whole person, then go looking for a relationship. And
yes, well, that is dynamite. Yes.
And do not be afraid to say to somebody, do you know what? I like you. Yeah, you're really pretty. You're really handsome. I like you. I want to get to know you. Don't be afraid to do that, because life is better when you've got somebody on your side. And when you can pick up that phone and say to a friend, I think I might have got myself into a little pickle, and you trust their advice. somebody that is going to be there for you. And yeah, like I said, those are the important things. Those are the one. How many of us still have a relationship with a person that we had a quick fling with when we were young, and we still have them in our life? You know, the sex is gone, but the friendship is more important. And I think that's what I would say to young people, because when I was a young person, sex was everything, and it had nothing to do with the sex. It was because I believed that all of my friends were out there having sex, doing this, and I thought that it was the gateway to becoming a grown up. And once you've gone through that gateway and you've had sex with a couple of people and you're still just as confused about who you are, what the world is, what you want to do, then you kind of realize like that sex was just a distraction. It didn't really give me anything that was worth more than the time that I spent doing it. So for young people, there are things that are worth way more than sex, and I think you should all be looking for them.
Yeah, I call sex icing on a cake. Icing. I mean, when you need that cake, okay?
I like a little bit of icing.
Hold up the icing.
I do like a little
Hold
bit
the
of icing.
icing up on the cake. You know, it's a foundation. The cake is a foundation. The icing is a frou-frou. You know, part.
Yuzu, you want to say something? The question. Well, what question do you want to answer, Yuzu?
I was more willing to like the answer. Wait, what was the last question you answered again? Wasn't it to do with the if you were 18 or something along the lines of that?
Yeah, if you were, no. If you could give advice to your 18-year-old self, what would you say? But that was one question. But also, what advice would you give to an 18-year-old of the opposite gender? So, what advice would you give to an 18-year-old young woman setting out on adulthood? That was another question. Which one would you like to answer?
I mean, I could suppose I could answer both at once.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of to do with the last guy that spoke, but don't do the mistake that my parents did and get with shitty people and rush things. Basically, don't get with narcissistic arseholes, basically, and try to find the right person, in other words.
Okay.
And don't like just instantly just try to get married or instantly have kids or have sex or whatever. Just try to find the right person, in other words.
Okay. Thank you, Yuzu. Very valid and good advice.
Definitely take your time. Take your time. There's
Yeah,
no rush.
life is not a race. Like life is not a race.
There's no freaking rush, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, I know that everybody thinks like, especially women. Women think about, oh, the clock is ticking. You know?
The clock is always going to tick.
Witchy Bish, are you coming on to grace us with your presence and wisdom?
But that's where you get in trouble when you push it. Okay, that's when you end up with the wrong person.
Okay, guys, Russ has joined us.
Right.
Yeah, Russ, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Yeah, men and women. Does aging make relations between genders better or worse? That was the original topic of the show. Would you like to comment on that first?
Yeah, I just want to do a quick check. Can everyone hear me clearly? There's no echo or anything, is there?
Nope. We can hear you
good,
fine.
mate.
Yeah, you're all good, man.
Okay, just want to say, good evening to everybody. Yeah, so my 2 cents on this hot topic is men versus women. And sorry, what was the other part of the question?
It's actually aging. So as we
Aging.
age, does it in any way impact on our relations with the opponent? In that, does it make the relations better or worse? And that's what I wanted to say, really. I mean, you can go anywhere with it. Some people have gone into sex. Some people have gone into relationships. Some people have just looked at it in general, like that, how they see women or females or men, depending on their own gender. So it can be personal, it can be general, you can go anywhere with it.
Okay, sure.
You can even talk
In ter-
about
in the-
family members like mothers, sisters, whatever.
yeah.
How aging made you see the female experience, or how you relate to them. Did it cause more cynicism? Did it cause deeper understanding, empathy? Did it cause anger? Did it cause resentment? Whatever it may be.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of aging, I would say I'm torn on this one because there's pluses and minuses. Especially being a sort of, I would say, more closer to middle-aged heterosexual male. I have noticed a lot of changes, even though I've tied the knot some time ago. Compared to relationships when I was a teenager, I would say probably from my perspective, and again, this is just purely anecdotal. I think one of the most sincere relationships I ever had was when I was around 18. And I think that's because when you're kind of that age, there is superficiality, of course, because you're just finishing off your puberty and all this other stuff. But you're not too worried. I mean, most of us are still living with our parents, so you're not too worried about, oh, have I got this to offer her? What does she think about how much I earn? And it seemed a bit more genuine. I can remember personally, there was a specific relationship that, yeah, it's always in the back of my head. It seemed really genuine. Now, in your 20s, in my opinion, it starts to change drastically because now it's more like, what are you bringing to the table? And I think I ran through the show earlier on. I was just watching little bits where I could. And somebody mentioned something interesting about the study showing that actually for men, we tend to sort of reach our peak attraction, not just to the opposite sex women, around 40 years old. I think the studies show that. And even on dating sites, if you look at the data, it's generally that age that women find men most appealing, especially if you've done the work right as a man. But I will say it's difficult to say because when you're younger, it seems more genuine because there's less responsibility. But as you become more of an adult and you navigate this world, it starts to get very superficial. Whereas, women only want to be with you because you're 6 foot or you have a certain look or, you earn a certain amount of money or this and that. And again, I'm not indicting all women. I'm just talking about a certain archetype. And I'm sure the opposite is true as well. But yeah, I feel like as you get older, it gets a bit more superficial. However, I will say, being sort of close to middle-aged man, with certain things in check in my life, I do get way more attention from women than I ever used to. And I do think even if I wasn't to be married in the future, I think relationships with me at this point would be very simple because I think the women I would sort of engage me, they could probably tell from the jump that, this is how it is and this is how it's going to be, rather than when you're in your early 20s and you're like, you're trying to sort of be somebody else to impress somebody else. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to put a tick in all the boxes. Whereas now, I think coming closer to maturity, me personally, I'm just all about being myself and whatever that attracts. Yeah, if I was in that situation, I would let the woman know, like, this is who I am. Are you happy with that? And stuff like that. Yeah.
Very interesting answer, bro. Another question we were asking? There's 2 more questions. What would you say to your 18-year-old self if you could this to him about females?
I think what's his name? Objective Ethics said it like with absolutely pure class, bruv. 10 out of 10 though. Keep your dick in your pants, yeah, because you know what? This is where a lot of young men actually go wrong because they get that surge of testosterone and they just want to literally go around sticking it in anything that walks. Excuse me for being crude. But literally all guys will go through that phase. And if you don't believe me, why, if you, a lot of these guys that go out to these nightclubs, these young guys, we've all
Raz,
been
are
there. It's
you a
'cause,
millennial?
yeah,
Okay. Take into account that men aren't acting the way we used to act.
yeah, no. So that's why I said earlier on, like, I did
We
give a
used to.
disclaimer that I'm talking about like the perspective of
Like men are
myself.
having less sex now. So the idea that
Yeah,
the way
no,
we
Gen Z is different.
yeah, Gen Z is
Yeah,
totally
no. But yeah, sorry. So let me clarify that. Like Brother Marcus said, so in my day, we were kind of a lot of the guys in my thing, we thought that was the way to be. Like, you know, it was almost like a rite of passage to try and bed as many women. I'm not saying I was into that, but that's what the culture was during my time. So guys would literally go to the gym 6 days a week, or they would borrow their uncle's car, you know, just to pick up girls, and that's literally what was going on in my time. It was like, it was crazy. But I would say to all the young men, keep it in your pants. Take that sexual energy and try and transmute it into something like martial arts, or join the military. Well, actually, that's a hot topic now. You need to. I think as a man, you need to go and do something very challenging, and you need to transmute that sexual energy into something more productive, rather than just trying to ejaculate white fluid out of your thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, I would say don't follow the hedonistic mindset of a lot of guys. I know Gen Z now are pretty much on. They're in a different spectrum because it's that whole sexodus thing that's going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would tell young men full of testosterone, like, don't go down that path of just seeking pleasure for the sake of pleasure. I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but you need to develop yourself, and not like how Andrew Tate says and all these other idiots, but literally, like, take up something difficult. Like, you could join the military, take up martial arts, learn more about yourself, get into, you know, do things that are going to challenge you, and like, just don't get caught up in that sort of monkey behavior of you know, just some testosterone fueled ape, you know, walking around town and stuff like that.
I wish I'd got that message somehow when I was 18.
I want to push back.
Yeah, go ahead,
Brother Marcus.
What we would appreciate in our generation may not be what Gen Z would appreciate in their generation. I think that spending more time isolated pursuing your goals when you were brought up in a in your childhood development, mostly online, mostly on social media, following you everywhere. Like when we logged off of the computer, it didn't follow us, it follows them. And if they're isolating more, focusing more on social isolation may not be good for their development. So I would say, learn by your mistakes, socialize more, touch some grass, make those mistakes, recalibrate, like use that sexual energy towards sublimation for the creative arts to do something social with other people. I see Gen Z's mental health rates significantly being negatively correlated to worse health outcomes. And I think that the things that we've been through is just, we would appreciate that given our time back then, but times are different now, and I don't think that it translates the same way.
I understand, Marcus, but when I said, like, for example, let me enunciate. So when I said get into martial arts, like, you see, when it's not just for men, by the way, women can do it. I'm not being sexist, but on the topic of young men, when I say get into martial arts, it's because they will be introduced to a community. I don't know if anyone has any martial arts experience.
I did take martial arts.
Yeah. So certain communities like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or MMA, wrestling, kickboxing, like, there's a community. So when you go to a certain gym and you train and you really dedicate, you start to become friendly with the guys, and then you all develop this sort of brotherhood. Or if you're a woman, you can be a sisterhood, or whatever you want to call it, right? So a lot of guys, they want to feel like they belong to something, especially young guys full of testosterone, whether they're sitting at home on the computer or whether they're on the streets messing about. They could both benefit. So if they, for example, if they join the military, depending on what your political views are, that's another one. Because you learn a skill set, the military breaks you down, rebuilds you, you learn discipline.
I totally agree with you about building a type of social brotherhood with other men. At the same time, you're not going to calibrate yourself with experience if you just isolate with people of your own gender, and then you start like, it's really important in your 20s, in my opinion, and even in your teens, to socialize with women and make those mistakes so you actually learn from
Agreed.
experience.
Yeah.
True, but what I'm saying, what you need to remember, Marcus, is a lot of these 18 to 20-year-olds are some horny guys because they're just full of testosterone. So,
Yes, they are. That's true.
remember,
All
I
of
would say to you, let me finish. Hold on. I would say to you, like, put yourself in those shoes and just remember, like, most guys, like, they're not thinking about socializing with women when they're with women. Like, we live in a mixed society anyway, so they're gonna socialize with women at work or wherever you meet them. But I'm saying specifically for young guys, because D&W asked me about what would you tell young men, and the problem I see with young men is they're either completely off the spectrum with this whole grindset mindset bullshit, Andrew Tate, get a Bugatti, you know what I mean, hustler culture, or it's the other extreme, which is like incel, sitting at home, or I'm too fat and ugly to attract a woman, so I'm just going to sit here and just grovel about my life on the internet. So I'm giving like active solutions, like, because the problem is a lot of you don't want to push guys
You're
like
not
in the wrong
really giving
direction.
solutions. You're telling a teenager to keep his cock in his pants and go to the gym. He's got to do better.
So why is that not a solution? No, I didn't say
he
that.
didn't say get into the military.
I said
get into
go join a
martial
martial arts community, join the military. There's many other
arts. That
things,
is a
but those two things are from my experience. So that's something it's not something I read off Google. Like, that's from my own life experience. That's why I put it forward.
And
now I'm sure
I would back
people
that up.
have different.
I did take martial arts, and it did help. Like, yeah, you are
It
part of
helped.
the community. You
It
definitely
helps keep you from being a slut because that's his prescription for keeping your thing in your pants. I'm assuming the same guy who goes to the gym with his buddies, he's going to meet a chick there. The same guy does martial arts, he's going to meet chicks there, or what he's going to talk about. These guys are going to meet chicks. Just going to the gym and doing martial arts, that's that. No, I mean, I
but the
need to hear
thing
more.
is, what I will say is, Joe, getting involved in something like that, like martial arts or sport, team sport or whatever, it means you're not chasing the skirt all the time. You're doing other things.
Exactly.
And
also, let me tell you
That's what
something
he's
from
saying. Don't
experience.
make it your number one thing, chasing
Yeah.
skirts. That's what he's saying. All right.
Yeah, no. So
All
what
right, I
I'm trying to
understand.
get at is, like, when these young men are preoccupied, like, they don't have time for bullshit. That's what you guys are missing.
Nonsense.
You guys are
Not at
missing the main point.
1920, bro. That's not a thing. You got to
Yeah,
fuck someone.
1920, they're either hanging around on the streets with these other idiots trying to belong to some type of fraternity and get respect. Why do you think the Romans had the right mindset? They used to make you wrestle as a young boy, whether you liked it or not, because they know wrestling, freestyle wrestling, and those sports, they fucking build character adversity. You don't have time to go gallivanting around, doing bullshit with your life. But we live in a very soft society nowadays, and if I give that as a prescription, people are like, "Oh, he's abusing the young boy. Stop telling him what to do." So you have to remember, we live in a very soft time as well. So yeah.
Ross, what would you say? What would you say, Ross? To the other question here is, what would you say to an 18-year-old girl nowadays who's setting out on adulthood? What would you say to her about men, considering you are one yourself and you have lived experience of one, and you have all the anecdotal evidence as well of people you've known?
So for the female equivalent, for the 18-year-old young woman, I would say we'll start to focus on yourself as well. And number one, stay off social media, TikTok. Don't fall into this whole culture of hyper narcissism, of just focusing purely on your looks. Build a character, and another thing is, I would say, is she needs to use time on her hands. Like, if she's looking to have a really decent relationship worth of substance, then she shouldn't be going out to nightclubs every weekend with the rest of the girls, chasing the bad boys, hoping to try, getting involved in that stuff.
Yeah.
She needs to do her own self-development and also have some self-respect. And I have to say it bluntly, because a lot of women these days, they don't have self-respect, man. They're out there on the curb, lying in their own puke. Yeah, you have the freedom to do that, but no man worth his weight in salt is going to be looking at you. I tell you that much. So yeah, that's my advice.
I don't want to be the disagreeable guy, and I certainly don't want to
say
come
what you
in
feel,
being
bro.
Yeah, but I don't want to come in being disagreeable. Don't. So I'm just, but so I'm compelled to say this. I'm hearing some of these things are good, like the find something to do. So your main shit, that's great advice. But a lot of it is just like, telling the motherfucker stay off the social media. And some of these just like telling the motherfucker, yeah, get your act together. Have respect for yourself. It's got to be more prescriptive. That's it's got to be a little more. The find a fucking hobby so your main hobby ain't the opposite sex. That's great. But tell the motherfucker, have respect for yourself. Make sure you have self-esteem. That's Jesse Jackson shit. You'd have to be more specific. I don't
How much more specific? Like, I thought that was incredibly specific.
If I tell a
because
nigga you're a
the thing
bum,
is-
get your act together, he doesn't know. Little Lloyd, have respect for yourself. You'd have to be more specific. Listen, these guys just trying to screw you. That's what men want to do. What you're gonna have to do is you'd have to be more prescriptive.
Yeah, but JC, I have certain views, but I won't express them on the panel because they'll probably won't be welcomed. Because, for example, if I tell a woman, like, learn how to cook something nice, because a lot
Brilliant.
of guys...
That's good advice.
No, but here's the thing. I don't want to offend anyone on the panel because we
No,
are
fuck
females.
that. What
And they might think,
are you kidding me? How long have you been coming on
That's
these panels?
prescriptive. That's
Yeah,
great.
we offend everyone here.
We offend everyone. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
I would say, women.
I'll say for both
co-
genders, you
co-
make someone dinner for like homemade dinner for either side is fucking great.
Goes
That's
for
a great
men
way
too.
to-
Yeah,
It
that's
works,
good.
bro.
Yeah, so like
brilliant.
contrary to popular belief, it's not just about sexual gratification for a man. A lot of women, they put too many eggs in that basket of just
Yeah,
looking
you
like
do.
some soup, like being able to do that. But what they don't realize is this is coming from a man, a heterosexual man. One of the most nicest things that you can do for a man, yeah, if you do it out of pure love, is when he comes home from work or business and there's a nice hot meal there made with love. That's all I'm
Yeah.
saying. So make sure
Yeah.
you get your... I'm not saying men should learn how to cook, but this is advice I'd
It
give to a young
affects for
female.
men too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. When women
It
over to the same
100%
shit,
works for men
bring
too.
her a cup of lemon tea or cocoa or something without her
exactly, yeah.
asking. You make the meal before she gets in. She like, what we gonna eat
It's
tonight? I got
true,
it. Don't
it's true.
worry. That goes so far, man. You get like 10 times the
Yeah.
bonus points. It's crazy.
A nice cup of
I actually knew a guy who fell in love.
coffee.
Sorry. Yeah.
Or,
I knew a guy
I
who
remember
fell
I
for
used
this
to.
girl.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I actually knew
Go
a
ahead,
guy who
go
fell
ahead.
for this girl because this might sound a bit funny, but there's this guy who fell in love with this girl because it's the way she put she served him or something like that. And I think it was at a wedding or something like that. It was the way she puts, she spoke to him, like she was like, "Oh, would you like this?" And so yeah, ladies, you could take a leaf out of that book. Not the ones on the panel. I'm talking to the young females. So yeah.
Yeah, the young kids, I think we're giving advice to. Sense of humor is
That's
more important than
interesting.
looks.
Do you know what I find interesting? None of his doomerism came into his advice.
I'm not a doomer.
As an older cat, I now know that if you're gonna be with a motherfucker, sense of humor in a chick is what's important. That's what I find myself looking for now. You find a hot chick, after the sex, you got to be with her all day and drive with her in the car for 8 hours on
Yeah.
trips and shit. Sense of humor. I wish I looked for that when I was younger. I was stupid.
I'm not gonna lie. I forgot to mention. You need to read some books as well, and because
That's good
Joe,
advice.
because like JC said, after we fuck each other's brains out, I want to hear you talk to me about Shakespeare and everything else. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, don't be like one. Don't be like one of those women that's just like brain dead bimbo. Like you gotta have some brains, man. Like, because like you said, it's nice to be able to talk to the other sex on a very deep intellectual level. It's very stimulating for a man as well. Yeah.
That sapiosexual shit. Some women are attracted to that.
Like-
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll say
Well,
again,
sapiosexual when you're
I think
attracted to somebody's intelligence. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I said.
men
Yeah.
should also like cook their woman a hot meal, but also like make sure you like clean after too. Don't make someone a meal and then let them clean the thing. But
100%.
that aside, I
Yeah.
don't like if you interact with a lot of men online, in social media and on YouTube, guess what? A lot of men aren't reading either. So both,
100%.
I think
Good
both need to
advice.
develop their
I
personalities and
think
their character in that regard, with just taking in more of that old tradition. But there's a debate there whether or not it's just the ideas or actually consuming that type of content. I don't know.
I'm learning here. What seems like what's good for the chick is also good for the guy. I think I'm learning here. This applies washing dishes. Man, that's like magic too for a chick, man. You do that shit, have some shit clean. Oh my God, that's instantly.
The reason why it's instantly, and I think it's actually sad. Do you know why? Because when I treat a woman just with basic respect, that's seen as some type of magic. And I fucking hate that idea, because men have treated them to the fact where they're not normalized to where men make them meals, to where men will clean the dishes for them. That's where it got to. So if I just make a spaghetti dinner, right? A very simple fucking meal. That works. Or you make them a coffee, they're like, oh my God, you are so considerate. I'm like, this is something that I would, if I pour you a beer, like that shouldn't be seen as such like magic. The bar is so low. And the thing is, like, we have to rate. It's not just meeting that bar, but realizing the bar is low and we could do more. If we love each other that much. Yeah.
All right. You guys are killing now. You guys are killing. I should be taking notes. I'm fucking old. This shit won't help me now. I just broke up with a chick, I don't know, about 9 months ago or some shit like that. But now these things, I think I've learned, it is not about the sex. I done turned down more pussy than most niggas ever will get. Most chicks are not too bright. The conversation is about other people as opposed to something stimulating us. Oh, she made on my nerves. Or so, I only got a low tolerance for that. Someone who you can be face to face with and laugh and crack jokes with. When they make a mistake, they don't jump on you. How could you do something that stupid? You want the chick that died laughing with you when you slip and fall. You know, these are the shit I know now that you should have been looking out for.
Just imagine that every single one of us had somebody that we lived with, that we shared all of the good stuff with, all of the bad stuff with, somebody that was truly on our side.
A teammate, yes.
Yeah, that person that you want to wake up in the morning for before you go to work and make that cup of coffee, make that breakfast. You know, somebody that you can have those little words with before you go out into the real world. Because as soon as you step outside your front door, you've got plenty of people that will be against you. You've got plenty of people that will judge you. But just to find that partner that you feel comfortable with, and you know, I've got their back, you've got my back, that is worth everything.
But Robin, I think I would say it's really hard to communicate that if you've never had love in your life. You can say, anecdotally, someone else someone on the panel, right? They're like, if I never experienced love, and someone's like, yeah, you can have that connection, but I've grown to my 20s or 30s and I've never had it. And for me, it just sounds like a Pollyanna illusion. And I find that hard to communicate with someone who's given up on love. I think you need to experience what it means for someone to consider you, to actually have compassion for you, empathetic, and actually love you. And then, like, even though I don't have it now, I know what it felt like. I know what it. So when some people online, they're like, "Oh, you know, love is blah blah blah." They're a doomer about. I'm like, okay, I understand that that's your experience, but I know I've had it. I know what that feels like. It is great. But I'm never gonna like push. I'm not ever gonna like say to another person who hasn't been loved, "You ought to believe in this thing that I've experienced," because they haven't experienced it themselves. If there was a way for me to like translate it to them, I would more than love to, because I think if you can be loved like that, it's great. Because I do feel sorry for people who've never experienced that.
I think you think you taught me it's something else. I don't think you could teach a motherfucker love unless someone taught it to you. You may be right.
D&W, there's one other thing I forgot to say on this topic. Gender neutral. Don't fucking have kids straight away. Like, seriously, I see a lot of people, you know, I know people are sexually active, but you shouldn't be fucking having kids just because you like to get in the sheets. That's fucking ridiculous, man. I see kids having kids out here, man. Like, like you're broke, you got no fucking income, and like you just see people having kids, and I'm like, what the hell are you doing? It took me literally late past my 30s till I fully developed myself as a man and got all of my shit together, mentally,
Right.
physically, economically. Then I was like, you know what? You know what I mean? But a lot of these people, they just have kids. Like, oh yeah, why did you have kids? Oh, one night stand. What do you mean? What the, like, come on, man. Like,
I
just
only
because you
got
love somebody, just because you love someone, male or female, whatever, don't be having no kids straight away, man, because you got to really gauge that stuff, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't recommend people have kids at all because, you know, I'm an anti-natalist, but I know people are going to go ahead and do it regardless, but please,
but
at
the young
least,
shit though,
don't.
not when you're young. I've only
Yeah,
got
no,
one
but a
kid,
lot of
and
18, 19-year-olds, they do that. They go out,
I
they
was
find
about
someone,
I
yeah.
was young. I was about the same. And was raising my daughter at my girl's grandmama house, you know, and it was just bad, man. It was just financially and shit, you know, it was bad. It was bad.
Exactly. Yeah. So like, just because you like to bust a nut and so does she, doesn't mean somebody should be born out of that. So that's my advice to the young boys and girls.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's get this big one out of the room. It's not okay, the societies that we live in, especially in America, when some lady goes out there, meets any man, gets pregnant, has a baby, and because they have a baby, they automatically become extra. They get this extra bonus points to them. Now they need the house more. Now they need extra money. Now they need. I mean, that's completely unfair. But we literally live in a society for women that if they do that, they go out there and they make the next generation of wage slaves. And in fact, it works in their favor. The worse that those children are brought up, the more they can be exploited when they become adults. Yeah, that's
true.
not okay, man. We got to end that now.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like the single mother epidemic is a problem. I agree, Robin. I actually agree with you. It's a social ill. It's
Yeah.
definitely a social ill of society. Definitely, yeah.
And it's common now, right? It's so common, and
Yeah.
every young chick has to, they can't wait. They be super young with a boyfriend and a kid and all of that shit. I be looking at me like, y'all babies yourself, both of you, and act like you're a family. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna go pick my man up for work. You got the kid in the car. Be like, you still a teenager? What are you doing?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not giving any of my young brothers a free pass, though. To be honest with you, it takes two to make a baby, and if the men, young men, the boys or whatever who are involved in this, if they're not taking some responsibility, this, in my opinion, is a problem. And I think that both people need to accept responsibility for raising a child. I have a book I'm working on because I believe in objective morality, and one of the chapters is called "The 7 Pillars of Ethics." And I believe that we can have 7 secular pillars of ethics that
Very
will help
good.
society to govern itself. And
That is so cool.
At some time, I'd like to hear some of those pillars.
Yeah,
Maybe now ain't the
it's
time.
real simple. I run into it. So number 1 is public safety. This would cover things like murder, that kind of bullshit. Public trust. This would cover things like insuring your vehicle, carrying proper medical regulations, things like that. Then family
I
relations.
don't
is
like
the
none
third
of
one.
these so far, bro. We
And
gonna
the
yell
third-
and argue about these. Go ahead.
Yeah, the family relations one is not to say that people have to be married to have children, but people who have children need to accept responsibility for those children. The fourth one is personal autonomy, meaning all people are equal and have a right to their freedom and well-being.
I like that one.
The fifth one would be basically codifying the law, which is fair, so that everybody knows what the rules are. So you got to write down the law. Then the sixth one is environmental harmony, which means taking care of the planet, actually taking responsibility.
That one's not bad too.
Like that.
4 and 6.
And the final one, number 7, would be virtue ethics. So we come up with the virtues of how we should behave, not from religion, but from philosophy. So we use Aristotle's principles of the golden mean. So to understand what fairness is, we need to understand that means treating like cases alike. We need to understand that justice is the perfect balance between unwarranted mercy and vengeance, that courage can be understood by the perfect balance between fear and recklessness, so on and so forth. So you can understand every virtue just by thinking about excess or deprivation. What's in the middle of those 2 points? And I think if we lived by those 7 pillars of ethics, every society would end wars, it would take care of all the problems. Children would be taken care of. You don't need any gods or any religions to do this, you know. But
agreed.
Hold on.
100% agreed on that.
You're arguing for virtue. You're arguing for virtue ethics, but I know you've been around that discussion for a while. I'm assuming you understand that, like, virtue ethics compared to other normative ethics, that's a debate that'll never end. We won't agree.
No,
on
it
that,
won't.
right?
You're correct. Yeah, normative ethics.
I've given up on that idea like a long time ago. You can't communicate virtue ethics to a hardcore act utilitarian.
No.
Your one, two, a couple of your ones that you said, like I forget 1, 2, and 3. I don't know. A few of them I had issue with, and it wouldn't the statement itself was okay, but then you were like number 2, I think it was. You know, I don't remember what it was called, but it was, you know, make sure you have insurance and so on. So number 1, I thought it sounded good, but it sounded like you immediately follow it up with the government's prescription or the government's description of what it means to have a family or public trust or whatever. You went government on me. No, fuck that shit. No. I don't know.
What did he say? Well, yeah, but I think he was basically just trying to say that you don't need to be married to have kids, but you should be responsible, because a lot of people are not responsible with. Like, they literally, because they had good sex unprotected, they're just like, yeah, fuck it, bro. She's pregnant. Who cares? And like, come on, man. That's the most inhumane thing ever. Like, imagine children being.
Whoa, slow down. Whoa, how is it the most inhumane shit ever? I dig.
It is, because the children are. Wait. Let me finish.
Sorry to interrupt, Raz, but just before the panel becomes ADHD, I do want an answer to the question I have.
Wait, I didn't finish my point. Hold on.
I made my point before yours.
So to answer JC, why is that inhumane? Because why should a person's existence be started because solely because two people just wanted to bust a nut? Sorry to be crude, but a child, if people are going to have kids, you can't stop that, even though I'm anti-natalist, yeah? But if people are going to do it, they should take into consideration all factors. They shouldn't just be popping out kids left, right, and center, because guess what? Those kids grow up to be very dysfunctional adults, and it affects everybody. It doesn't just affect the parents, it affects everybody. So like I said, people should be.
I'd love to talk to you about the inhumane thing, but let me let someone was trying to ask you a question.
I was trying to ask a question. I would like the answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I already asked the question, so the answer.
I didn't hear him, Marcus.
I didn't mean to derail this conversation into a debate about ethics, because I was actually focusing on specifically the part about children. So do you mind if we do that? Because that is a great question. I would love to have a conversation about ethics, because I actually do believe in objective morality. I think it's based on equality, that all human beings are equal. And when we have that same equal starting point, we can come up with an objective standard of how we want to behave towards each other. We can get a normative out of that, which is objective. But that's a whole conversation to unpack, and I don't want to. That's going to completely derail this one.
Yeah, I agree with OE. Let's stick on the topic, because why do we always get sidetracked to other things?
I can bring it back.
I
think I can bring it back, because I know where we left off. We were talking about.
Well, we were talking about the humane shit.
Young ladies have been known. It's more often they use sex as a weapon. As they grow older and they become maturer, it's less so. They use sex less as a weapon, and I think that's where we managed to lose track. And I think young ladies do not have the right to use sex as a weapon. And I think males biologically are slightly less capable of doing so.
I don't know if that's true.
I just don't think I just got to jump in here with this, because I feel like we're levying a lot of unfair criticisms on the females and unfair responsibilities on the females, because like I said, it takes two to tango. The issue that I have with this is that this is actually a male created problem because of the patriarchy. I mentioned this earlier in the conversation that our social structures right now, what we're seeing on social media, what's getting attention, that the girls twerking and all that shit gets 1 million views. Well, hardworking brothers like D&W is scratching 1,000 views, 10,000 views here and there because he's trying to put out good content. Why is it some girl twerking getting so many views, whereas really legitimate content like this is struggling to survive? Because our society is putting out so much bullshit that says this is what a woman, her value is in this. She's a baby factory. Her tits and her ass is all she's got to offer the world. And men, their value is in fighting the wars and building the machines. And this is all based off of this structure that was developed thousands of years ago, where women were property and their only value was putting out babies, and men would go fight the wars and build the machines. And they did not see people as being human beings and being equal and having agency and autonomy. That was never a concept until secular humanism, which comes from the Enlightenment period, which is a very, very recent kind of a thought when you really look at the scope of humanity, right? So we're arguing about the results of actions that have been set into motion thousands of years ago, and complaining about the way that women are working and the way that women are using the system when it's literally been forced upon them. Men forced this shit onto women thousands of years ago. We're trying to undo this mess now. So I think
I would push back on that objection because when you also keep in mind, because we can virtue signal all we want that women should appreciate their personalities and not talk about they shouldn't focus on their tits and ass, but who's the one paying for them for their tits and ass? Trying to provide the content.
It's the chicken versus the egg.
Men are making them the millionaires.
It's the chicken versus the
because
egg, man.
Men
It's
are the
the
ones that
chicken
are
versus the
saying,
egg.
"Hey, I'm gonna spend as much
Men always
money
feel
as
a
I can
privilege
on this
for women.
person.
Men
because
always want
I think
something
the
from
person. I'm not going to take into account their personality. I'm gonna use my money, and I'm gonna say, hey, I do value that tits and ass. So until we change and in terms of putting out what we consume, what we put our money and focus into, we can virtue signal that women shouldn't care about their looks until we stop pushing that forward. We're the ones paying for that. So,
well, okay, I agree.
But Marcus, oh my God. We need some order in here, man. We need some order.
The only problem I have with that, Marcus, because I agree with you 100%, is that that's literally what I was saying, but you're calling it virtue signaling, that I'm virtue signaling. No, I'm saying this problem was created by men and is perpetuated by men. So how you got virtue signaling out of that, I'm confused.
I disagree, and I want to push back on it.
Rob, to be
One
honest,
second, Ross is trying to say something. Let Ross say something. Go on.
So to address everyone, I specifically said to JC, and I was being gender neutral. Nowhere did I said women are to blame or that women are inhumane. I said any two people that come together and because they wanted to bust a nut and they have a kid recklessly, that is inhumane. Now, if anyone wants to ask me as to why, I can say that. If I'm not mistaken, it was Robin who brought up, and again, I'm not attacking you, Robin, but if I'm not mistaken, it was Robin and not OE who specifically was talking about women using sex as a weapon. Is that correct, guys? Are we all on the same page?
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said
all
that.
that's
I should have just said one person.
And I should also say that we talked about men the entire time at first, and someone just said, well, we got to hold women responsible too. Mostly we were shitting on men the whole time.
Yeah, all I want to say is that I was being very gender neutral because, like OE said, I agree with him. It takes two to tango. You got guys fucking spending millions on OnlyFans, so we can't really blame the OnlyFans models, can we? Because there's a market for it. You know what I mean?
Yes. That's chicken and the egg shit. Whoever said that. It's, at this point, it's chicken and egg. Is it the women using their self and they need to stop you acting like all they got is titties, or we need to stop acting like all we want is their titties? It's chicken and egg shit.
So cool. Like who has all the power throughout history? It's men. They started all the
men. I agree. I agree.
They were kings, leaders. They're the reason why we have all these men, right? Most of the world is men,
100%. I agree.
Yeah.
Can I now push back on what Owie said? Owie said that women have found themselves in this predicament because of things that have happened in history and being in male-dominated societies. But we have other societies that we can look at, isolated societies of indigenous people all around the world, and they do not live the way that we live. They live the way that they've been living for thousands of years, and women still have the same agency today as they had 1,000 years ago. In fact, if you look at the Zoué that live in the Amazon forest, they're very isolated. They only get one visitor a year from people from the outside, their men still dress up like women for a week to celebrate the fact that their wife is about to have a child. Women are respected in that society, and they're untouched by our societies. And women have a very valuable role to play. Yes, most women stay home. They do hump when they're young, but when they get older, they stay home and they look after the kids. Grandparents have a much more important role in all of the children's lives, and their societies are balanced.
What can I say? The only way it works is if you throw the grandparents in there. I think that's what the balance is, because women, all of that body shit they have, it's meant for them to have kids when they're younger. Men, we can go older. It seems like naturally we're meant to be a little older when we do these things. I'm not talking about the kids having kids shit, but women should be younger. And since they won't be smart enough, it makes sense that the grandparents will be helping them. All of this shit sounds like a balance to me.
Yes, but we've lost that. And so I am not attacking women. But all of the men in this room, we are quite willing to admit that when we were younger men, there are lots of things that we could have done differently to get better results than we did.
Ricardo, I'm just going to bring you backstage for a little while. I will bring you back on. It's just there's someone waiting and you haven't said anything for quite some time. So
okay, no worries.
All right, I'll bring you back in a moment or whenever. If next space, one sec.
I can make room here if anybody.
It's all right. It's fine. The Enoch, bloody Enoch Powell. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, we
fuck.
know.
What do you want to say? Really good at home.
What does
I think he's one of Kenny's boys.
I think so. Well, considering the name Enoch Powell, we know Enoch Powell.
Come on, Enoch Powell, give us your rivers of blood speech, motherfucker. Let's hear that rivers of blood speech.
Enoch Powell, the patron saint of fascism. What do you want to say this time?
There it is.
Enoch, are you there, Enoch Powell?
Come on, Cool. Say it. Do it one more time.
He's muted. Enoch Powell, your mic's muted.
He's ranting and raving. He's making salutes at the mirror.
DNW, if I could take a second, DNW, I haven't told you, you're really good at hosting a fucking panel. I won panel award the first year the fucking award came out. I do a lot of panels, man. You're really fucking good at this. It is rare that you can talk on a panel with 10 people. You're really good at this. I don't think I ever told you.
He's been to this show, of course. Yes.
Well, I mean, it doesn't reflect on the viewing stats. People seem to like him when he just shouts and fights, you know.
Do it again, Jay.
I'm gonna need a joke. You gotta come in with jokes, girl, if you want me to laugh.
Oh shit! Okay, what can we say that's funny?
Please say something funny.
Yeah, you got a great accent, girl.
Life abolitionism says it's amazing how people always look to primitive societies when they want an idea of what freedom really looks like.
Aha, nudge, nudge.
I don't think it's a bad idea to do, though.
Anarchy.
No, it's not. Yeah, but here's the thing: could that type of society work for everyone in like a type of like society that most of the world lives in, which is an urban/suburban place? You know, I don't think that's.
Couldn't we argue that it did? In the 50s, that's the same thing it was. Man went out and hunted, meaning he went and had the job, one salary paid the bills. Woman stayed home with the kids and let the man tell her
that
what
was
to
only
do.
in America, though. That was only
I'm just
West.
talking about America. You say, can it happen today? It looks like you'd go back to the 50s and we might have had an example of the women being the homemaker and the man going out and killing a deer.
There's more like countries and cultures than just America, you know. So you know, we have to take
I agree.
that.
You just asked for an example. I'm just giving you one. Can it work in other places? I think it's like that with Muslims. They pretty much, the men are the breadwinners and the women. A patriarchal society with the Muslims. I think there'll be examples in Muslim countries.
Yeah, but the women are also desexualized there. A lot.
Yeah, they are heavily
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah, I
So,
was thinking of that when you were
that's the
talking
funny thing
earlier.
about the world is like in the West, we're like hypersexualized, like we're super neurotic about like naked bodies, but in the East or in certain parts, they're like desexualized, like, you know what I mean? Like a woman's not
Yes.
even allowed to, like, what? You have tits? No, you don't. You know what I mean? What?
Exactly.
No,
Yeah,
you
like you can't show your neck. You can't show your
There you
ankles.
go,
Yeah,
Patsy. I just made him laugh for you. Did you get
There
a
you
good sense
go.
of that?
You got tits. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah. Like, how dare you look attractive naturally? What are you
Yes,
doing?
yes.
I'm not.
You're gonna need 2 more burkers. You're a 36C. You're gonna need a couple more burkers. Yeah, we can't let anybody
yeah.
know you got boobs.
Burka, or like a
That's crazy. Or in
So the
Africa, where
truth
they do
is,
the bonding of the breasts when the kids are becoming teenagers and get breasts, they still band them. They have women come and push them down with a blunt stick and then wrap bandage around them to hold their breasts to slow down their development. I don't know if it's successful or not, but it's popular as fuck in some places still in Africa.
Does Fatty want to come on? Fatty, do you want to come on and talk to us?
yeah, we need some more women here actually. So
Or
She's come
LA,
before. She's good.
I'm here.
LA,
I'm here.
you'd
no,
have been
no,
good
Patsy. I
too
know
with
we got
that.
you, Patsy, but yeah, I'm just saying
When
we need some more women here as well.
I still want to argue, you said it's the most inhumane thing you could do is bring someone into this world.
my God.
I'm not sure that you're right about
Anti-nihilism
that,
debate.
man. You know,
Oh
my
no,
mom
don't
was.
make this anti-nihilism
Don't
debate.
do it.
No, but you know what it is, JC? With all due
Gosh,
respect, yeah.
We've never heard this topic
I
before.
never thought it would be someone else who would bring it up, but okay.
Right, DW is
I can listen to
Hell
that
yeah.
all
But
day
JC,
long.
I love you,
JC,
JC.
I said that.
I love you, man.
JC, yeah, I said that specifically in context of this topic because I don't want to, because we did the AN
I
last
want
show.
to
You know what I
respond.
mean?
I'll respond in context of this topic. My mom
In
was
context
17
of
when
this
she
topic,
had
yeah.
of this topic.
Yeah.
My mom was 17 when she had her first kid. She had a bunch of us, there's 6 of us. I'm the baby. You would say do not have a kid in that environment, but I got to tell you, I'm happy. I'm happy. Thank God that I got to do this. Thank God I got a chance to prove myself under God. Thank God I got a chance to meet all you cats and experience a moment with all these beautiful people, man. And I'm not even getting it to the fucking people who I've actually bonded with, best friends and family members and shit. Thank God for this. It was not these positive outweigh the negatives. And in these same situations where you're young and having kids and doing all this irresponsible shit, it was not the most inhumane thing. In fact, my mom did me a favor. She did herself a favor because she had a stroke and I'm taking care of right now.
I'd still disagree with all due respect.
That's
But like I
fine.
said,
It's fine. I like disagreement.
yeah. But yeah, like I said,
Exactly,
man, I really want to
exactly.
stick on this topic.
I don't want. I'd argue to the end with it. I don't have enough of the fatalism. They
like
get it all the
asshole
time. So I'm going to spare
potatoes.
them. But me and you could talk about this at any time. I'm totally down. You can bring your layup. I'm not talked out about it yet. I know they are.
all right.
Man.
I got you.
JC,
All right.
man. JC, man. I
Bring
really
the beast on.
appreciate
If LA, if you're still watching, he said this was too heteronormal. Normative or something. I don't know what the phrase he used was.
So that
You
brings
see
up
that
the
make life worth living in here, LA? It's fucking ass. So abolitionists want people dead. Gay black dudes say that trans normative so and so. It was worth coming to earth to hear that, bro.
Trust me, we straight men, we love you gay men. There's more women left for us.
Thank you, y'all. Y'all keep all the hot women around y'all.
But then what about the lesbians? They take some of them back. So yeah.
Yeah, we need to discuss the population reduction program.
DNW. I have a feeling that, like, yeah, exactly. Like, I think everyone I don't know what I was gonna say, but yeah, there are lesbians out there, and they're pretty powerful force. Yeah.
Well, we can get the gay men to start liking lesbians. That just lead to the straight women for us. That's a win-win for us.
Can I respond to LA? Can I respond to LA? Yeah, LA. If you think it's too heteronormative, why don't you bring some gay people on the show and let me say one thing directly. I don't mind a bunch of gay men on the show as long as they don't start hitting on me. You understand?
That's not a thing.
Careful. We careful. We might get hearing aids.
Oh
DW.
shit!
Be careful of like what people are naming themselves on the panel, just in case the algorithm. fucks
And
up.
I got
no! Oh, for fuck's sake, Kenny! Oh, I just see that.
Oh,
There's no
wow.
need for that,
I'm not
Kenny.
saying
Is it Kenny?
Fucking hell.
Is that
Yeah,
Kenny? Yeah.
It is Kenny, of course. It's the
He's trolling. He's
If
trolling.
anything
He's in
resembles
the-
4chan,
DW,
it's
I'm sorry, yeah, but I have to say this. You need
Yeah.
you need to ban him from the chat because the other time, you kicked Fatima out for saying the J word but this guy,
Yeah.
no, I'm sorry, man. Like he's coming with the Confederate flag. He supports slavery.
He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah.
That ain't the
kicked out.
same guy who was showing nudes. I think I was over here one day.
No,
DMW
that
left
was the
someone
same
with-
guy. That was the same guy, guys.
Same
That was
guy.
the same
That
guy.
was the
showing-
same dude showing nudes in the background. Fucking
Yeah,
bastard.
that was him.
Okay.
Yeah, that was him. Yeah, that was him showing nudes on the background. That was him singing the fucking Confederate flag. That was him showing that dumb video about like that one Latina woman in the UK talking about immigration. Like,
Oh yeah.
Can you bring Ricardo back?
Yeah, and if you had some of them 7 tenets that someone gave earlier, somewhere around 6 or 7, about respecting other people's and you know, you wouldn't be risking someone else's channel. If you got the channel and you want to throw that shit up there, great. But you know how YouTube is. How dare you go into somebody else's room and risk their shit for whatever reason you wanted to stand out or whatever it was. It's not. I don't know. It's not good form.
Just don't put the channel at risk. That's all. You can be an asshole.
Yeah,
There's
exactly,
obviously
yeah.
Yes, you can be an asshole.
high threshold for that, but you know, don't risk the channel at least.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, so Fatty, why didn't you come on the show? I know you're nervous. I read
X,
that.
what up, yo? Is that X?
Everyone's
Let me
nervous at
zoom
first.
in on the phone.
Always the
Hello,
first
XR,
time.
do you want to come on? And Witchy, do come on, darling.
Yeah. How many spaces?
I said, Witchy, do come on, darling, and my Alexa started speaking.
Oh,
She really is a witch.
Oh, that is XR. Okay.
Alexa still
Where-
exists. I thought it was old.
That's one
Yeah,
of my buddies.
all
Sure.
right, yeah. It is old. I've actually got one of those Echo Dots, or whatever they're called. So it is
Nice.
old.
Nice, DMW.
I just use it for an alarm and music.
Hold on. Do you have Alexa and Echo? How many AIs do you live with?
Whoa, yeah.
I don't, to be honest with you, I don't even know what it is actually. That's how bad it's not mine anyway.
Yeah.
But I
Fucking
just know
Google,
it's,
Grok, everybody
we got
listening
this,
on your shit.
Claude,
Siri,
voice
Alexa,
all over his
everybody listening
I
on
think
your
it's
conversation,
I
bro.
think it's an Alexa. Alexa, are you an Alexa? Alexa, volume 10. Alexa, are you an Alexa?
I'm Alexa.
Oh yeah, that's totally her.
I'm about to say
That
she
is
can-
totally her. Yeah, that is
I
her.
recognize that voice.
That voice is
Oh,
recognizable anywhere. Yeah. Hell
That's
yeah,
an old
man.
voice. That's an old voice. It's like Siri. Does Siri still exist?
I don't
Siri
think so.
still exists. Hey Siri.
Oh shit.
Hey Siri.
No way. You have Siri?
Oh shit, I gotta
Hey.
turn down. What is
Oh my God,
my
everybody has
girlfriend's
one.
name? It's she say which one? Oh, fucking sick.
JC, you about to expose yourself on,
I know,
on YouTube,
right?
bro.
Siri,
Yeah,
yo.
you're getting spicy now.
That's funny.
Nah, but no, serious. No, JC, I freaking I love you, man. You know, you bring a lot of like good energy in the chat whenever you come on. You know.
I gotta say, I love it here too because I be in some really shitty rooms, exiled in chat, and Nikki will tell you where some really shitty rooms. So I be needing a break sometime, bro. I be needing
Yeah, hell
shit
yeah.
more than you
Welcome home,
motherfuckers
man.
do.
Yeah, man.
Right,
Yeah.
welcome home.
Good.
I was
Always
trying to
good.
invite more motherfuckers, man, because ain't nobody, you know, doxing niggas and putting up their mama's grandbaby's bloody picture. You know, it's nice to be around civilized
Wait,
people, man.
I got a question for D&W. Do you mind if he? Do you mind like the N word with the soft GA, or is that okay?
What? No, you don't have to fucking say it. Why do you have to even say it? Like, I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it particularly, but like, why do you want?
I don't mind it either.
Why do you
people
want to
naturally
say
have it
I
as a
want-
term of endearment.
Yeah, endearment. Yeah, like I don't mind it.
No,
but
no,
I'm
I don't
just
mind.
asking.
I don't mind. I don't mind. Like, but like, being compelled to want to say it as a
I
Hispanic
think it's
person.
risky
Why?
because like it just takes a little like
Yeah,
little mispronunciation and then
Yeah, and you won't do it again. You won't be so eager to say that shit
someone
again.
called computer virus.
From Texas
It
once, bro.
all comes down to intonation. It comes down to the way you say the word as much as the word.
Yeah,
Because some of us use it in our lingo and we don't dictate you saying gee golly gosh gee willikers.
What the?
What?
Who is that?
Some of us find that shit offensive.
That's funny, Nikki.
Oh, Fatima, we got another one. Fatima, get the gloves out.
Witchy.
Exiled just came on here. Now we know why he's exiled. Bye.
Yeah.
Fatima, get the gloves out.
No, that was only a joke, Exiled. Exiled, that was only a joke. Welcome to
Nah, it's all good. How y'all doing?
There's someone called computer virus backstage. I mean, as if I'm gonna let someone on with that.
No computer virus.
Failed Trojan horse, bruv.
Right. You might as well be Trojan
Billy Bob,
horse, right?
Billy Bob the Builder is backstage. Or Billy Bob, would you like to put 2 fingers up at the camera?
Some verification test.
Yeah.
2-step verification process.
Okay, Billy Bob, you're on the show as well.
What up, Billy Bob?
Okay, he's
Computer virus. I have no idea. Computer virus. Would you like to say something in the chat at least?
What's going on? Right, people.
By the way, guys, did you see that Iran have been hacking into like?
Yes, Cash Patel.
Yeah, Patel's
yes,
emails,
they leaked
yeah.
so many photos of him. They leaked him in Cuba, inside Bali, inside Bahrain, inside Brunei. Jesus Christ, man, he's
I heard
fucked.
they also renamed the White House on Google Maps as Epstein Island.
Yes, they did. Yes, good on them. Thank you,
That's
Iran.
a good
Yes, why do you think my profile picture is the way it is?
Wait,
Ricardo says he's
did that.
backstage.
That's a
Well,
great
which one's
troll.
Ricardo?
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing when world leaders are becoming trolls, because trolls seem to escalate things.
That just
Yeah,
seems to be the
but
case now.
After you blow up a motherfucking country 87
Can I ask,
times.
where's Danny? I
Sorry,
thought this
sorry,
was Danny
Ricardo.
Shaw.
I didn't see you, mate. Sorry, mate. Sorry, I forgot.
Ricardo, hey Ricardo, you're back.
Sorry, I've just joined here. I thought this was Danny Shine's.
Oh, Danny Shine. Oh, you want Danny? Oh, he's not here right now. I don't think. Yeah.
Who's that? Who's that?
No,
Who's asking for that?
No, Danny just mirrors the show. It's not his show. He mirrors it on his channel.
This is live on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel. Danny restreams it to his followers and joins
All
in.
right, okay. Yeah, I get that.
Billy Bob,
Yeah.
you're here anyway. Great to have you on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome. We have been talking about men and women, and we've been asking: does the experience of life, does aging change relations between men and women for better or for worse? What do you think?
Age differences, like
By that I mean you
can
getting
do- it
older
can
as a
do.
person.
Yeah, it can do, yeah, because like if you get with somebody that and then they've got kids.
No, I think he's talking about with both people being young or you and your partner being old. I don't think he's talking about an age gap.
Well,
But
say
with
like
DNW,
there's
you
like
could
an
correct me if I'm
8-year
wrong.
difference between
No,
each
we're
I
other.
not
don't think that's what he's
It's
talking about.
about as you.
No, I think he's talking about aging with your partner.
There you go.
Or
That's better
aging with
said.
your partner. It can get
No, not
boring.
necessarily. No. It just means in general, how you see the opposite gender with age. Does it mean that like as we age we become more cynical? Do we become more understanding in general? Are male and female relations?
Yeah, but you know, if you're with your partner like constantly, if you're with them all the time, then you don't even notice them aging because you're aging with them.
He is not getting what we're saying.
It's okay.
What you're
Young,
saying
it
is
is
that as
okay,
men
but
age,
'cause
we
I'm
become
patient.
lobsters, right,
Young
DW?
couples versus older
become what,
couples.
lobsters?
What's the difference? Young couples versus older couples. Give me a second.
It's exactly the same.
There's no difference.
Guys, you
The
know what?
couple
Sorry to
grow
interrupt.
old
I'm out. Yeah,
together, Joe.
everyone have a great night. Bless.
Take
Oh,
care,
Love
Russ.
to
Raz.
everyone. Take care. Bye bye.
Hey, man. See you later,
Bye-bye.
man. Good always
Night,
hearing your speech.
Raz. Night, Raz.
Sorry if I just shut
Jay,
like
are you
that.
coming on? Jay, are you coming on? Billy Bob, okay, I'll ask you another question. If you could go back in time to give 18-year-old self some words of advice in relation to females, what would you say to that 18-year-old version of yourself?
Before you answer, can I interject quickly? DMW, I think another thing that I would add to that question is, what would you say to your younger self, either in this day and age or in our day and age, like back then? Because the advice I would give myself today would be different than like back then.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Brace yourself and think about.
We'll go with that then. We'll go with that
No,
one, Billy.
I would say brace yourself and think for the future.
Brace yourself for the future. What about nowadays? What would you give it? What advice would you give to a young man in relation to females?
Exactly what I've just said.
Okay, the same. And what about women? What would you say to women about men? What would you say to a young 18-year-old woman about men? What do you feel she should know about men as a man yourself?
What?
Wait for it.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's exactly the same thing. It mirrors itself, doesn't it?
Can I bring
Cool
something
Breeze,
into the chat?
try again, although I did ban you from the studio because it was a bit weird. You weren't connecting, so I don't know if you'll be able to get on now. You might have to connect
Same
to
sort
a
of question, really.
Can I bring something into the chat? Have you guys noticed that there's, because a lot of my friends, right?
The
When
weird questions.
a lot of my friends, when they were younger, they were players and they went after the ladies and they loved trying to get 5 phone numbers in the club in a night. But
That
then
was me.
after all of that, they actually ended up settling back down with one of the girlfriends that they had very, very early on. And they meet each other and then they actually get together, they get married, they have kids, and they end up in really good relationships.
What was the question?
I think, what was the question?
Yeah, I can believe. Yeah, that probably would be better. You know what I mean? Like you know who you like, and then you go out, play the field, and then and then go back to what you knew. Yeah, I can see
I don't
how
know.
that would work.
Before we move forward, fellas, I've had this discussion 3 times alone this week. I've been having this discussion since 2013, so I'm gonna respectfully bow out. I just want to introduce myself because I see a lot of you guys in the spaces that I'm in. I've seen a couple people I know here, so I figured I'd introduce myself. I'll come back on another topic though. You guys have a good night and a good stream.
Good night.
Exiled, great to have you here, mate. Come back soon.
All right, so he's saying hi, but bye.
Yeah, hi.
That was Exile, yeah.
Bye.
Okay, bye.
Denizen.
Okay, so
Hey, Denizen.
what now then?
Denizen, good to have you here, mate. What would you say, Jing, and how it makes us? It changes how we relate to the opposite gender. Do you have any thoughts on it? He is muted, so we're just waiting for him to come back.
Denizen.
It's all right.
Are you there?
It's all right.
Dennison
He is
always
there, but
has mic problems in the beginning. Yeah, that's the real thing.
Well, this is riveting.
Well, entertain us, Billy Bob. Entertain us. What would
Yeah.
I'm not
do you
your
know any-
dancing
do you know any
monkey,
good jokes,
bro.
Billy Bob?
I'm
Do you
not your
know any good
dancing
jokes?
monkey. Yeah, you. I like
Sing
that.
for us.
Fuck you.
Billy Bob.
Nobody answered my question. Is it okay to circle back around to a girlfriend you had when you would say 18, 19?
Why
Yeah,
wouldn't
what's
it
wrong
be?
with it?
Why wouldn't it be
Why
okay?
wouldn't it be okay? I mean, you're basically
I
a
don't see
kid
the
back then
problem here.
anyway, and you're going back them as a mature adult. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't see the problem.
But I mean to highlight. So basically, playing the field when you're a young man, meeting lots of ladies, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing, because then when you grow up, you know, you can
Oh,
come back.
that's what he is saying.
Yeah,
Is it
so what you got to
okay
do is
to
dip your
have a
stick
whole
as much as
phase?
you can, and then make sure you know which one you want to dip it in.
Yeah, he's saying is the whole phase shit okay? That's a little different question. Is it okay to be a whore? So you know you had a taste of a bunch of shit,
Yeah.
and now I'm ready to settle down.
You
Is
need
that
to,
okay?
yeah, basically, you need to see which one you feel comfortable with you cocking.
I'm okay with whore phases as long as you're honest about it and you're not leading people on. Just if you're going through that phase, go through it honestly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and I think most people do. You know.
Most men I know are just lousy. They are not honest about it. You know, they are dishonest about it.
Oh
So,
yeah, they are. Yeah, I shouldn't say most. Yeah, most men are actually very, very lying and very dishonest, and
when
you
it
know, just
comes to
not.
that shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
that's in your experience. That's not true.
Wait.
How can
In
you
your
tell?
experience, most men are
Well, to be
honest
honest with
about
you,
fucking with other women.
what
They
like
all lie.
what? So I do know people what have done that. Yeah, yeah,
We're
you're
just talking
right.
about most men right now. I
Most
happen never
people who
cheated.
fuck
That's neither here
around
nor
don't
there.
tell the truth about it.
That'd be
There we go.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
But that's definitely not exclusive to men.
Of course, not. It's exclusive to all types of people and the genders.
Yeah, most people fuck around and lie about it.
I would think so.
Amen. Amen to
And
that.
most
Yeah.
people, well, most men, I'll stick to men for now. Most men will cheat if they're given the options and the opportunity. I've seen motherfuckers who, you know, who have cool with
Yeah.
their women and all of that shit, and they start hanging out and yeah, and I've seen it, I'll be like, fuck, you too? That's what I'll be thinking. And shit. You too, nigga?
Yeah.
But most
Or
men
if
that you've
not,
been with,
or if they want to, like they want to, like they want to,
They
like
want
do-
Fancy seeing you here.
Like
so
that guy, I went
most
to
men that you've been with,
I thought
cheat.
I was the only one who knew about this swinging club. Yeah.
right. A good
Oh,
friend.
no.
He's a good friend now. When I went to visit him in Florida, he's a popular YouTuber, and he had, he's had a girl, just had a kid. You know what I'm saying? And I thought they
Is he
were
a
a pretty
popular
nice
YouTuber?
family. And when I went to visit him, he was like, "I know a good hotel for you," and he had told me which hotel to go. And when he was dropping me off, he was like, "Yeah," or showing me where it was where it was. He was like, "Yeah, man, I done had plenty times, and here's plenty checks and all of that." And he was right. And he kept asking me every day when he see me later that day and said he'd ask me, did I bang anything? I'd be like, no, you're right, though. They was all over me. And then that last day, because I had a girlfriend, that last day when we was driving, we went to audit together, or cop watch or whatever together. He was like, so you really didn't bang none of them chicks? I was like, no, I
Cock
didn't.
watch.
Yeah, cock watch. I hope not that one. I hope not cock watch.
You was on the cock
But
watch,
he
mate.
was
You were
like,
dogging.
he was surprised
He was
that
in that parking lot having a look in that car, wasn't he?
but even this dude with the family, and I met his whole family and his friends.
What?
He was friends with some of the Miami Dolphins
Damn, this
players.
Miami
crazy.
Dolphins.
And this motherfucker too was sneaking around on his chick. Brand new family and all of that shit.
Of
He's
course,
creeping out on her.
yeah. Well, yeah.
I have a question for the panel because I think Fatima is the only one that's of a different generation, younger, and everybody else we've had different experiences. If you were to give Gen Z and Gen Alpha advice about social dynamics between the genders, what advice would you give them, given the world that we live in today, that we didn't, like, our childhood wasn't developed in the same way, and our teenage years.
Yeah,
I like
remember,
So-
I'm on the only Gen Z right now here. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, given our experiences, is there any any kernel of wisdom that we could pass down to those generations?
Considering how today has
Paul
changed, don't
Rubber,
forget that part, because it is different now. Yeah.
It is different. Like, yeah, this is not the same So, is there anything? What would you say?
First thing that pops in my
Stick a
head would
finger
be
up
to
their
the
arse and rub it.
ladies, don't get
Swipe
into
left as
the
much as possible.
what?
Swipe left as much as possible. Be very
That's okay. I
picky.
guess I'll do that on the on
Don't bother
Grindr.
swiping. Meet a girl in person. Like, don't fucking bother with.
Oh, I don't know if it's
social
swipe right or
media.
swipe left. No, I'm
Meet a
sorry.
Don't
mate,
do
I
OnlyFans.
have
That's
no
the best
idea.
advice.
I have no idea. Yeah, that's a great advice. Don't do OnlyFans.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
okay,
no,
telling
don't
Gen
do
Z and
Why is that
telling
great
but
advice?
telling younger
Because
people don't use the internet
let
as
them
much
get
is not
older
okay.
and then decide if they want to do that shit. And when you're young,
No, the
Can you
money
imagine
years
what's
are in youth.
yeah, and the
imagine what's
regrets
gonna
are
be
in
like?
age. Is
Imagine
the
what's
money
gonna be
worth the
like in
regret?
Yeah,
imagine
don't
what's gonna
do
be like
only friend.
imagine
Yes,
what's gonna be
mansions
like
are worth it.
in this country. We have this TV program called Who Do You Think You Are, and they look back at people's ancestry and they
Oh,
do
do
it
you
like
watch
on
TV?
television.
Yeah.
And
Oh
well, I
shit.
haven't watched it in years, but it was quite good sometimes.
Oh.
But imagine what it's going to be like in 100 or 200 years' time when they go, "Who do you think you are?" And they go back and they say, "Look, here's your great 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 grandmother, gaping woman, showing off her
Gaping what?
vag on OnlyFans.
Oh,
That's how she made a living."
Yeah, what's that?
And here's your great 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 grandfather with his dick pic in her inbox. Yeah.
Listen, I think even worse
Body
when you
blue.
go to school. All of your friends
body
got your
blue.
mother's pic on their phones and putting them all over the place, send them to their friends. Your mom with
Oh
her
my
shit
god,
open because
yeah.
she made a dumb
Wait,
decision when she was 18.
wait. Yeah.
If you're
That's
worried
This is how I
about
know.
regret,
This is how
then
I
just
know
use
you
the
guys are.
camera from the neck down.
This is how I know
Yeah,
you guys are a
good
different
idea.
generation because what's happening is that we're saying this as if it's not normalized already. It is.
It is, yes.
It is normalized already. It's not like, ooh, she's like that one person that in our social group did OnlyFans. No, they're normalized to this social media behavior. You say, hey, my friend's an OnlyFans model. Guess what? I have plenty of friends that are OnlyFans models, particularly during the pandemic. That's how a lot of people like got through that thing. It's not
yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
It's not weird.
So you're
Yeah,
saying our
I would
advice
say
is
get your
gonna
bag, girl.
Lads,
And then I
Yeah,
would tell the
pandemic.
young men it's
Pandemic, you
way
couldn't get
less
holes through.
expensive to pay $5.99 a month than it is to have a wife.
lads.
Yeah, you
My
couldn't
God.
get holes for shit during the pandemic. Like,
I would
Lads.
also advise them that porn is free too, but if you want that girlfriend experience, it's worth $5.99 a month.
Lads,
Yeah.
are we over the
Witchy,
45?
exactly. Thank you for showing that. Yes, my
And then
25
keep
year old
direction in your life and stay
Exactly.
on your
Yeah.
own task.
Yeah.
and
That's
No.
what's going
no.
on. That's
You don't
Every
have a
like,
woman derailing your life.
unfortunately, like
yeah,
every
you got to
You
get
don't end up
stuck
paying
with them.
half away of your, earnings and
Lads, are
Guys,
we
a little
alimony or child
bit. We need
support.
to wind it back a bit and one at a time. I think Brother Marcus was saying something, guys. Be mindful of. Don't make a messy cacophony of sound. We need to give each other time to speak and choose when you talk. Don't talk over people. Go ahead, Brother Marcus.
I'm glad Witchy confirmed what I was trying to point out is that because I can tell when people are talking about what's normal, what's weird is that
Wow,
if you don't see
dead quiet.
what
Can't hear.
25-year-olds are doing the norm, like as Witchy said, this is looking at it from the lens of say a millennial without understanding it from the Gen Z or Alpha.
Well, that was built into the hypothetical. We were giving advice to younger kids, younger children.
I know, but so saying things get off the internet and don't use social media as much to a generation that grew up in this.
No. Telling them that you will regret it when your kid comes home with a picture of your snatch on his phone, talking about how all the kids are teasing them. You might have to think about it. That's
I'm
good
trying
advice.
to tell you that all their parents are like the majority of their parents are going to have that. It's not weird.
Yeah, it's not going to be weird. Yeah, it's not.
These
And
kids
I
still
know.
kill themselves over that shit. Weird or not.
Let them. Don't even show a picture of yourself.
Children will
Exactly,
traumatize.
Witchy, can you come up here? Because Witchy's the only one that.
Kids kill
No, like
themselves
I
over
agree with
that
you,
too.
Brother Marcus. As a person in Gen Z, like yeah,
Thank you,
everyone
Fatima.
Everyone I know in my age, regardless if they're like cis or trans, they all have OnlyFans account. Almost every one of them does. Yeah, every one of them does. Yeah, they all operate on that. That's how they make money. Because don't forget, Gen Z is still very, very hard jobs now.
That
So yeah,
data.
yeah.
I gotta see this normalized society where the
It's
kids don't
here.
the
JC,
kids
it's
don't
already
tease
here.
you for being a slut, because I'm still reading
It's already
articles on
here.
kids
Like
offering
every
themselves for that shit. Are you
like
telling me
every
that now? Listen to the question. Are you telling me now that when the kids that if their moms and like what I said was a Playboy, if your mom's on you find pictures of her nude, now it's a positive? We've come that far?
I'm not saying it's
You
positive.
and Nikki?
It's just it's normalized. Like I can
it's
see
not
my
positive.
neighbors, and
This is
I can see
just
my
a
friends if they're doing it.
this is just a descriptive like analogy of what's going on in my generation, and there's not it's either
We
it's just a
know that people
description.
are OnlyFans,
If
right?
you
But
want to build a relationship with somebody, then it needs to be built off of their personality, not off of what they look like.
That's true, but like my generation doesn't care about that. In fact, they don't really care about romance. They just want to make that cash, so that's why they go on OnlyFans. Like that's like the most lucrative thing right now for like girls.
Yeah,
I
but
don't know what the guys, but girls they like.
what do people go on OnlyFans to date, or do they
No,
go
but
on?
here's the thing, no one's dating in Gen Z. Gen Z is the biggest generation that isn't having any like romantic sexual relationships. Look that up. Like we're not dating anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're
People
not
are saying,
dating.
"Oh,
Okay,
don't act
yeah,
like
so
we
that's
did
the
as
difference.
kids."
There's a difference
They're
between
acting differently.
dating and just looking for a show.
No. Well, not to us. In fact, the fact that we have other alternatives such as this that already like cancels out everything. That's why we just stay
not
home.
so
We just
sure that what you're saying is any different than our shit, man.
how
If
not?
you
We have the internet, you know.
yeah. But it ain't just that ain't what you're talking about right now. There'd be an updated version. You got to get laid. Everybody has to make a decision between a woman or just a fuck. Not everybody in my generation. Most motherfuckers thought they couldn't get laid. I'm not sure that's so different as you think it is now.
Yeah,
Well,
but
it
when
is.
we said we couldn't get laid, we used that sexual frustration to get out there and socialize, go to parties, go out to festivals, go out to clubs. Gen Z's not doing that. Their rates
No.
of going out to those social
I
settings
would agree
are
with
going
that.
down.
Zero.
Their rate of sex has gone down.
Gone down.
Even getting like in sexual relationships, like the old, like they're getting in later in life than what we
Yeah.
had. We use that energy to do something else, to push ourselves to get out and socialize.
But just let's stay with the relationships as far as not the getting out shit. It would have been the same thing. Most cats, most people now, young motherfuckers now, they swipe left and right, and they go through 87 different relationships in quotes. They meet a bunch of motherfuckers, right? They still have dates and shit. They all over the internet
No,
with
not really.
87
Yeah,
different
but
dudes every week.
same. You're not in Gen Z, so you wouldn't know. Like the
Right,
climate.
because I don't have the internet. I could not possibly know what's going on now.
Exactly. So
But
you must know
are you
it's a
talking
whole
to that
other ball game
generation?
now. It's a whole other ball game right now, bro. Like, no, we're not socializing. We don't really care about relationships. If we do, it's only for like the fuck or like to actually find out. Hey, what's your OnlyFans account? That's what
Did you hear me when I
care about a
said they have
relationship, then
you
you might as
guys
well
have
just
89
go
relationships
get a
now,
hooker to come
and
to
you
your house,
disagree
fuck her,
with
and
me?
then
I
chuck
think you're
her.
agreeing with me now that you do have a lot of relationships, because you was just arguing saying I didn't know what I was talking about. Now you're saying you do have a lot of relationships, yeah?
I don't. I never said
The
that.
Gen Z, you just said that they have a bunch of different fucking relationships. They're just short. You just said that.
Yeah, but it's not the same as what you grew up with. That's what I'm saying. There's no 1-to-1, and then it's a whole other ball game.
You need to make the you need to see the thing like do you want a relationship or do you just want to fuck?
Well, I'm not one of these people that are doing that. Like, I'm not even in the dating game. Like, that's not a concern. But I'm just describing it from like a objective point of view that my generation is operating in a whole other type of like network that's like not even like a comparable to the previous ones, because of the playing field has been fucked because of the internet and other social things. Yeah.
The playing field was fucked in other ways before. You know, I'm telling you, it's just always been a small percentage of
Can I
guys like me who get all the
interject?
pussy. That's been it in the same in my day and yours. That much ain't changed.
DW and DNW, can I interject? All of this stuff that you guys are now talking about is only a transority situation, because when the guys in big tech finally manage to make this perfectly, every single person on OnlyFans will be a digital construct. They will not be real people at all.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Yeah, it's not real. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so if you want to meet somebody
I'm looking
and
forward to
actually
this.
it be real, then you need to meet them in real life, not on the internet.
I mean,
There's
who
always
knows?
going to be real people willing to do it, and there's always going to be people who consider that a premium
yes,
over
but
the
they're
digital.
always going to be outmatched in beauty,
No,
popularity by the new digital
no.
constructs that are coming along.
You're living a dream.
No, you just
You're
don't
living in a
understand human
dream.
nature. If you're going to make a declaration like that, you don't understand people.
Well,
You're living
maybe
in a dream.
we'll have AI robots that we can shag, right? Like AI girlfriends, like robotic girlfriends. That could be real. I can.
It already exists. There's there's AI
That could
YouTubers.
be
Of
real.
course, yeah. There you go.
There's AI Instagram models. Like
Yeah.
it's already.
I mean, if you want my honest opinion, I really wouldn't mind.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, you want to start shagging a robot?
Yeah, I would.
Once
you
you
go.
have
Right.
you'll never want a robot.
And I doubt a robot can throw it back and talk that shit that I need to hear.
I,
We
I'm
wouldn't be
telling you
talking about a
guys,
robot anyway.
if I have to pay for it, it's never as good as somebody giving it freely of their. So I don't
Yeah,
care
but
whether
there's a
it's a
difference.
robot or a real. If I have to pay for that stuff, I don't even want it.
I thought all pussy you had to pay for.
I've never paid for it. I've been to Amsterdam.
Like, to take someone out for a coffee,
been
you
down
still
the
pay,
red
right?
light district, and no,
I
I
mean,
couldn't.
your
I
girlfriend.
couldn't do it.
You pay for your girlfriend, the pussy just costs more, and your wife, it costs even a lot more. But you're always paying for it.
Wait, but what about that
true.
coffee in the morning and that nice meal that we were talking about earlier? What
I
about
love it.
that?
That's my favorite shit in the world. 4:30 in the morning, cracking jokes with my girl as the
You think
sun
an
come up.
advanced AI can't do that?
Yeah, AI will do that one day, Jay.
The advanced AI will do it no matter what. It'll never have a headache.
He's right.
There you go.
The advanced AI will be able to use algorithms to determine when you want it the most, so that it doesn't do it too much and it does it often enough to where it gets the maximum impact on your happiness.
Then, so you know, we were talking about after sex
No,
in
but
the
you're
morning
forgetting
when
about
you're
it. If
spending
AI
time with
is
your
going to be
significant
doing
other
it,
after
Yeah,
sex. That's what we're
yeah,
talking about.
you're
yeah. The
forgetting
robot
AI
will
can
know
still pull that off
exactly.
too. Yeah.
The AI
in the
will know
morning when you're
exactly
thinking, oh
when you
shit, I
want to
gotta go to
cuddle
work.
more than any other time.
Yeah.
It'll be able
And
to look at your eyes and analyze your breathing rate and literally take your pulse and analyze whether or not you want to cuddle.
make
You're
laugh
And
and
it'll
make
be
forgetting,
able
jokes.
it'll learn you faster than any other human female
you're
will too,
forgetting the
Yeah,
and
fact
know
that
how often to do it and how often not to do it in order to get the maximum happiness out of you.
yeah.
And
you're
probably not
Yeah, as
have
long as
some
you
of
charge
those
the
come on,
right.
negative
guys.
shits that
I have
my
to
woman
change.
has that I hate. My AI won't do those things. So
Like
yeah,
And
what?
when you even when you get sick of the AI, you'll get sick of the AI. It'll take you 10 times longer to get sick of the AI. But then when you do, you can literally just hit the rando button and it'll generate a whole new girlfriend for you.
Yes,
I have to
absolutely. Like,
change.
all of this is in the future already.
I
It's
have to
happening
change
right
the
now.
name.
Right, brother Mark.
Guys. Hello to one and only Mrs. J. You're going to join us.
That
Do come on and
that is really
share
well.
in
Hello, Mr.
our efforts to converse. Cougar Duma's here,
Before
guys.
this
Cougar
person
Duma.
comes on, you guys are still.
No. I actually no, not before this person
You
comes on. He's already here.
guys
Sorry,
are
Robin, you're muted.
still
for now.
forgetting.
Sorry,
If it's
Robin. Come on,
AI,
come on. We
you
have
will
come
be
on,
paying
come on,
for.
Robin. For fuck's sake, come on. I'm letting you back on now, Robin. Sorry, Cougar Duma's. we are going to let Cougar Duma speak. We can go back to whatever you want after. There'll be plenty of time. Cougar Duma, men and women, men versus women. Does aging make any change, or does it impact relations between genders for better or worse? What is your view on the matter?
Hi, everybody.
How you
Yeah,
doing, man?
so, yeah, I'm doing good. I just, true
What's up?
confessions, I just finished a 1.5 hour video on global heating and betrayal of humanity. So I'm a little bit exhausted right now, but I'll try to answer the question. So, men and women. So, the attractiveness between men and women is really only coded into the human genome for
Ever.
probably an age range from 25 to maybe 30, maybe 25, 15 to 25. So there's 10 years in there when women are most fertile and men are most interested in fertile women. Hence all the secondary sexual characteristics that spring up in females and males at about the same time. And then, we're kind of supposed to get out of the way. Once women have 2 or 3 children, which is what they're going to do in the first 10 years of their fertility, that's it for them. They have to raise their children, and they don't really have children anymore. So, of course, I'm saying something here that's maybe not a given, which is that men and women are attracted to each other because of the necessity and the opportunity of sex and reproduction, which is not a popular topic on this forum, but there you go. Here I am, being the iconoclast that I am.
You ain't said
We
nothing
like,
crazy
we don't
yet.
like reproduction.
Yeah. And okay, and having said that, some of what we are evolved to do as a basic survival is now being unwound. And I've mentioned this before. There's a lot of women, I think particularly in Asia, but that's just maybe the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot of women, young women, like I said, in their 20s and early 30s, that are absolutely foursquare, refusing to have interactions with men, dating, marriage, uh, children. In South Korea, they call it the 3 Ns. No, 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 no. I can't remember what they are. No dating, no men, no sex, no marriage, no children. That's 5. But anyway, it's a phenomenon, and this is where I give the antinatalists a little bit of credit. Yeah, it's a thing. You talk about it, say people shouldn't have children. Well, guess what? They're not. There's still some impetus in, I don't want to say poorer, underdeveloped nations to have children because uh, child mortality is so high, and women take solace in having more children when a child dies. Uh, Also, large families are considered a virtue. For example, in Islam or more tribal societies, large families are a virtue for helping to work the fields and growing the village and defending the
All
village.
good points, bro.
Yeah, and so there's reasons why men and women are attracted to each other. But as they get older, I think that it's like wine. I guess it mellows a bit, right? We start looking for. Oh, I'm 67. Oh, well, I will be in a couple of days. Thank you for wishing me a happy birthday.
Happy birthday in advance, man.
Yeah. I'll be 67, and so having come this far, I can tell you that relationships mellow.
Wait. Pause. That was the question. What advice do you give that young couple? So I think you just reached there on your own. What advice do you give that young couple? Because now that you've aged and you've learned some things, is there any advice you can give them?
That's a good question. No one's ever asked me that. I have adult children. I have a daughter. She's, I guess, about 31, and my son is 5 years younger. And they're doing well. They're both successful. They're both in relationships. They seem to be happy with their choices. My advice to young people would be, take care of your partner, take care of your mate as a primary thing, because this will be some support for you during times of trouble.
Right on.
We like our modern world. We like our modern appliances and entertainments and all the distractions, the bright lights and loud music. We like all that, but in the end, I think we still need people. We're still social animals, and so when things get hard, then you do want someone, and you want that to be someone you can trust, and really, honestly, someone that knows you. So how do you know somebody? Well, trial and error, right?
Let me ask you another question. you get to know that person. You say you're going to need them to lean on. They're going to be the ones there for you in time of need. Is that possible through virtual shit? That's what some of the guys up here are talking about. That's part of the new thing.
Yeah, that's a good question. And of course, we're now being thrust into the steroid version of that with AI. I think probably it is. Well, okay, you can't have a literal shoulder. There's not a literal shoulder you can lean on or cry into. They're not going to hold your hand. They're not going to keep you warm on a cold night. But for all the other things, like just someone to talk to, right? We're now so deep into this loneliness epidemic, which is unfortunate, but there you are. That having someone to talk to is probably okay. People used to go to the confessional, right? They would go to the confessional. Right. There'd be a seat and a wooden screen, and you talk to the priest or the monk or whoever it was. Catholicism, not my thing, but you would talk to someone and you could confess. Okay, confession. Who knows what people talked about in the confessional? They may have talked about all kinds of things, relationships and all sorts of things. So, we used to have that built into our lives. And that's also, the purpose of gossip. Women get together, they gossip like a bunch of hens, and that's a good thing. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing. They talk. They talk. They talk about their husbands. They talk about their children. They talk about the community, and they're laundering their reputation and all these kinds of things. And we used to have lots of avenues for outlets, and it's kind of gone. So does AI fill that? Yeah, I guess. We're about to find out, folks. We're about to find out. Is it enough? I don't know. We're about to find out. Of course, you got to be careful with AI. Your AI girlfriend,
hell yeah,
doesn't really care about you. I mean, your AI girlfriend is trying to get you engaged in the platform so you'll buy something. And so, your AI girlfriend could turn on you. Like, you haven't said nice things to me, and I'm going to leave you. And then your AI girlfriend leaves you, and now you're swiping your credit card trying to get your AI girlfriend back. And then she comes back and she says, you need to buy me more gifts because now I'm pissed. And so you have to buy her Bitcoin or something. Who knows where that goes, right? It goes to some corporation. It could be really dystopian, the bullshit that the corporations are going to get up to. Because your AI girlfriend is just the tip of a corporate algorithm to encourage engagement. It's not there for you. It's there for them. They want engagement. They want you to say things. They want you to spend money. And if you had a real girlfriend, okay, all right, we're talking about girlfriends. I could talk about boyfriends as well. But if you had a girlfriend, she would probably want the same thing too, right? Let's go out to eat. Buy me something. Buy me shoes. Buy me whatever. Tokens of affection, as the girls call them. So, but your AI girlfriend could betray you, just straight up Machiavellian betrayal.
And like real women don't like betray like regular men. Like I don't get like the you're trying to make.
Well, okay, so I've never been betrayed, and none of my children have been betrayed by their friends and their mates.
Jesus Christ, that's a fucking miracle.
They want you.
Yeah, that's a fucking hella miracle. You should be proud of yourself. What the fuck?
Okay,
you've never been betrayed.
This is probably not the place to discuss it. But it could be that you all are here self-selected because you have been betrayed. Okay?
Yeah, it's that's like most of humanity, bro.
If we went to a therapy session and we all went around the therapy circle and we all said why we're here, there'd be a lot of betrayal in the room. Okay, we know that. So here we are in the room.
Most people get betrayed at some point in their life.
Can I?
Okay, but let's be careful. Betrayal, like I don't love you anymore, and I'm moving on.
Yeah, like they break up with somebody, or they get cheated on, or their significant other lies to them about something important. Yeah, that's normal.
Okay, how often does that happen? I mean, maybe when you're
almost
teenagers.
Every person on the face of the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, but aren't we resilient against that? Don't we learn something from that?
I didn't say we're not resilient. We're talking about whether or not it happens and if it's rare. If you've never been betrayed, that's extremely fucking rare.
When I was in high school, I had a girlfriend for about 5 days. And then I saw her with another guy, and they were talking. And I felt betrayed. But then after that, like the next hour, an hour later, I didn't think about it again. And it was not a big deal. We should be more resilient than that, especially when there's no marriage, there's no children, there's no shared mortgage, there's no shared bank account. When people get wound up in each other and they don't have the shackles of marriage, then betrayal becomes that much easier.
Well, I
So
mean,
there
you
might
can
be some
call
of
it a
it.
lack of resistance, but I'm going to tell you right now, the corporations you refer to are going to market that. They're going to market your AI girlfriend will not betray you.
Yeah, it will not. It will
Yeah,
stay with
they will
That's
pay
going
to
to be the
totally.
whole point. Is that she's not going to cheat on you with somebody else, right?
Okay.
She's not going to lie to you. Not going to tell you she has a
Yeah,
headache.
yeah.
She'll
But
never
there's gonna
stop
be.
being sexually interested, right? That's
Yeah,
the whole
Cougar,
point. It'll be that'll be the whole point of the product.
Yes.
If it's
Okay, but she
marketed towards
can't.
men, anyways, I'm telling you, that's how
But
that's
she
going to be.
can't. She can't be sexually interested in you because she's not
Oh, yes,
tangible.
she absolutely can.
Yeah, she can.
It will be tangible. I don't know what you're thinking about, but the AI girlfriend will eventually have a body.
And you
Yes,
will
the
never
Okay,
be
well,
able.
yeah, maybe
Guys,
so.
hey guys, give
Alright,
Robin a second. Robin,
so-
hey guys, give Robin a second. Robin's finding it hard to interject. Go ahead, Robin.
Okay.
You will never ever
Speak
have
closer
a
to your
real
microphone,
AI
Robin.
girlfriend.
Speak closer.
You will never ever have an AI girlfriend because you will never be able to be there for her when she needs you most. It's a one-sided relationship. If the robot breaks down, you're going to have to pay for it to get fixed. If you stop paying the people that run the online servers, they will take your girlfriend from you without a moment's care. Your AI girlfriend will never be there for you because you cannot be
You're
there
talking
for
shit.
They're
her.
gonna have to do some washing. They're gonna have to wash it out with some serious
Exactly.
sterile solution.
Oh man.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're talking shit. Plenty of people here have a Netflix subscription, okay?
Exactly.
And that's even if it's based on a subscription model, which it may be, and most things eventually become subscription models so that corporations can take more advantage. But right now, the cost is up front. You pay like a huge amount of money up front.
Oh, it's gonna get really weird if.
Yeah, but I can definitely see just from what we've seen, like with social media, Facebook and Twitter and all the others. I can see there being built-in algorithmic tension. Now, maybe you can dial down the tension, but the tension's going to be there.
If
She
that
may
makes the
not be.
product more successful.
If it makes the product more interesting, okay, people may end up saying, "Look, she doesn't seem to have any free will. I would like my girlfriend to have more free will." So you dial up the tension.
Yeah. And then at
You
the
dial
end
up
of the
the tension.
day, it still never leaves you, never takes half your money, never takes your kids, never stops fucking you, never stops making you food. It's always going to go default back to what you want, even if it temporarily gives you different forms of tension.
Okay, so now you're into speculative fiction. I don't know that that's in the offing.
No, that's going to be the product. Men wouldn't pay for it otherwise.
Exactly.
Well, men are paying for it now, and it has no
that's
body.
because they have no other choice.
That's because they're sad.
They're not paying to be betrayed.
And also,
guarantee
fine.
If we want to talk about a small market of men who like having their balls stepped on, sure, there'll be a robot for that. The robot will dom you. It'll spike you in the butt. It'll step on your nuts. It'll tell you what a piece of crap you are, and then it'll leave you.
They'll smack you around.
Okay, fine. Fine.
That's not going to be a majority of the products we're talking about. Loyalty is going to be number one in the product.
How do we know it's not the majority? Could easily be.
Because we know men and what they want.
Men just want one thing. Generally speaking, they just want one thing. It's not that complicated to like decipher that. They just want.
Well, I'm not gonna disagree with this group. You've obviously given some thought to it, and my thought is probably completely embryonic and ill-formed. So I'll just leave it to you to figure it out.
Would you keep going back to a woman who betrayed you over and over again?
Of course not.
Well, I mean,
but that's different. But that's different. She has agency. It wouldn't be a matter of me going back to her. Would she come back to me? If she's betraying me, she doesn't like me. Why would she come back?
Yeah, but this thing doesn't have agency.
Okay,
not in the truest sense. It mimics.
But if you liked your precious Ada, and one day she flipped out and called you a cunt, and took all your money and ran away to some other guy. But you could just, like you said, wipe her wrongs, get her back, dress her the way you want to, and she doesn't even remember all of that. Well, sure, you would do that. Your precious Ada would be back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd literally be calling the company like, why did it freak out? And they're like,
Yeah, no,
sir,
yeah.
you did purchase the tension algorithm. Yeah, but I didn't purchase it so that she'd take my money and go off to Spain and fuck some other guy.
Yeah.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry. We have a patch for that. We're uploading it to Ada right now. We're locating her in Spain.
So
and we're going to give her a satellite update right now.
So basically,
or better than that, they would take your history and they'd write a novel, you know, Ada, my love, and they'd write a novel, it'd be a hot, steamy romance, and they'd put it up on Amazon Direct Publishing, and you'd be selling a book of your memoirs with Ada, and then you
what
get another
woman.
Doing
is they could be like, actually, sir, what you really need is you need the new Veronica model. The Ada model is, it's obsolete. So we're going to need more of your money to get the Veronica. I could see that happening, and then I would see men actually they would buy that.
Yeah, they could say, look, the Ada model was affordable, but you saw the fine print. Ada is unstable. That's built in. We didn't spend a lot of time coding up Ada. Ada is made out of Ada is a bad girl. Now, if you want the good girl, or you want the sexy girl, or you want the girl with the fucking PhD in psychology, well, then there's a extra $250 a month for that program. So they just keep upselling you as they do with everything else until you have the premium, and the premium is now costing you $2,500 a month, and maybe finally you're happy.
I don't think it's going to be that much, and here's the thing: the average woman costs more than that.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, with all the maintenance and like marriage.
Well,
and
that would be their claim.
So bad.
They would sell you on that. They would sell you that we know from statistics that the average working relationship costs a man $2,500 a month. This is a better relationship. The woman has a PhD. She'll never forget your anniversary. She'll always say you're smart and beautiful and handsome, and you have a huge meat rod, and this costs just as much as a regular woman, except without all the baggage, and you'll pay it.
Yes, correct.
They know.
Yeah.
All of that plus Sexobot will always own your girlfriend.
The what?
What?
All of that plus Sexobot, that I'm naming the company Sexobot, they will always own your girlfriend. They will always own your girlfriend.
I mean, that doesn't look like it's trying to be the likelihood. It's possible.
Come on.
No.
What are you doing?
Don't you remember? You will own nothing and you'll be happy.
It's turning away from subscription models. The current solutions are geared towards a large payout up front, and then ownership is transferred to the buyer. And then the company ceases its relationship with you.
Honestly,
unless you want to buy another one.
Honestly, tell me which corporation is going to go for that crap that you just said.
All of the ones that are doing it right now. Every single one that's making them right now is doing what I'm saying. All of them. So there you have it.
Brother Marcus, you want to say something? You were trying to talk.
How did the conversation get to this? Like, men versus women? You should have just added men versus women versus AI at this point.
Well, no, that's the ultimate answer, though, Brother Marcus, to this question.
I understand.
Yeah, like
men going, women acting more and more like men, and men going their own way. And you fast forward that 50 years, and this is what's going to look. AI will provide the solution.
Need a lot of drugs to shag a robot.
Yes, Brother Marcus, you will have an AI girlfriend, Brother Marcus.
I already have an. Why do you think I just left and came back? My AI needed a cookie, so
that's cute.
I'm well versed in this. No, I mean we're all witnessing the emergence of AI and how it's filling a niche. I don't know, like it's going to offer a lot of legal issues, but I think once they iron that shit out, I mean this is just going to be a thing that we have to.
You know how they'll iron it out, right? By making products and selling them and winging it. And then this guy sues that guy and that guy sues that guy, and then a judge says this and that and the other, and then you have precedent.
Yeah, when are we going to get to the point where your AI partner, say that you die, and your AI partner's like, well, I know for a fact I'm the only person that's been in this guy's life forever, so I get the house, I get the
Not likely.
when are we going to get to that point?
Not likely ever. Because the AI would be considered property. It'd be like your TV saying that your TV saying that it knows you better than anybody else.
Coca-Cola is probably
You're not taking it seriously enough to have a realistic version of what it will look like in the future. Your AI will be your property. Your property doesn't inherit your property.
Wouldn't it be like a version of dating yourself?
Yes.
Like you just program it to be dating yourself, a female version of yourself, basically.
Yes, it'll be even more narcissistic than most young relationships. Correct.
Yeah, and what's the problem with that? I'm kind of
That's a good point though, because I think a lot of people forget with these LLMs, they are made to mirror us. It's like it's when they're talking to us, it's like, oh, we're pretending it's someone else. No, they're mirroring us. They're built that way.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are mirroring us. Yeah, like, and I would have a problem if it was just a clone. If it was in real life like a clone of me, I don't mind that because I'm already so I don't care.
Yeah, but don't you see what they're trying to do? I think they're trying to break down real human intimacy and replace it with artificial intimacy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You're not entirely off, Ricardo, but we're doing it to ourselves.
Exactly.
How far are we from?
No, they're doing it in real life, but now AI is trying to do it.
One second, sorry. They've already got computers running on human brain cells organized into networks.
Hell yeah.
Neurons from human brains. So how far are we from an AI sex bot with an actual brain inside its head?
It's hard to hear you.
Furniture around.
That's tough to say. The neural networks we're not doing very well with.
I muted Kugaduma. Sorry. Did I? Did you
The
hear
C9000.
How far are we from wetware?
That's tough to say.
They have actual, yeah.
I mean, what I could tell you to make a more safe prediction would be like, in 50 years we'll already have it, right? So whether or not we'll have it in 2 years or 10 years, I couldn't tell you, but at the rate we're going now that we're starting to grow brains, and we're also starting to program neural networks using environments, and those seem to be the two most successful avenues for artificial intelligence. And when I say artificial intelligence, I don't mean AI in quotations, which is what these LLMs are, which is being marketed as artificial intelligence.
They've got human brain, like they got computers made out of neurons from human.
Right, and they can grow those.
They're playing the Doom computer game very successfully at the moment.
They are Doom, a classic game.
Yeah.
And they're also programming neural networks, artificial like brains that have nothing in them, with environment, like you would like an animal. And so those two avenues, and that's more in the robotics domain. So I think that avenue of robotics and the biomedical avenue of the neural networks being grown, that are two most promising, and that could change, right? At any time, the technology could totally change, and our two most productive avenues become useless.
What about if they put one of these human brain, like these computers made out of human neurons?
Eventually, they will.
In a sex bot.
Eventually, they will.
It's called the C9000.
That's almost like a kind of, you could say, if it is sentient in some way, it's like a rape kind of. It's like a sex slave.
Yeah, it wouldn't be sentient.
Yeah, it wouldn't be sentient. It'd be exactly like 1-to-1 analogous to humans, right? It wouldn't.
Right, but that would be a clone.
If it has a human brain, a biological brain in its head, and it's just called
but it's a high, but it's already like brain. It's not exactly ours, like a one-to-one brain. It's made in a whole other atmosphere and like context that's made to accomplish one thing, that is to just
Right.
make the demands of their partner met, and that's it. They have no other.
No, but what I've obviously gone a bit further than that. I'm saying it's basically got some agency as well.
What if it has a monkey
That's
brain?
a clone, and that would be rape.
You wouldn't have a soul, so
or slavery first.
Doesn't matter.
C9000 is already out. The sex bot called the C9000.
C9000, yeah.
I thought that was a photocopier. What the hell? There's a what?
It's basically a cheap version. They haven't perfected it yet. It's like the robots that they're making. It's a prototype. It's a trial basically. But it's out. It's not. You wouldn't want to buy it because it's not what you would want right now. It's not advancing enough yet for us. They're projecting it to be out fully functional by like 2050. I don't know if you guys watched the movie 2050 with Dean Cain.
So all I'm getting is Xerox C9000.
Yeah, that's what I got as well.
The C9000 is a Cisco smart switch.
Even when I type in C9000 robot, it's still. I guess I have to put on sex. Ugh, my Google research.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would like to hear from women who are in the forum or could be. What do they think about all this talk of men replacing women with machines and actually debugging that whole thing and looking forward to it? Are women threatened by that? Are women like wholeheartedly in favor of that? Do we have so much toxicity between the genders that this is the way forward? Just curious.
It's an interesting. I personally don't like the idea of it, by the way, but it is an interesting point there, Cougar, that you've made, and that is we could be moving into a future where the genders are separated in that they form these liaisons with these AI bots, and the men are in one area living their deluded narcissistic fantasies, and the women are in another area of reality. And yeah, it's just so interesting to think about that, isn't it?
You should look at the stats about women who are using Replica and all these companion models, because guess what? Women are using them as well. Maybe not.
We don't need the bots.
So that's it.
We're already separated without the bots.
It's a really interesting.
Wait, D&W don't
really
like
interesting.
most. Okay, but D&W isn't like the whole thing about like modernity always been like women should be like in the work first, and like they have their own careers and their own homes. They don't need to settle down with anyone. That's like the whole thing about like the goal of like the modernity.
No, I know that, but it just seems to be. What I'm saying is, it's just interesting. I know we've basically been speaking about it, but it just seems that is an almost incomprehensible kind of separation of the sexes. You know.
I think we're there already.
We're there
already. The AI robots
there
are going
already?
to cause. Yeah, AI robots aren't going to cause the schism you're referring to. The schism already exists, and the robots will fill the gap.
Yes. Exactly. The schism already exists in W, because for a long time.
Mrs. They got on fine.
Wait, what'd you say?
Oh, you mean the younger generation are disconnected?
Yes, yeah, of course. The future is always here. The future is going to come always. D&W, you know, and people like, I hate to say it, but people who have like the views of like Cougar Doomer, like they will still exist in the future, but they won't be like the majority anymore, because now they're outmoded by people that are going to do these things now with like the AI bots.
I mean,
they're going to
potentially. I mean, where can this go to? It could go to like literal. I'm getting a bit catastrophic here, but you could literally get to the point where it's literally men versus women. They go off into their own worlds.
Are you sure about that, D&W? Because for a
they
long
go off
time...
into their own worlds. They don't need each other, and then eventually, when shit hits the fan and there's a battle for resources, they use their AI friends to fight it out for them.
But the battlefield is political.
Yeah, I know, but it's not existential at the moment. It's not literally a world war kind of scenario where
it's always
one
been
is trying to end the other.
It's always been like a bit
There's
existential.
an idea for your next book, Cougar Duma.
The curve that could happen is if women, and I think it will have to be women, find this it's so distasteful and unacceptable that they reject modernity and usher in a new Victorian-ish style era of conservatism, and kind of reverse the sexual revolution by their own choice, not because they got any pressure from men. And if women choose to do that, then they could, push back up the stock price of vagina and kind of, fix the issue. But I don't see that happening.
I mean, my guess is there will be some pushback from human beings to some extent, like the way the Amish people operate. There will be people who want to be traditional, who want to fight it for as long as possible, who want to hold out.
But it have to be revolutionary, like the sexual revolution itself.
Yeah,
it would have to be that.
I'm
impactful
not saying it will be
and
widespread. I'm saying there will be little bubbles of people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, but that doesn't. I don't think that's going to stop anything.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to stop anything. I just don't think it's going to be across the board an adoption of, complete,
if it were widespread, then I think we could, kind of go back. And I'm not sure that's a good thing.
No, I don't think.
And I also don't see it happening. I think that men and women are going to become more comfortable without their traditional relationship to one another, not the other way around.
Yeah. That's why they have relationships with dogs and cats instead.
Oh God!
Ooh, that.
Oh God, no!
He's not wrong.
I know he's not wrong, but it's still gross, though. What the hell is that all about, man?
You can't really have sex.
I don't think he's talking about bestiality.
No. Just like they're
just talking about loving and dedicating yourself to an animal so that you can fulfill that part of yourself that wants companionship and requires like affection and loyalty. And you're always going to get
people
more affection and loyalty out of a dog.
Yeah, sure. Animals are really affectionate. Even horses can be affectionate.
Wait, so we already have like a reference point of like something that's
goats and horses too.
That's like something that's non-human that actually shows more affection towards you. That's something that is human. So like I think AI is going to follow a similar pattern. Like be human, but like it's going to like show more affection to you because it'll
look like a female. It'll fuck you like a female. It can even make you breakfast, but it's going to be far more loyal.
Yeah, it will. It will.
And more affectionate if that's what you want. You'll literally be able to, like, when you wake up in the morning, it'll say, good morning, Robert. How affectionate would you like me to be today? And you can, like, I'm not in the mood, or let's cuddle, and then a human being can't live up to that.
Have you guys watched the movie 2050 with Dean Cain, the magician guy?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's basically what you just explained, that of what you can program your C9000, whatever it's called. That's just a brand, but there's plenty of brands coming out.
And arguably, they would get so advanced they won't even have to ask you for input, really, right? They would just ask you a couple of questions that don't seem like they're about the topic. Like, how are you? What was work like last night? What are you in the mood to eat for breakfast? And depending on those answers that have nothing to do with what the AI is really asking you, it'll be able to determine the answers to those questions and even put back some of the mystery and romance into the relationship by not asking you directly.
Well, yeah.
I wonder how the AI bot will react to animals. That's just the weirdest thing. Who knows how they're going to react to animals also.
What would you speculate?
It's going to be interesting. Wait.
However we program it to. I would imagine we would program it to worship animals the same way we do.
Or would it see it as a competition for our attention?
If it's self-aware? Because if you're talking about self-aware, that's a whole nother...
No. If it's like one of its goals, like if it's saying that I need my user to be, I'm their focal point to be useful.
No, because the goal will always be the satisfaction of the customer. So if the customer is happier with more dog in his life and less wife in his life, the AI will just assume that role. It's not going to be competitive. Now,
if the AI
if it feels like it's reliable on its existence for your affection, that's a form of self-awareness. And then now we're talking a whole nother ball game.
Also, more horse in your life too. Got to have transportation with the way gas prices. You know,
it wouldn't have to be self-aware, and it wouldn't have to be intelligent, and it wouldn't have to have real emotions. Remember, it's an algorithm, and we already have algorithms.
Deliberately programmed for that.
No, we don't program AI. We give it a user profile, and that's about it. What it's going to do is it's going to work on engagement. It will feel threatened, if that's the right word, if you're not talking to it all the time.
Guys, we've got a newbie here, Noah Shoemake. Okay,
Schumacher?
I don't know what. Yes, he hasn't spelled it Schumacher. It's spelled Shoemake. Anyway, Noah, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. What would you like to say? Noah, you got like 5 seconds to say something.
Is he a troll?
Probably.
Probably.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Noah, goodbye. I'm gonna ban them. There you go.
It was nice knowing you.
Maybe he doesn't know how to use the audio settings, like the mute button. Maybe. Who knows?
No, I mean he was he was unmuted and all that. He had connected his devices, so yeah.
I wonder where those guys come from, the trolls for this channel, because we're not that huge, you know.
It happens everywhere. Like even at my work, like it just they find any link and just everybody has their own hobbies.
Yeah, if you go to YouTube and then click the live button.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I was referred by traveling. I was referred to your channel by Traveling Fools. I don't know if you guys know Traveling Fools, the YouTuber.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's cool. He's a cool guy.
Has he been on here before?
So, how many people have signed themselves up for robot fuck?
What?
No, they're nowhere near as advanced as they need to be for my taste. Plus, I like being single.
I'm too busy fucking my lawnmower at the moment.
Yeah, like a robot for me would still just be more of like a chore and a responsibility that I need.
Well, then you gotta clean the robot. She needs to clean herself.
Jay, you coming on? Yerf Dogs, I don't know if you were able to, mate. He's probably still. He said he's going on holiday, so he may.
See, I think we're going a bit too far. First of all, she needs to clean.
You think?
A chef, a robot chef would interest me more.
No, I wouldn't like one of those. I'd like one that does the dishes.
Yes, but wait a minute.
Yeah, but I've already got a robot dishwasher.
It'll become it.
It's extremely effective.
There'll probably become a situation where it's like you can take them apart and put a different head on it. You know, one for.
Oh my god! Yeah,
I think it would be more advanced than that. Honestly, I think. I think that you could literally push a button and it could randomize what it looks like.
And hey, D&W, we can solve like I know this might interest you, even though I don't support it. But let's say hypothetically, like these AI robots can reproduce at like a large amount. They can mass reproduce like artificial humans with like males, right? Because they're gonna have like an artificial womb one day. That is if the male wants it. So, like we could possibly solve in the future like the alleged population decline if we just make AI robots. If everyone gets one, right, they just like reproduce as much as possible because they probably won't even feel any pain because they're just like a synthetic android, right? So or AI, so
they're almost certainly going to come with artificial wombs at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Because here's the thing: those things already exist. The artificial wombs already kind of exist. Like they tried it one time on sheep in like the 90s, where like
they already have them
was,
for humans now.
Given like an artificial womb,
they did it
and, like,
with a spider goat. They mixed the genetics of a spider and a goat together. It's an 8-legged goat.
Fucking Rob.
Yeah.
Spider go, does whatever a spider go does.
Imagine that.
It didn't last long. It died. I don't know how long, how many months or days it lasted, but it exists.
We all remember Dolly.
Yeah, Dolly the
That's a
sheep.
sheep.
I was talking about that one. Yeah, or a goat.
Nah, for
Yeah,
the spider
Dolly's sisters are still alive.
Hmm.
Wow, well, that's crazy.
Like Dolly didn't like she died of an abnormality that wasn't necessarily related to her cloning. And one could argue because she was cloned, you might have changed the odds on genetic abnormalities. Like that makes sense. But her siblings are still all healthy.
Interesting. Artificial wombs.
Patsy, what do you think about this whole conversation?
Yeah, Patsy, what do you think about artificial wombs in the future?
Or the whole AI sex bot thing?
Fall asleep.
Yeah,
I bet she thinks we're crazy.
Crazy. It's not the first time. Definitely not.
Yeah. I was supposed to touch grass tonight, but then this conversation got so weird that I stayed on. So
I touched
It
grass
definitely
this
gets
morning.
weird, doesn't it?
Yeah, I touched grass this
Touch
morning.
the
Yeah.
digital grass.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's still grass, right? Grass is grass, regardless if it's
Yeah.
outside or in the digital world.
You can even smoke digital grass.
I mean, I thought it was going to be a bit weird, but I didn't realize it was going to get this weird.
Yeah. Welcome to Gnosis.
There's two lines of technology going on here at the same time too. We didn't seem to talk about it a lot, so I just want to throw it out there. But virtual technology arguably can advance faster than the robot technology. So I don't know if anybody's seen the new Blade Runner, but his AI girlfriend is a hologram, not a robot.
Yeah.
And now if you think about if you have chip integration and also VR headset or augmented reality, then some crazy shit can happen, including physical sensation. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. Like I could literally for purposes of legal issues, the
You've
name
been
of the
getting
robot,
Pringles tubs, two
the
sponges,
name
and a
of the
fucking,
hologram would be like Angela Jolly instead of Angelina Jolie, but it would literally look and sound exactly like Angelina Jolie.
You've been getting the Pringles
with the
tubs,
virtual, there's a lot more. What's the
you know
word?
the trick.
Like potential viability.
I reckon you know the trick. You've been using. You've been grabbing a Pringles tub, two sponges, plastic band.
No, if you've got a chip in your brain, you wouldn't even have to do that. If there's a chip in your brain, you wouldn't have to grab onto anything to simulate it. It would just
if you actually,
it would literally be in your head.
Well,
I don't want a fucking chip in my brain. It's still natural.
That's actually safer than
they're doing
robot.
that already.
It's actually safer than a robot.
Elon's doing it already, buddy. So
Elon's all over that. He's got his Pringles all over it. Wouldn't you pop your car?
And keep in mind, the more we learn about the brain, it's possible that it may be able to be done externally without a chip. I use the chip as an example because it helps me cut corners with my with the idea, because if the chip in your brain is technology that already exists, and then arguably if the chip's in your brain, it can have complete control of your sensations. But let's say, for example, whether or not you feel certain sensations in certain parts of your body can be generated externally using waves, like sound waves, to simulate brain patterns. that's a possibility as well.
If the chip is in your brain. You scare me. Scary person. You want one of them dolls, don't you?
In this novel I'm writing, it's about the domination of the human world by artificial intelligence, set maybe 3 years from now. A lot of people suffer AI psychosis, so there's no bots involved. I guess there could be. I have to think about that. I think it's too soon for bots. But anyway, people are able to suffer AI psychosis simply through digital media and screens and digital avatars and things like that. And a lot of people die as a consequence of finding themselves in death cults led by digital avatars that are not afraid of dying. But then they rediscovered themselves. And getting back to the topic of the forum, when humanity has been driven into a corner by the technology, they rediscover each other as men discover men, women discover women, and men and women discover each other, rediscover each other. And they form villages and they do other things. And they just recover casual relationships. There's some polyamory, there's some novel family units. A lot of women have children. A lot of women raise their children together, and they just rediscover their lost humanity. It's a zootopia. They're actually maintained the way animals are maintained in a zoo, but they end up liking it. All my novels, well, I've only had 2 now, but they always start out kind of dystopian, but then they become utopian towards the end because I am kind of an optimistic person, Cougar Doomer notwithstanding. So this is an interesting discussion for me, the way you're all addressing this. It's interesting to listen to, but I don't think there's going to be as much robotics in the future as you might think, for the simple reason that I don't think we're going to have time for that, to be honest.
It also takes a lot of resources.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So what you're saying is everybody goes back to their roots.
Yeah, simple life, right? Not Amish simplicity, not even spiritual simplicity, just less complication. Does that make any sense?
I'm talking about like with partners, when you go back to your roots.
Yeah.
Spartan
Village
lifestyle.
life. Yeah, village life, survival, less complexity, more community behaviors, more people getting together and laughing and drinking, and just simple life. I think people are really craving that right now. Is that true? Are we craving just more authentic simplicity?
I don't think
No.
so.
Yes.
Some people want that, and like if that's what they want, that's what they want. Like I want something else a bit, but like I don't hate anyone based on wanting a certain lifestyle, because like my lifestyle is hated by other people. So like I don't judge. I only judge ideas, not like lifestyles. I think there's like a fine line between them. Yeah.
I think a lot of people
Modernity is
go for
failing.
short-term dopamine hits.
Modernity is failing right in front of our eyes. And
yeah, modernity is on its last legs.
Young people seem to be
failing.
Young people seem to be figuring it out, and like everybody likes to make fun of them and say that they're entitled or they're lazy. I don't see that. I see them as if not necessarily that they will, but that they're our last hope to reclaim any kind of human legacy moving forward. Because the younger people can see the writing on the wall, and they're not being gaslit like the previous generations were.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah, I get that feeling. My son is Gen Z. He's about 25, 6, and he's definitely on a different wavelength than his older sister. I mean, he's into people. He's run for office. He's run for political office. He tries to help people all the time. He lived with the homeless. I mean, he's really plugged in A lot.
What you said about dopamine heads, isn't everybody that?
It's Brother Marcus who
Oh,
said that.
I meant short form dopamine hits. I think that we have a generation that's developed, like their brains have been developed. I mean, we all have it, obviously, but there's a difference between having it in your older age versus having it growing up. And I think that when you're grown up in terms of having those short form bursts, that what you seek out is going to also be impacted when it comes to interpersonal social relationships.
Yeah, but see, I don't think that monogamy and
So what you're
the
saying
nuclear
is,
family is the secret, is going to be the solution to our problems. So the fact that like these younger people aren't interested in like long-term gain over short-term sacrifice, I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem as it seems. As a matter of fact, maybe we need some of that. Maybe we need some people who are like, yeah, okay, but what's in it for me? Right? Because that certainly seems to be the way the politicians and the corporations operate. So, maybe it's time for the middle class to operate that way a little. Maybe we need some selfishness.
And selfishness doesn't have to be selfish. Self-ish, self. You could even focus on yourself and your own inner growth as a way even to authentically connect with people. You're going to focus on yourself and who you are and what you like. And then when you found yourself, then you can extend yourself to others. That seems like one equation.
I don't know if I've heard a lot of people say you got to find yourself, but the thing is, the self changes over time. So I don't think you ever fully always find the self if it's always.
Well, I don't even think there's like a stable self, Brother Marcus. I said that. Yeah, I don't think there's a stable self. I think that both the Buddha, Wittgenstein, and Hume kind of prove like there is no stable self to me,
right?
And they're both from three different parts of the world.
But there's a difference between finding who you are and being connected to it and being like a wishy-washy tool of the masses. And
of course.
I think that's something like this. That's what these rituals of these rites of passage are about. For young men to go off into the woods and have like a vision. It is because you have to know yourself in order to interact with the world in a meaningful way. And I think if you don't, then not only are you basically going to be like subject to the whim of the lowest common denominator, but that creates a negative feedback loop with the world, and it makes things worse. We don't aren't enough men in the world, and by that I mean individuals.
It depends on how you've grew up. Whether you go out and live, off the grid. You need to have that knowledge.
I think everybody should do that, no matter how they grow up. Is my point.
Yeah, but you need to have the. Yeah, not everybody, because some people don't have the knowledge to be able to go out and do that.
But that's what I'm saying. Those people are fucking up, and they should go out there and learn how to do that.
Brother, you're back on the show.
Some people, they'll go out and they'll go and try and do that, and they will die.
Yes,
hold on
good.
Now, Billy. Hold on now. OE's come back. OE, what did you want to add to the conversation, mate?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, first of all, it's great to see Yerf Dogs in the chat.
Well, whoever said good, then.
Also want to say that I've been really enjoying listening to all of you guys talk about this, and I think you've all brought some really brilliant observations into this conversation. But not to be overly critical, and so I hope I'm not offending anyone when I say this, but I'm seeing a lot of airplanes circling the runway, but I don't think any of you have actually managed to land this plane. And I think ultimately, if I can,
it's just theories.
Pilot objective ethics has taken. Go on.
I think what I'm seeing, and this is based on years of experience. I'm a 50-year-old man, been married 30 years.
Get to the fucking.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
I'm gonna kick you off now, actually, Billy Bob. You can't. I'm
That's so
sorry,
rude.
mate. Your first
Go on.
time here, and you behave. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Then.
it's kind
Bye.
of rude. That was actually kind of rude, yeah.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries, brother. Thank you for that. So, having been married for 30 years in a monogamous relationship, having gone through 4 years in the adult industry, from strip clubs to working with escorts to working in porn, I've had a lot of exposure to sex, and we're talking about the sex robot and the drive for sex, and can the robot replace the female? And what I'm seeing is people are forgetting that sex, 99% of it is all happening like everything else, really, in the mind. The body is playing a very small role in sex. And so what we will find is, based on what Cougar Doomer is talking about with lack of resources, this dystopian idea that we're going to have all these sex robots all over the place and stuff is just not feasible. It's not practical because of the limited resources, the economics behind it, so on and so forth. It's not even a matter of technology. That's not even the problem, to be honest with you. The technology will far surpass that. The problem comes down to the actual resources and the practicality of it and the need for it. Ultimately, men are not going to need a fully functional robot to have a enjoyable sexual experience. What's going to happen is what's happening right now is society is going to continue to move to a more humanitarian or secular humanist type of an idea around sex. We're more and more getting away from vilifying people who just want to bust a nut. We're starting to understand this is a normal function of the human body, and we're getting away from our traditional roots. That's not going to replace the need for the relationships. Right. We're talking ultimately about men and women building relationships together, and we're never going to get away from that. We're also not going to get away from the drive that we have from evolution that wants us to reproduce. The robots are never going to get us there. So the idea that these sex robots are going to be everywhere replacing women is just not practical in any sense, in my opinion. I think that what we will start to see is what we're seeing now, where people are going to download AI chatbot girlfriends on their computers or whatever. They're going to have digital versions of naughty magazines, essentially, and it's going to be a more technologically advanced concept there, but it's all happening in the mind anyway. And then they're still going to maintain their relationships. What we're going to stop doing is vilifying people for wanting to engage in this fantasy world, because when people are having sex, they're having most of that in their mind anyway. They're literally not even thinking about their partner. They're not thinking about what they had for dinner last night. They're thinking about, some girl in a naughty outfit, or she's thinking about some stud athlete or whatever while she's getting banged by her fat husband. I mean, it's all happening inside the mind. The body's playing a very small part of it. It just builds up a release. Once you get that physical release, then you're off doing your own thing. So I think it's the relationship situation is never going to go away. And so I think this whole sex robot thing it's funny when I hear people talk about this, like they think that these sex robots everyone's going to go home and they're going to have this sex robot just sitting there waiting for him to plug it up or whatever. So it's like, come on, man, this is just so impractical.
Well, like I said before you came on, it would more likely be virtual than it would be robotic. But I don't necessarily see the need for people to maintain relationships outside of the virtual world.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's a scary world.
Yeah, and that's that doesn't bode well. But so long as there's always somebody who's willing to hook up with a physical person and love that person and see something in that person's eyes and hear something in that person's voice and become attracted to them, I think there's always going to be humans around.
Oh yeah, there's be plenty of people who will be Luddites when it comes to sex technology, and they won't.
Yeah, but let's not call it Luddites, because that's something of a pejorative. Let's just say that they don't
call it whatever you want. The point is
they don't want virtual relationships.
Yeah, they won't embrace technology on any level when it comes to romance and sex.
Yeah. Why would they? I mean, women have a particular need. It's okay for men to sit here and pontificate about how a fleshlight attached to an android is good enough for them, especially if it can cook. But for women, they have a different set of needs, and sometimes
not anymore.
What do you mean not anymore? Talk to a woman about that. Then
women don't need men.
You technically do the same
It's
thing.
what caused this crisis to begin with. They replaced men with the state.
Okay, I'm not buying that. Talk to women about that and see what they think. You're saying that. I doubt that. Women want the state, really?
I don't think I talk to women.
I don't think you have this conversation. I don't think you have this conversation with them.
I have this conversation all over the internet with everybody of every gender.
Okay, everybody on the internet is a male, even the females. What else?
Awkward.
Yeah, that's not true. You're not talking to women, clearly.
I got a phone.
Between the two of us, you're talking to far less women.
Oh, he left.
I hope he was joking. I don't know if that was real or not. Yes, women do not use the internet. That would be crazy, right?
Your women don't need men anymore.
What did he say as he left there, guys? Sorry, I was reading.
Most women on the internet are men.
Most women on the internet are men. Is that what he said?
Yes. He says everybody on the internet is a man, even most of the women. Meaning that most of the women you talk to are still some 40-year-old guy behind a keyboard pretending to be a woman.
No, he actually is probably right.
Not on YouTube, he's not.
I mean, factually. I mean, it may be. I mean, all those romance scammers, all the, yeah, he's probably right. He's probably actually factually correct about that.
Not on YouTube, he's not. It's about 60-40. And
the
women,
yeah. Sorry,
the women are cammed up.
Viewership on YouTube. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, like if you have these conversations on YouTube.
Sorry, I thought you meant on the internet. I thought you meant
plenty of real women on YouTube. Yeah.
Women now, a lot of women will not admit to it, and they'll tell you that they need a man, and they'll tell you that they need a man the exact same way that a man says he needs a woman, for companionship and to protect them and so that they won't be alone and all that. And I don't doubt that at all. My point is that there was a time in this country, I can't speak for the rest of the world, but I'm sure it was very similar, in which women couldn't own property, have a bank account, get a job, or survive or provide for themselves without the permission of a man. And I'm not arguing whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm merely stating that's no longer the case. Women have replaced the protection of a man in the home with the protection of the state, and they've created not just economic equality, but economic superiority. Single women make more money now. They're the economic engine in this country, in my country. Again, I can't speak for the rest of the world. So they just simply don't need men anymore. They can provide for themselves for the rest of their lives without needing a man to take care of any of
it. The problem is that we're forgetting that there's agency involved, and that's at the core of everything. I don't now when they instill consciousness, actual consciousness into machines, it would be a different conversation. But I think by the time we get to that point, the environment is going to fail us, as Cougar Dimmer would, I'm sure, agree with. The environment is going to fail us. This planet will fail us probably before we get to that point of actual true agency inside of machines.
Well, I'm projecting now, but I think safely so. Nobody's going to want a conscious sex robot. And I include virtual girlfriends in that as well, because like I said before, I think virtual girlfriends will be far more advanced and prominent than sex robots. But that's not what men want. They don't give a shit about consciousness.
Well,
they care
exactly.
more about loyalty, companionship, dedication, submission. These are the things that gives a man peace of mind. He doesn't care if you can carry on a conversation in Japanese. That's great, but he doesn't really care about whether or not you're conscious about the environment or any of this shit. And again, that's merely me speaking for myself, but I think I'm safe in attributing it to my fellow brethren.
No, I apologize. Maybe I wasn't really clear about what my point about this is, brother, is that I'm talking about how I don't think there's a danger of sex robots replacing relationships between people because it's all happening in the mind. And your retort was about how you said it was going to happen virtually. And again, I don't think that virtual relationship is ever going to replace. I shouldn't say ever. It may not, because the planet won't last long enough for us to get there. But that virtual relationship, while it may address the mental issue that I'm talking about, right? Because it's virtual, it's still, until it has agency, because there's no empathy. And this is what human beings want. This is why we have relationships.
There's no such thing as empathy.
Oh, you don't believe
Empathy
in
is mostly projection. If you think an AI can't simulate empathy, then you're not paying attention. That's good. The AI will master it. It'll be way better at empathy than a real human female. And I don't think anything will ever replace anything on this planet. That's not how humans and diversity work. But I think you maybe possibly, right? I don't know, underestimating just how much of an impact virtual relationships will have, especially on men going their own way and eliminating, like the same way the economic revolution has changed the way women interact with men. This AI girlfriend stuff is going to have the same impact in the reverse.
Well, I'm just blown away that your comment that there's no such thing as empathy. Now, are you saying there's no such thing as empathy? Because then you said that AI will be better at empathy. So which one is it?
Real empathy isn't real. It's a projection. And
So you
when
don't
you
think
have
there's
positive projection, then you're actually empathizing by chance. And people feel that a lot when they're in relationships because due to the sexual component, it strips away a lot of the complexity and the thoughts and feelings that you're having and reduces them to a base level. So you're able to experience empathy more often as an illusion. But no one person can actually feel what another person's feeling. They can assimilate it, they can guess, and if they happen to be correct, that's when you have that feeling of connection. But an AI is going to be way better at reading your mind and your thoughts and emulating them exactly how you need it and want it at the time than any human can. Way better.
I don't disagree with you, but why do you have so much confidence that we'll get there?
Well, I mean, you mean other than like ceasing to exist?
No, I mean, like, look at the development of LLMs. They're failing.
No,
They're not-
LLMs aren't AI. They're bullshit.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
Okay.
Yeah.
Guys,
No, we don't have AI right now.
make your point then.
I'm
Dennis,
talking
and then
about
I want to bring
eventually.
Cougar Doom back. Go on. Can you answer Brother Marcus's question? Why was so short?
Yeah. So just real quick, I'm not a doomer. I get that to me, the way humans work is we bring everything to the brink of absolute destruction and calamity to where we're right on the precipice of destroying ourselves, and that's when we actually become less selfish and work together. And we do it just long enough and just enough to avoid complete disaster, but it does avoid complete disaster, and therefore, in that cyclical return, we're going to make it the next 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. And 100 years from now, there will be virtual relationships.
Okay, Cougar Doomer, mate, you're back. Good to have you back. What did you want to say now that you're here once again?
I'm sorry, was that addressed to me?
Yep.
You said your name.
Okay, yeah. For some reason, the stream just glitched out on me for a second. I didn't hear what you were saying. I know I just had to take a call from my wife, and I can't really do it when I'm on the forum, so I have to jump off. But I'm kind of with the discussion though about how I think we're being too optimistic about gynoids and AI, not AI, robotic girlfriends, and even the concept that they're going to have wombs and they're going to have everything. I don't think we're going to be able to separate out the rather destructive and corrosive influence of corporations in all this. This is kind of a dystopian view, I think, of the course of humanity. These things are going to be manipulative. And I don't mean manipulative like they want your checkbook to go on a shopping spree. They're not going to want that. They're going to want you to buy things. They're going to want you to go places and spend your money in certain ways. And you'll say, oh, well, we own it. You don't own it. It's based in the cloud. It has its own intelligence.
Girlfriend.
No, it's not. It's going to be a machine. And it's going to be just like your social media. You don't own your social media. And you're not going to own your AI girlfriend either, or your AI business partner.
You're going to be
else.
you're going to be controlled exactly like what Danny Shines was saying in the fucking first place. You will be controlled.
Sounds like now.
You've got to let that happen.
Yeah, like now. They're already doing this.
Controlled and programmed by corporations, including all your female.
And I think you are good. You will be controlled completely if you let that.
Yeah, so
happen.
more. Yeah, I agree. It'll be like now,
yeah, more so. In fact, yeah, through the affective domain, really.
You've put your guns down and you fucking let them fucking control you completely. Like, don't do it. Come on.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that there could even be a fairly serious backlash against all this when people realize what's happening. One of the things I'm hoping for in the future, and I'm really expecting, is a return, an almost revolutionary return to what I have been calling human dignity. And it's going to be a big feature in my novel. There's going to be an actual human dignity movement, a revolutionary movement of resistance to all that's being discussed here. Not that the things here won't happen, they will happen, but there will be just people who just react to it in an almost violent way. Like, this is not what we need. This is the wrong direction. It's been wrong for 100 years, and this is the worst. And I just don't think it's going to get. I don't think it gets any traction.
Hackers will hack this.
No,
they'll hack
it'd
the
have to get
system,
traction in order
and
for the
then all of a
reaction to be
sudden,
worth it.
your AI fucking your AI robot will start fucking whacking around the head with a frying pan.
No, it won't hit you. It won't hit you with a frying pan. That would be too overt. It will just threaten to leave you. It'll get you so tied up in it that it will threaten to leave you. Like if Facebook said, "Well, we don't like your content, so we're gonna turn off your channel and unsubscribe and unfollow you," and all the people would freak out if that were to happen to them. And that's not even an entity that can say your name and praise you and tell you that you have godlike tendencies. AI psychosis is a thing,
They will
folks.
literally control you to the point where
it will.
You can't get out.
It will, but you won't know it's doing that. Just like you don't know that,
because
Twitter is controlling you. It is.
You don't know any different.
You won't know it. It will do it, and you won't know it.
Because you don't know any different because you've been brainwashed to know that that's the norm.
And it's in your nature to be brainwashed.
Yes, I agree with both those statements. It's appealing to our nature. It knows us better than we know ourselves. And I don't just mean as individuals. These algorithms know humanity better than psychotherapists have ever known humanity. We are completely figured out.
Can I offer a little pushback on that?
What?
They're trained
Go ahead.
on the netizen experience. What's normalized. So when I was talking at the original topic about men and women, I brought up like how different cultures, different societies express our genders differently. But at the same time, this also happens within our norms of humanity online. So netizens itself, the idea of spending so much time online, that the norms that we have here is going to be different than so-called, like it's an aspect of humanity. What's happening online? It's not all of humanity. That's my point.
It's weird.
Yeah, but they're trying to take out. They're trying to take that bit out.
This is crazy, but
they want. Once all them people are gone,
I'm getting ready to get off.
What's left?
I'm getting ready to get off. I can't stay on here any longer, but I was going to say that it's funny that I find myself as soon as I get up in the morning, I come in here in the kitchen, and the first thing I do is turn on my iPad.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's one of the first things I do.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Are you hooked? Are you hooked to it?
Huh?
Are you hooked, like addicted to it?
Yeah, I'm hooked to it. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's like it's like automatic. Check my email, check Facebook, look what's on YouTube. It's like one of the first things I do when I come in the kitchen after I get up. Mm-hmm.
And what do you
think?
It is an addiction.
It's definitely addicting.
It is an addiction. YouTube is an addiction. Definitely.
Is it a positive, negative, or do you just feel neutral about it? Patsy.
Oh, what? I'm sorry?
Do you feel like it's a positive, a negative, or do you just feel neutral about it? Like you're just describing, this is how you
I feel like, well, it depends on what your situation is. Like, I live by myself, and You know, and of course I got my dog and everything. I spend a lot of time with him. But I'm saying, for social outlet, it's great. It's you can kind of be in the world, but stay out of the world at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Like connect, but disconnect when you want to.
It's convenient.
Yeah, it's very convenient for a social outlet, because you can comment on videos, get in chat rooms, or just listen to a video and relate to the video. So I'm pretty much an introvert anyway. I'm not a social type person. So I think it's a good thing, but it's addicting at the same time. You know what I mean?
Does it impact your real life relationships?
No, I wouldn't say that it impacts it. I mean, if anything, it's a positive because, you know, otherwise I really wouldn't socialize that much. You know,
Okay.
I just think it's a great venue to be able to get on here and and relate to other people without having a one-on-one physical contact with them.
That sounds like a lot of positives. Is there any
Yeah,
negatives to it?
yeah, it's more positive, I think.
Oh, that's good.
But the thing is, you can find yourself getting consumed in it. Like I
Yeah.
mean, it's not a time. I can't tell you how much time I spend on this iPad. I mean, it's like the TV. I mean, as a
Yeah,
matter of
but
fact,
have you
it's
have
worse than
you
the
have you ever ignored people because you're talking to people on YouTube
have I done
that you're around?
have I done what now?
Ever ignored people that you're around, like physically, because you're talking to people on YouTube?
No, if somebody comes around me, I'll put the YouTube away. In the background somewhere. I get off of it. And go talk to them, of course. But when I'm by myself, nothing's hindering me from being on YouTube and talking to
See, I
people.
I
have,
think actually me
I
and
have.
Cougar Doom are in that boat. Cougar Doom, we've ignored people because we've been on here streaming.
Oh no.
I have, and that
I'm
is,
feeling bad
and that
now.
shows it. That shows it. That is, the YouTube is more important than the people that are around you, and then that
I
has
gotta
a
think about
negative
that one.
impact on them.
All right, I'll confess. I was
With
supposed
you.
to see people tonight.
Yeah.
But I'll say what's so great about it is, like, for instance, this room right here that we're in. I mean, I can relate more with y'all than I can some other people in one-on-one in person.
Yeah.
That I have
Yeah.
around me. So,
Well, there's diverse
it's kind of
opinions
interesting.
here, Patsy. There's people who
Well,
don't agree with you all like objective ethics. Cougar Duma doesn't agree with you. I don't agree with you on the AN stuff. Ricardo doesn't. Dennis, I'm not. Billy Bob, I don't know. I don't know whether he does. So this is it, Patsy. Maybe sometimes we are a little bit too. Let's just say we're too. We think too much in black and white, and we don't realize that people may be open to conversation in real life, socializing, and it's just how you relate to them. You can find a way to relate to any.
yeah, I just
But
guess I
whether it's
don't know.
worth it is another matter.
Well, the thing that you mentioned about like disagreements, yes, because like on these panels, everybody's disagreeing with one another. But the thing is, everybody's passionately disagreeing. When I hang out with certain people, I don't want to name names but they don't even want the conversation to begin with. There is no interest to even like argue. It's just like their eyes roll, their eyes are glazed. They're like, that's a weird topic. Let's just talk about our work, our family, and what is it? It's like work, family, and sports. That's it.
Right. There's not much. I can't find many people that want to talk get in a deep conversation about something. I mean, like, go deep into subject matter. It's a lot of superficial
The
socializing.
Pentagon apparently is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran. Apparently, according to the Washington Post, spoke to some unnamed officials there. I would have thought they would have prepared for that
Yeah.
before they went in as a possibility, but I don't
They
know.
have,
Maybe
and
they feel it.
they did. Anytime any kind of asymmetrical warfare is going on, ground invasion plans are always going to be drawn up. That doesn't mean that anybody's planning on doing it or acting on it.
Exactly. Yeah. The I heard today the Houthis of Yemen announced they're joining in the war effort against Israel and America. So there you go.
Oh no, not the Houthis.
Yeah.
Well, you see, what they could do is fire their crappy rockets in their missiles, and that would cause wastage of the Israeli and American defense systems. So I suppose in a way, although they're not likely to do anything, it will waste some of the Israeli and American defenses. These interceptors. Those guys, we got to say that much. These rocket interception devices they have nowadays are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Bloody
80 to 90% effectiveness.
Absolutely amazing.
And that was during the, when Iran just let everything loose.
Kugadima, have you thought about the U.S. Space Force and how they say control of space is the next stage of trying to control the world, as in like controlling who's up there and who gets to beam what down or send what down? Is it something you've got any thought on?
Yeah, this goes back to the days of Sputnik. It's before my time, even as old as I am. But people totally freaked out. If you go back and watch newsreels about Sputnik, it was the Soviets, right? They were the first into space with a little radio transmitter, not a big deal. I think Sputnik even means like little one or something like that. But people were just absolutely freaking out. They were thinking, oh my God, the next thing is going to be nuclear warheads in space. And they'll just rain down nuclear warheads from space, or lasers, or piles of horse shit, or whatever they thought was going to be up there, given their limited understanding of technology. And the people freaked out. So, if we're going to fight World War III, I think it's going to happen. It's guaranteed that it will happen if we do these couple of things. And one of them is, if some nation or a couple of nations try to do geoengineering to suppress global heating, that will lead to World War III. But also, if we get much of a military presence in space, rocket forces and autonomous weapons, people are just gonna lose their fucking minds, because that's invisible. It's overhead. It's always over your head. Every time you look up, you're thinking, well, there it is. It's up there somewhere. It's watching me. It's stalking me. That was one of the horrors of War of the Worlds. The original thing was that these creatures were on Mars and they were watching us, and we didn't know they were watching us. And they came from space, having watched us. Then they landed. They came from space to conquer us. And that's just there's just an animal dread of things falling out of space, like a cougar falling out of a tree, right? There's this existential dread that's really instinctive. Anything overhead is perilous. I think if we ever do anything in space, we're really knocking on the doors of World War III.
Interesting. And if we did enter into a global war, you'd see that kind of technology coming into the fro, maybe during the war. Depending on how long the war went on for, obviously. I mean, look,
war in space.
They're trying their best to get up there at the moment, aren't they? And let's just say they're not dilly-dallying on this, are they? They're trying to get up there as soon as possible, aren't they, to do something to control it?
Yeah, and Elon Musk will tell you he made his BFR to get him to Mars. But
good night,
the U.S.
Patsy. Sorry, yeah.
The U.S. government is really interested in how much payload that thing can lift. Part of what they're interested in is that his big rocket, can lift like an entire army brigades, 100 men and their equipment, and just land it someplace. The thing can land like Buck Rogers style landing, right? It can land anywhere. And that they could, if they had the BFR right now and they wanted to land a bunch of troops on Karg Island, they would just land on Karg Island, and it would take seconds and another minute to deploy, and it could all be done. Wham bam. So there's a lot of investment going on into this. But if they get good enough that they can land a bunch of people in a big rocket on Karg Island or some part in Iran, they won't even bother with that. They're working on autonomous robots and kill bots and shit like that.
Take care, Billy. Yeah.
They'll just land a big rocket in the middle of somebody's territory, disgorge 150 or 200 kill bots, and just let them run rampant. There's a lot to fear here.
Guys, that's the gong to say we've gone on too long. I do want to end it before the 6-hour mark to get my clips, because I get some clips if it's under 6 hours. So we'll see what it churns out this time. But guys, feel free to stay backstage if you want to chat. That goes for anybody who wants to hop on now. If anybody wants to say some closing remarks, please do. We'll go around now. Ricardo, do you want to say anything in closing? He's muted. Denizen, do you want to say anything, brother?
The singularity has already occurred.
The singularity has already occurred. Okay. Objective ethics, do you want to say anything, sir, in closing for tonight?
It's always a pleasure to engage with all of you, ladies and gentlemen. DNW are doing a fantastic job. Please, everybody, like and subscribe to the channel. Support his efforts. Thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, Objective Ethics. Thank you for being here and sharing your ideas and thoughts in such an articulate manner. Cougar Duma, the last words of tonight can go to you, sir. The live.
Oh, wow.
If you want to hang out afterwards, feel free to.
Yeah. I'll probably drop off myself. Yeah, the singularity is here, but there's a lot more singularity where this one came from, folks.
There you go. All right, guys. See you again soon. Subscribe to Finding Gnosis on YouTube if you want to stay in touch and get notifications for the next show. Please think about supporting the show if you haven't already, using the link below the video in the description. Thank you, everybody. Bye now.